Hello everyone, and welcome to another wonderful day here on the Double G streams. It's time to continue some Pokemon. The day after Pokemon Day, because unfortunately I worked yesterday, and on Friday we had that nice little direct for Pokemon. And we'll probably be talking all about it today, won't we, Professor? But let me go ahead and read the little anime-style intro you've set up for us. And yes, happy Pokemon Day to you, Professor, and everyone else out there watching. So, to read Professor's post. Last time, Altio and his friends finally made their way to Vermilion City after meeting Bill, a Pokemon researcher who had accidentally spliced his DNA with that of a Pokemon. Along the way, Altio captured several new Pokemon, including an elusive Abra. After meeting with the fishing guru, Altio received an Old Rod and landed a Magikarp. Then, there were battles on the high seas as Altio toured the luxury-lined SS Anne, which departed Vermilion Harbor immediately after his disembarked, because his Diglett had compromised the hull. Altio made his way to the Vermilion City Gym, where he battled and defeated Lieutenant Surge, who superficially resembles Guile, and also likes to spam Sonic Boom. After a long trek through the rock tunnel, Altio finally made his way to Lavender Town, and eventually to Celadon City. There he received an Eevee, and confronted Team Rocket in their secret lair. Team Rocket's secret lair is not produced by Wizards of the Coast. Altio unleashed the full fury of Josmu's fire upon the Celadon Gym, earning a rainbow badge and causing massive property damage. We now join Altio as he tries to find a use for the Sylph Scope. Dun 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 dun! So there we go, we're all caught up. And Marcia, good to see you. As always, Professor, as I said earlier, happy Pokemon Day. And Josmy, Prhounda! Same person in the scene. Is not. Gotta scoot back a bit. I love the way that the Nidorino just lunges at Gengar there. Nice! Good job, Josmy. Just beat Gary, evolve the Bulbasaur. Looking at the camera, there might be just a tad bit too much headspace. Hate when I do that. Excuse my reach here. Dude. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Sorry, looks like nothing changed. Oh well. Can't fit with it. Can't be too picky right now. As long as Ampharos isn't screen, that's all I care about. So, we have a scope. Well, yeah. Isn't HM Fly around here? So I'm thinking... There's Kyle. Well, that's going to startle everybody. Here, you can turn it off. It's pretty loud. Professor himself is here. Grab a seat, Professor. Good to see ya. So everyone, let me get the camera set up and ready for him. Wow. It's all the way up. Oh, that was the wrong side. Whoops. The two. Bam. So where the lighting go with the camera? There you are. Come in, dude. Good to see ya.
Good to be here. Happy Pokemon Day.
Thanks for the surprise visit. Holy cow. This is going to become a regular thing. Good morning, Vince. How are you? I'll move on to his moves. I'm thinking of finally getting rid of Splash there in favor of Fly, so Kyle can do extra for the team and for all of us here. I know it's fun to have him splash and receive self-destructs and survive them, of all things. But I think that time frame is over. I don't know if you'd agree or whatnot.
Yep, it's time for him to actually do things with his last move slot.
Alrighty. So, I'm sure then let's talk about that direct on Friday. I know you've got some pretty strong and lengthy opinions about the Sinnoh region, and I have none at all because I've never played through that. But let's start off then with, well, let's say the new Pokemon Snap, because that was quite the thing on the N64.
Snap was never really my thing, but I can see where there'd be a lot of people that'd be very excited about it. So it's good for them that we have and it's another Pokemon game. So
yeah,
a lot of people, people really got into Pokemon photography with Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go really kind of started a lot of people doing like real-world Pokemon photography, and there's people that kind of play Pokemon Go that way. They don't even really try to play the game; they use it as sort of a photo app. So Pokemon Snap actually sort of was the forerunner to that. So it'll be sort of nice that they have access to being able to, have another Snap game for people that like that style of Pokemon. The Diamond Pearl, the Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, surprised no one. Like, everyone sort of expected that. That was sort of the most likely turn of events, and there's been a very vocal minority in the fan base. Well, it's really not even a minority. There's been a very vocal element in the fan base that's been wanting that for quite some time. So it's nice to see that they finally got their wish. After having some time to think about it, I'm actually quite excited for it myself. The Pokemon Legends Arceus surprised everyone. Like, that was from out of nowhere. No one was expecting that. Right.
And it seems like they're because with the Gen 4 remake being basically, what's a good way to put it? It's still being like in its somewhat 3D, but holding true to that 2.5D that it had on the DS. I was about to say 3DS. On the regular DS, had that 2.5D atmosphere, and they're trying to kind of hold true to that. But obviously, they still wanted a nice 3D, three-dimensional, full-on ranged game and gameplay, and they're going to do that with Legends, kind of like they've kind of done with Gen 8, and have that free roam. So that's kind of like their compromise, where they can still have a Sinnoh game. They're like, oh, we'll just put this in the past, ancient past, and then go from there, which is a little creative. It's still going to have turn-based, but in like a three-dimensional environment. Tell me, I've never watched much of Gen 8. Is that the same as it is in Gen 8? Do you just kind of like have are there scene transitions for the Pokemon battle?
Gen 8 is very similar to the way that it's always been in terms of how the battle system works and how the capturing works. The interesting thing about Gen 8 was I always thought that Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee were sort of a tech demo for what they wanted to do. Because Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee were the first games in the series to have overworld Pokemon where you could see them without being in the tall grass. And they adopted that for Sword and Shield, which a lot of people really like. I like it because you don't need repels. You can just kind of weave around. And some things will run you down. Like very fast things like Lanoons will run you down. And sometimes very small things are hard to see in the grass. So you might bump into a Ralts or something because it's so short you can't see it in the grass. But for the most part, the Pokemon games have sort of stayed tried and true to their formula. They don't really mix it up that much. You appreciate the overworld Pokemon, especially in caves, because you're not being mugged every 2 steps by a Zubat or a Geodude. You can just
right. Yeah, as we've seen playing enough in this game.
And they also have the rare spawns, so that's also nice to see. But it looks like with the Arceus game, you're going to be able to interact with the Pokemon more in the overworld. It looks like there might even be some type of battle system that can be done. It looks like you can either engage with them in the overworld, sort of in a more like action RPG sort of way, or you can engage with them in the more traditional Pokemon style. It looks like the game has both, just from the little bit we've seen in the trailer, and that's a very interesting hybrid style of gameplay. The Diamond Pearl remakes look like they're going to sort of regress a little bit, because it wasn't obvious that they had overworld Pokemon. In fact, it looks like for sure they're going to have grass. Now, whether or not there's a toggle, or whether or not there will be overworld Pokemon in that grass, wasn't clear from the trailer. It looks like, though, they're going to try to keep it to the grass, which I suppose makes sense because it is a remake, and they did say they were trying to stay close to the original vision of the game. and it's not a Let's Go title. So where, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee had overworld Pokemon, that was sort of a weird hybrid between Yellow and the Go games. So that kind of makes sense. Whereas Sword and Shield, yes, they have the overworld Pokemon, but they don't use Go's capture system, and so for Shiny Diamond, Brilliant Pearl, they probably want to, or Brilliant, I'm still not used to the names.
Yeah, soon enough. That'll show up, and you'll get that down pat.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see how they're going to approach that. My guess would be it's probably just going to be straight grass. I'm very interested in how they're going to handle the Pokédex, because with the Pokédex, if they keep it to where you only have the Pokemon that appeared in the original Diamond and Pearl, that's going to limit it to Gen 4, like generations 1 through 4 inclusive. And that's going to be interesting for how it has connectivity with Sword and Shield, because not all of those Pokemon are available in Sword and Shield.
Well, that's fine. It was a waste of Whirlwind, but I was trying to get rid of this thing, but it works.
Whirlwind isn't particularly useful.
Yeah. In this, like you said, as you told me in the chat many times before.
Whirlwind is very useful on certain competitive sets that don't get as much play as they used to, but there was, back in the old days where Skarmbliss was a common team combo, that's Skarmory and Blissey. One of the ways that people would abuse the Blissey defensive core with Skarmory, which is also really, really sturdy, was they'd use Skarmory to set up like 3 layers of spikes, and then they would just use Whirlwind to just keep forcing switches.
Ooh.
And
that sounds dastardly. How many spikes are you allowed to stack?
You can stack up to 3 sets of spikes.
So 3 is the max?
With entry hazards, you can have 3 layers of spikes, you can have 2 layers of toxic spikes, and you can have stealth rock.
Dang.
There are other field condition traps too, but some of those require Gigantamax moves and things like that. So, for example, one of the Gigantamax moves can set a Steel-type version of Stealth Rock, which is really interesting.
Let's come back to this old man later. But still, it's nice to see, though. Or nice to hear that, like, certain moves gained, in essence, a strategy around them. As time progressed, they cared more and more about smaller details like that throughout the Pokemon series.
Some people still run Roar and Whirlwind on some members of their team, and they use that to force a switch against opponents that need a lot of setup. So if you're facing someone that's going to be trying to set up, Swords Dances or Calm Minds or Nasty Plots, things like that, you want to get rid of them. You don't want to fight something that's using Agility or Swords Dances. So by using a move like Roar or Whirlwind to force the switch, when they go, their stat changes go with them. And that's also why a lot of people try to counter that with moves like Taunt or other abilities that can block that. I know on a lot of my Psychic teams, I try to make sure I have a Magic Bouncer just so that I can block people trying to set up entry hazards on me or trying to force me out with Roar. So that's one of the ways that you can get around those types of strategies. But it is nice to have that, because people don't really use Haze as much. It's really more the forced switch.
Just taking the long walk.
You can actually go to Saffron City whenever you'd like now that you have access to the department store.
Oh yeah, that's right, because I can buy the water and whatnot.
You have to go to the roof to get the
water.
Yep. Well, you can give him any drink.
Give him any drink?
Yeah, but
any drink will work? Oh, I forgot that.
You can cheap out and give him the water, though. Lemonade's better used for your own Pokemon.
Right. In that case, I wanted to go back and use the Silph Scope, so I wanted to go there without flying. But heck, I'm just gonna do the fly, just to show it off. Okay, so all the way back to Pallet. What am I talking about? Pallet. Oh yes, forgot what Slice's changed his name to, but Slice's favorite song. Most people's favorite song. Dude, all the creepypasta based on Lavender Town and the music. Classic.
It's sad that in Gold and Silver they turned it into a radio tower.
Yeah. And the music is a bit more chipper. It still has the same, like, the same first couple notes, but then all of a sudden it's actually a lot more bright and positive. It was, dude, the revisit in Gold and Silver was one of the most amazing things in all of gaming. Oh yeah, is it already in my possession? Yeah. So I actually have to go through here and like use it every time?
No, the Sylph Scope will just activate. So
it just activates when I couldn't remember.
Those formerly unidentifiable ghosts will now be real things. You're going to want probably to have Mirai in your lead position in here, because he will just rip through the ghosts, and he'll also get very good at EVs from them. Because he wants to maximize special as much as he possibly can. And in here, he'll gain a lot of special attack EVs. Well, special. It's not split yet. So
all right, we'll switch you in here. At the top of the list. And on some of the later routes, these guys are going to get their training and play catch-up.
Because you'll have to fight many mediums and things like that in here, and he will just absolutely shred those ghost Pokemon.
Now, is that the way the normal stuff is, like, supposed to be? In terms of weaknesses?
So, the strangeness of Generation 1 was that there were some problems with the weakness chain, but the other issue, more than the type chart being a little bit skewed with some of the moves not... The Ghost only had one damage-dealing move, and it was Lick. And it didn't affect Psychic types for whatever reason. That was an error. It should have been super effective. But it doesn't really matter, because it has a base power of 20, so it's really weak anyway.
Right.
The difficulty with the first generation was that there were only 2 bug-type attacks that actually dealt damage, Twin Needle and Pin Missile, neither of which were anything to write home about, and were learned by very, very few Pokemon. Really, only Beedrill got Twin Needle, and Pin Missile, the most notable user of that was Jolteon. So there was that. So between them not having many Ghost-type moves, just one, and then that being glitched, and then also the lack of availability of Bug-type moves, Psychic had no natural predators, really. So that was why. Psychic attacks are not strong against Ghost. The reason why the Psychic attacks are effective here is because the only Ghost Pokemon in Generation 1 are the Ghastly line, and they're part poison.
Yeah.
So that's
why that's right.
That's why the weakness is there. Ghost Pokemon were very, very strong, and they still are. Gengar is still, he's been top tier for as long as he's existed. Everyone loves Gengar.
Yeah,
he's just great for, he's a great Pokemon, he looks great, and he's great for competitive play. This is like everything to love about Gengar. So...
How good that still work? Might still be too strong to... Confuse no more, yeah. I figured normal isn't affected. Have to double check.
Normal and fighting don't affect Ghost.
They just don't interact with it.
Well, if you just think about it, like you're trying to punch
intangible stuff.
It just goes right through it. It's sort of like the booze in Mario.
Yeah, when you look at it, it just disappears.
They have that same trope in Metroid games. So if you play Metroid Prime, for example, when the Chozo Ghosts come, you can't damage them with the Wave Beam, the Ice Beam, or the Plasma Beam because natural energy types don't affect them because they're incorporeal. So you can only hurt them with the Power Beam because it's an artificial energy source.
That makes a lot of sense.
Now here, of course, you can burn them, shock them, or freeze them, but Metroid and Pokemon are a little bit different, but it's the same type of reasoning.
Yeah, dude, that was even a critical hit, and look, it did nothing. But Blick is supposed to also having a chance to paralyze, right? That's its main strength. Or at least its main reason for existence.
Yep. Lick was really there to
right?
Induce paralysis, and then you could use it.
There we go.
Everybody always forgets about Lickitung. That was its signature move.
Yeah.
Kind of got to feel bad for Lickitung.
Definitely.
It was most notable to me for its minigame in Stadium, where you're eating all the sushi.
Sushi, yeah. I love that one. Especially when you give it, like, the worst thing to eat, and it's like, and it just runs around the stage.
The hot wasabi.
Yeah. Oh, man. Ghastly. Gas. Almost invisible. This gaseous Pokemon cloaks the target and puts it to sleep without notice. And then eats the dreams. Alright, we need a nickname for Ghastly. Can we fit an arrangement of the word meticulous in here?
Let's see. Yeah, it'll fit.
Perfect. You're down here now. Get you back to top. Caught that Ghastly. So, like, I think this was a pretty common thing for Pokemon Go. A lot of people had their funny stories with Ghastlies appearing. And not too long after my father's passing, there was a Ghastly directly on my house. So I caught it and named it Dad. And I wanted to raise it to Gengar, but I didn't get to keep up with Pokemon Go.
I never caught up with Pokemon Go either. I liked it in concept, but it was just so grindy. I mean, it was
a little grindy.
It's so grindy. I will say this, though. The first time I ever caught an Abra, it was sitting on my car. Like, it was waiting for me. It was actually sitting. I took the picture. I don't have it on my current phone.
Oh, because you had the AR turn.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was just, like, waiting for me. I was frustrated. I couldn't get an Abra. And then there it is just sitting on my car.
Wow. Phew, the spirit left. Okay. My friends were possessed too, so everyone here is possessed. So I play Pokemon Go on the school bus, but that's about it. Who else? Magus. Magus would play lots of Pokemon Go on the bus. Bus to work. He'd bus to downtown. He'd usually play either his 3DS or Pokemon Go on the bus.
That's one of the real things that we can admire about the Pokemon franchise over these 25 years. There's so many ways to play. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
You can play Pokemon Go, you can play the mainline games, you can play something like Snap.
This thing actually survived? Wow, I'm surprised.
Oh, just barely.
Not for long. And, I want to say... Oh yeah, I remember when there was all the boomerish complaints about Pokemon Go. And a few people who were never into Pokemon, like my one aunt, started playing it. She's like, I don't know why, but this is a lot of fun. I don't want to play Pokemon. And I know I heard a few other stories like that. But there were also plenty of complaints like, oh, it's so stupid. It's, just walking around your phone, boomer. And so there was an internet post, and that read, if you ever hear that, give them this counter argument. For so many years up until this point, Pokemon's always about getting people to go outside and socialize with each other. Link cables. The way some of the mystery gift stuff with the Game Boy Color using the infrared. I can't think of anything else on a couple of the other generations. But then, like, when they made that little walker.
The Pokewalker.
Yeah, when you had the little Pokewalker, even that was for going outside and, going out and around and exploring your actual world.
That came bundled with Heart Gold and Soul Silver as a way to promote exercise.
Exactly.
I'm still salty that the only way to get a Beldum was 10,000 steps. Don't make me do exercise.
I did try to use that a little bit, but it ended up being a bit of a hassle. I was trying to use it at work because you walked a lot in my work at that time. I just did a lot of walking back and forth. You easily get so many steps in, but it felt like it got in the way, so I kind of kept it aside. I didn't want to drop it or break it or do anything with it. But yeah, like all the years, there's always something that seems to include interactivity with everyone around us. It's like that's a fair argument. I never noticed that before. I never thought about that. And it was a pretty good argument. I actually got to use it once, and someone was like, oh, okay, I guess.
Pokemon Go was not particularly well received at the university, so one of the professors in my department was often very critical of the AR. He said it wasn't really AR, it was just like superimposing, and it wouldn't adjust for scale or whatever. It's like, it's a free app with basic, what do you want?
Yeah, like... your expectations are like way up there, and the reality is right over here.
It's pretty impressive they have what they had when it first launched, and this was all around when it first launched. And then there was a guest speaker that came, and I was talking to her, and she was like, "Oh, are you concerned about your privacy because it uses your camera and microphone? It could be." What should I be worried about? They have access to my camera and microphone. Or my location data. I go to my apartment and I go to my office. All they're gonna know is, like, I did research and I ate lunch today. I have an exciting life. Really. Secrets for the world,
Yeah. He's eating food. Jot that down. He eats food. Well, we can confirm he's human. We think. What if he's not? He just likes the human food. We have no way of knowing!
But what you were saying about the Pokemon brings people together, if you've ever been in Pokemon Go and you've been invited to an EX raid, I remember when I got invited to my first EX raid, it was Mewtwo at the local park. There were people on Discord, they were coordinating, and just all of a sudden at the park, 20 or 30 people just converged on one spot because those were the people that had the EX raid pass who had been invited. We all just kind of set our differences aside, like Team Valor, Team Mystic. None of that mattered. We were all going to beat up Mewtwo. And we did. I was very fortunate. I caught him with my last Premier Ball.
Nice.
I almost didn't get my Mewtwo. I was concerned.
That would have been rough.
Or when they've done community days, it's just nice to see people go to the park. If you're in cities that have not so nice of weather and you go on a community day, there's people... It's kind of funny. It's like a drive-through line. Like, there's a larger park in Cranberry, not far from here, and it has a big, long driveway that goes, because all the athletic fields are there. There's football fields and soccer fields and all sorts of other things, and there's a big walking path. And if it's too cold to walk outside, if you go up there in a Pokemon Community Day in, like, January, people will just be, like, curb creeping for 3 hours, and it makes, like, a line. It's like a long procession, and you can just see everyone on their phone catching the Pokemon, curb creeping.
That's pretty awesome. I remember there was that one time there was down on the south side, down on Carson Street here in Pittsburgh, there was a pub crawl shortly after Pokemon Go's release, and me and my friend went down for that. It was actually pretty nice. There was plenty of people, both, all the different bars that we stopped at, there were plenty of people who were drinking and, of course, playing the game, even while in the middle of a bar, which was great. And, of course, then there's people who were not down there for the Pokemon Go stuff, and they just enjoyed it because it was extra lively than usual. Even Professor P was down there at one point. I was like, I knew he was probably going to be down there, but we actually managed to bump into him and chat and had a nice chat with him, me and my friend Chris. So, yeah, it was so great. Just everyone out and around being down there. And you can hear all the different, like, Pokemon chatter going on, too. So, that was so good.
Pokemon Go was very, very competitive at the university, because we had a very large campus with a lot of gyms on it. And there would be people from the local community who would come, and they would do, like, the loop in the front part of the campus. But then I would often stay after hours to work, because I had a terrible apartment the first year I was in New York, and then on top of that, even when I got a better one, I still had a lot of work to do, so I would stay after hours, and I had friends who would stay after hours. We'd be in the philosophy department, be like 2:30, 3:30 in the morning, and then we would need a break or something. We would just go walk at night and play Pokemon Go, but there would still be this, like, strange procession from local people in the town who were trying to take the gyms. And then there were a lot of the students would also get in on this. It was just weird, because during the height of Pokemon Go, campus was active in the middle of the night with people playing Pokemon Go.
Nice.
And there was actually this one really weird group of students that would dress up like Team Skull. I'm not kidding. They would dress up like Team Skull, and they would go around and take all the gyms and everything.
That's pretty cool. So I wouldn't call it. Well, I can see you could call it a tiny bit weird, but that's pretty awesome. That's a nice group activity there.
One of the gyms was the psychology department, which shared a building with us. We were on the first floor, and psychology was on the second. So a lot of people would, I know students would do this when they would sit in class. You could just sort of tell when people were bored, because if you would pull out your phone and you would look during class, you would see just constant activity in all the gyms that were accessible from inside of academic buildings. So, and I know myself, if I was having a slow day in office hours and nobody was coming and I didn't have much research to do, I might have defended that gym a little bit.
AG, welcome in and happy birthday to you. That's right, it is G Game's birthday.
Happy birthday, G.
Well, the thing about being a fossil is that we can bring you into this game a bit later then. That's what we'll do. We'll name it G Games, because he's a fossil now. You heard it. Mm-hmm. You heard it. Sticking to it.
I love that sound.
Just use Hyper Beam. It's like the best move ever, okay? It's an old meme, but it checks out.
I'm hoping when they do, if they expand Greatest Hits, the t-shirt collection they're doing for the 25th anniversary, which I was rather offended and appalled there were no psychic types represented either in moves or Pokemon on those shirts. Are you listening, Pokemon Company? I'm hoping that Alakazam, Kadabra, Abra get one. And I'd be okay with Teleport, but it'd be nice to see Confusion or Psybeam get some love. I would imagine that if we get a psychic type representative, it'd probably be Mewtwo, because everything is always Mewtwo, which is fine, but it'll be interesting to see if we get Psystrike on him, or something odd like Amnesia.
Well, go have a good eat there when you do, G, and make certain to order something unique and special. Try new things, alright? So everyone's going to start passing you in health pretty soon, huh?
Mm-hmm. Kadabra's...
Salad, I don't know. I don't think Salad's going to be sticking around too long, especially if we can get another Pokemon to use Cut. Same if I get a different... If I can get some double coverage here for flying and all that, too.
I'm not sure if the bird can learn Cut or not. It's been a while. I don't know if you want to...
I'll boot it up and check. Actually, I think the HM's in the box, but...
Krabby is very good if you just want to load up on HMs, because Krabby can learn Cut, Strength, and Surf.
That's pretty good. Kyle probably will end up doing the surfing. Like, it's funny. All my friends as they are in game are going to get a chance to take down their own specific gym. Josmy just got her gym. You'll be taking down Koga later. Or that's his name, right?
The poison type.
Poison type trainer. Yeah, I can't remember which city and gym that is. Like,
Fuchsia.
It's Fuchsia.
Fuchsia City.
And then Kyle gets to take down Cinnabar. He gets to take down Blaine. Surfing to the unlimited ends of the earth.
I am here today because you are going to Saffron City.
That's very
You need a psychic to help you with that gym.
That is very true.
You don't want to turn into a doll. I will protect you.
Thank you for that. That was always a very interesting episode. Both are very good choices there, G. Hope it's the Golden Corral, though, then you can just load up on whatever you want. So I don't have that particular HM on me right now. Ghost, no! Qua! What's the point of being, like, a channeler if you're just kind of susceptible to possession? You think a less susceptible to possession kind of person would be the channeler?
Well, channeling is useful if you want to actually commune with the spirits.
Yeah.
And then also the channeler has the training of the psychic, the mental durability, the resistance to like kind of keep those things in check and under control. So the channeler's job is sort of to protect other people. It's rather not dissimilar to the board game Ghost Stories.
Right.
So the channeler is someone who is receptive to it, so they're able to hopefully channel something that can help them defeat the evil spirit, or at the very least they can bottle the evil spirit up.
Makes sense.
And also very often when they are possessed, they didn't mean to be. They're sort of fighting the bad thing because they're the ones that are spiritually attuned that can actually interact with it, and then things don't go so well.
The plan that went slightly awry. Makes sense. As I would say, nobody's like fully impervious to everything. They would have the higher tolerance due to their training, but I mean, I guess you wouldn't know your tolerance for paranormal interaction until you actually attempt it. So there's that.
There's a lot of like, very Japanese cultural things in Pokemon dealing with the supernatural. Ghost, fairy, and psychic all reflect different things. And those are still cultural icons in a lot of other Japanese media. You see espers quite a lot in like Godzilla movies, for example. Haunter.
Woo! Now, this should probably not completely kill it. Having a Haunter over the Gengar that's a little bit higher level would be quite nice. It doesn't affect. I wouldn't be able to... Oh, I know I can name it.
One of the nice things about Generation 1 is it didn't save Pokeballs to Pokemon. And because of that, I can actually use Great Balls and Ultra Balls in Generation 1. I have sort of an OCD thing where I insist that all of my Pokeballs are uniform on my team, and I prefer the standard red and white. So I end up having to capture everything in red and white Pokeballs. But because I breed, I also sometimes like to make sort of like a special theming team or a fashionista team. So then I end up having to rebreed members of my team just for the Pokeball. So I have extreme redundancy with just what I have. I mean, I have a lot of things, like I'll have a standard version in a Pokeball, then I'll have like a version in a Dream Ball or a Beast Ball or some other ball that I find aesthetically pleasing or fitting for that particular type. And, you know, that just gets kind of tedious after a while. Yesterday I trained my third NDD to level 100. And I don't use the candies either. Like, everyone gets all the Dynamax candies from raids, and they're like, oh, I can just feed candy, because they're used to Pokemon Go, where levels come easy, or... No, I still grind the Elite Four, except it's not the Elite Four anymore, it's the Galar Star Tournament now, or the regular Galar Tournament, but... Yeah, I still grind it, I make them earn it, so... You know, but it's nice to be able to use, like, a Great Ball or an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and not have to worry about that. Oh, that is... particularly meticulously, my friend. So, anyways. Haunter, gassed. Because of its ability to slip through, block walls, it is said to be from another dimension.
Is Haunter perhaps an Ultra Beast?
Ooh! Dun dun. Dude, I love the fact that both these words fit exactly. And then if a Gengar shows up, it's like, just catch all three in the same. But I feel like that's not supposed to happen.
You won't be able to catch a Gengar.
Yeah, that's the thing. It would be awesome. But I think is Gengar one of those ones you have to trade?
Yes, he is.
Oh, yep, I knew it.
Gengar, Machamp, Alakazam, Golem were the original.
One of the ones you have to trade to evolve them.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, yeah. Ah, unfortunate.
When they did Generation 5, they tried to do sort of modern updates on classic Pokemon. Like, Generation 5 had the most new Pokemon of any generation, and you couldn't capture or import anything from anything prior until after you beat the game. Which a lot of people complained about, but that was actually very refreshing. It was one of the nice things about Generation 5, I find. Because it sort of, especially for someone like me that uses an Alakazam in every game as early as possible, it was sort of refreshing to be forced to use something new and different. And Generation 5 had some really wonderful Pokemon that were updates of classics. So you had Gigalith was the new Golem, you had Reuniclus was the new Alakazam, you had Conkeldurr was the new Machamp. I use Reuniclus, actually. I rather like Reuniclus. He's very different than Alakazam in some ways. So he hits just as hard, but where Alakazam is fast and frail, Reuniclus is slow and bulky.
You know, a bit of the opposite there.
Mm-hmm. But he has the defensive stats and the moves to support that playstyle. So it's not jarring, and they both work really well together on a monocyclic team. My first shiny. I played Pokemon since the very beginning, and a lot of people, they got their... Not counting the Lake of Rage Gyarados, because that doesn't count. Everyone got that.
Yeah, but...
My first actual wild-caught shiny was a Solosis. And I could not believe my good luck, because Solosis is something I use, it's something I really like, and it has one of the most aesthetically pleasing shiny forms. Instead of being green gloop, it's blue goop. So it's... that was one of the things that was nice. And it had good stats and a good nature on top of that. So that was on white too. So if you imagine how long it took me to actually catch a shiny in the wild...
Can imagine.
Yep.
I've seen some of those numbers. They go up into the thousands, maybe even tens of thousands.
That was in white too. The perspective a lot of the older fans that have been in it from the very beginning have, or even people that have just been in it for a very long time. Like everybody, it's sort of one long journey, and so everybody knows where they entered into it. Some people started in Kanto, some people started in Sinnoh, some people started in... Everyone remembers where they came into the story. But for someone like me, and this was why the No National Dex in Galar was so frustrating, because to someone like me, Pokemon doesn't release games. They release expansion packs. It's one ongoing journey.
It makes sense. That's an interesting way of taking upon it. I don't think I've ever heard that one. Gonna admit, I don't think I've ever heard that one.
It's just like when they announce a new title, it's like, where are we going this time? And then even when they do these alternate versions now with the new Diamond Pearl, or when they do the Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, the way that they've done that in canon, where they've explained, especially in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire and then Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, where we learn from characters like Zinnia, or we learn from Lucamine, or from Giovanni from Rainbow Rocket, we learn about the other worlds with the Ultra Beasts and the other dimensions, things like that, parallel reality, the other timelines, there's other worlds. So it's really not that it's undoing what happened in Ruby Sapphire. Ruby Sapphire happened, but...
Zombies!
Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire also happened somewhere else. And so you even kind of have that sort of perception. Like, Giovanni can hop between realities, then so can I. And so that really makes a lot of sense, and that makes it even more special. That's actually one of the things that's most exciting about the new Diamond Pearl, is that whereas at first I was kind of like, oh, Sinnoh, it has that horrible map with Mount Coronet that you have to go through constantly, and it's so grindy, and it just... But at the same time, the legendary Pokemon there, even though I think there are too many legendary Pokemon, the main legendary Pokemon, Giratina, Palkia, and Dialga, those are really cool legendary Pokemon. I like them. Conceptually, they're very interesting, they're very good competitively, and they're just very important in the lore. That's one of the main reasons I don't like a lot of the legendaries in Generation 4, is just because they don't contribute much to the lore, but the big ones do. Mm-hmm. And there's just so much they can do with parallel dimensions, especially with Giratina, because it lives in the distortion world, which is the null place. It's the space between worlds, and there's so much they can do with that.
Yeah. So it's probably why they kind of waited so long to even, like, make the remake, especially because they wanted to establish the whole alternate worlds thing through Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. And then that's how we got, like, Sun and Moon, like, immediately. They did the Rainbow Rocket stuff. So it's like, you already think that's a huge event in and of itself. But it's like, if you, anyone else who, it's already been how many, 3 generations out from 4, anyone who forgot about Giratina is going to be like, oh snap.
And even Palkia and Dialga with their ability to control space and time. I mean, that's also going to be huge with that. And I'm wondering if they're going to have some sort of alternate form like they did with Groudon and Kyogre, because you could see a primal reversion on those, or some sort of alternate special...
Right. Ooh, and question. Do you want to learn Recover?
Yes, you do. You definitely want to learn Recover. You'll save a fortune on potions.
Fair enough. Prior the Wave, then?
I'd drop Teleport, because now that you can fly, it's not useful anymore.
Okay, that's understandable.
Teleport is good early game, but once you can fly, it really... Yeah, whatever.
Loses its luster. Alright, you're all healed.
Unfortunately, he's not going to have much utility for you outside of actually using psychic attacks, because he doesn't learn very much. You used Seismic Toss on Charizard, which is fine. That's actually a very good Pokemon to use it on, but... ooh, give me blood. You wouldn't see that in a mod endgame.
No, no, you would not. I have to admit, I really like the Channeler's sprite design. It's pretty well done.
The way that Psychic Pokemon sort of evolved over time, I've been using a Mono-Psychic team since Red and Blue, so originally you could just, you know, whatever, you just wail on things with Psychic, nothing's going to resist it. Okay, or virtually nothing's going to resist it, you'll just straight up overpower them because Psychic was overpowered. Then in Generation 2 they introduced Dark and Steel to sort of ruin your day, and then they also had Blissey. Oh, why was there Blissey? Blissey was actually more terrifying to a Psychic trainer than most Dark or Steel types were, because Blissey is really hard to KO with special attacks.
Mm-hmm.
But there were ways around that. So, for example,
there always is.
In Generation 2, I started running an Alakazam that had Thunder Wave and Seismic Toss to deal with nuisances. I remember a friend of mine, we had a match on Gold, this was in the year 2000, and he led with an Umbreon, because he was like, oh, I'm going to get his Alakazam. No, Alakazam paralyzed it with Thunder Wave and then polished it off with Seismic Toss. And he has not had a match with me since. He still plays. He's kept up with every game in the series. He won't play with me after that. Like, after that match, he will not play with me anymore. It's been 21 years, no rematches. Because of that. I always like to imagine that Alakazam, like in my mind, my headcanon, it's sort of like Alakazam couldn't levitate the Umbreon because it's immune to psychic attacks, so it just levitated rocks and slammed them into it. That's what Seismic Toss was doing. He was like hurling the boulders at it. Like that's sort of how I imagine that went down.
I mean, considering the name, that actually kind of makes sense. I almost kind of envisioned and envisioning it now as a suplex, but I'm sure a move like that already exists.
Then
under that name.
In Generation 2, before the physical special split, most people that used Alakazam made him elemental because you could get the elemental punches on Pokemon. And so people were running Alakazams that had like Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Fire Punch, and with that special step being the way that it was, the coverage was insane. And then when they actually did the physical special split, that wasn't possible anymore. And then a lot of people thought that Alakazam wasn't very good, and then he was outclassed. And that was another thing about why Diamond and Pearl were never really my favorite generation. They didn't have many Psychic or Fire Pokemon. Like, they're very unbalanced in terms of what they offer for types. So for someone that has the type specialties that I have, Sinnoh is like the surface of the moon. It's barren and desolate. I mean, there's nothing there for me. I mean, what am I going to do? I had Chimchar, and Infernape's really good. But, I mean, besides that, there's no fire types of note. In Platinum, they finally let you go and get Magmars, but, I mean, really, there's nothing that you're going to really encounter in Sinnoh, at least, like, early enough to actually use, except for Ponyta, which is nothing to write home about. While you can catch Abra very early in the game there, the generation didn't offer any new Psychic Pokemon of note. There was Bronzong, who's okay, and can be used in a more defensive or support role, and I've used a Bronzong, you know, intermittently. Usually it's one of my reserves that I rotate out. And then there's Gallade. Gallade is not good. I mean, let's just not mince words about that. Gallade is not good. I have one. I trained a new one on Sword and Shield. I always train an extra one. It's in my reserves. I rotate it in it. But Gallade is not good. It's too frail. It's too slow. Anything it wants to do, it just doesn't have the stats to support. Which is a shame, because it has a good moveset. It can really learn a lot of interesting moves, but it just doesn't have the stats to support the kind of Pokemon it wants to be. It's in that awkward speed tier. It has 80 base speed. And it's in that awkward speed tier where it's too fast to take advantage of something like Trick Room, but it's not fast enough to be competitively viable against top-tier sweepers or other kinds of like aggressive threats. So it's just in this weird speed limbo where it's never quite where you want it to be. It's not slow enough to abuse Trick Room. It's not fast enough.
Yeah. Like you said, it's a perfect limbo. Unfortunately.
Yep.
The one thing you don't want to get perfect.
You can kind of play around that with Gardevoir. So Gardevoir has the same defensive problems, where it has low HP and low defense, but it has good special defense. But with Gardevoir, you don't feel that as sharply, because Gardevoir, with its moveset, you can sort of more easily do that. It doesn't really require setup to do what it wants to do, and then in addition to that, Gardevoir has Trace. And Trace on Gardevoir... Ooh, Cubone.
What?
That's rather rare. Trace on Gardevoir lets you sort of make up for some of the speed problems, because you can switch in and copy... Good choice.
I don't think I caught one earlier. Did I?
I don't think so. I don't think you have one.
Of course you missed. Try it again.
You can just imagine the angry little Cubone trying to hit the flying type with the bone.
Yeah.
Just Cubone, Cubone, bone, bone.
Cubone. And it's just jumping and trying to like whack at it, just can't.
And the Pidgeotto just trolls it, and it's like
And just flying around,
and,
going left to right.
Just like hovers, like just out of reach.
I don't think I need to try and hit it again. This was probably good enough. I think I'll just use a normal Pokeball. Sweet! Cubone, lonely. Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen this Pokemon's real face. Now I need a nickname. Huh. Trying to think. I got nothing for right now. Got anything, Professor?
I don't know, Skullman or something. Yeah, you know where my mind goes.
Yeah, I was like, no, that's fair enough. I'm like, oh, no, I should have. Have you got the name of one of these before? Did you help out with one of these names? I think we'll go with that, though. I'm fine with that. I mean, it's ultra fitting. Of course, I always get confused with where the stuff is, because it's not in the keyboard layout.
I'm gonna do a space, not a hyphen.
So where is the space, then?
Next to the Z.
Next to the Z. Oh, wow, yeah, I would not have got that. No, I'm doing, yeah. Bam. See, the battle music's still playing because it's just a battle to, fight this keyboard layout. This alphabetical layout. What item is this right here? Do you happen to recall? None. Alright. With that, then, choose a quick escape rope. Put things in the PC and come back all the way back up here for that, and watch it be something so minuscule.
Going back to Gardevoir, what keeps Gardevoir from having the... Gardevoir's not great competitively either, but Gardevoir can at least find a niche for itself because of Trace.
Mm-hmm.
So Trace is very useful because a lot of Pokemon can be countered by their own abilities. Like things carry Lightning Rod, or Water Absorb, or Flash Fire. or you can even use it against something that has, say, Swift Swim, and so that's useful. Another thing is Gardevoir can more effectively use like a choice scarf and trick set, for example. So you can, choice a scarf onto something or use the scarf's ability to boost speed. So Gardevoir has always sort of had something of a competitive niche, whereas Gallade just isn't doing it. The fairy typing helps Gardevoir a lot. Like, Gardevoir is a lot better now since it picked up fairy typing, because that's another thing that it gains. It gains neutral hits on things it needs to have neutral hits for, and then it also has a way to deal with things that would be typical psychic counters. No dark type is going to want to eat a Moonblast. And it also is very useful because Dragon has been so over-centralizing for so long, having Dragon immunity and a move that can hit dragons, really useful. And then Gardevoir peaked during X and Y because of Mega Gardevoir, because Mega Gardevoir's ability was Pixelate, which not only turned normal type moves into fairy type, but it also gave them a substantial boost. And it had that huge stat for special attack as well. Well, the way that Mega Gardevoir was always used was you could Pixelate Hyper Voice, which is a fairly high damage normal type move to begin with, and it's special, but then on top of that, you would get the type change and the power boost, plus stab, and Hyper Voice has an ability where it goes behind substitutes, because it's just kind of like screaming at them. So Pokemon hiding behind substitutes, Gardevoir would just shred that. So like anything that was trying to do like a sub-punch set, where you're using substitute and focus punch or something, or even just substitute for defensive reason, Gardevoir doesn't care. She's just gonna go right through that. She's not as good since Mega Gardevoir isn't a thing anymore, but she still has the competitive niche, mainly because of the Fairy type, and the Moonblast, and the Trace ability. A lot of people, especially on Mono-Psychic teams, use Tapu Lele now for the same kind of role, because Tapu Lele is a Fairy type, but it also gets Psychic Surge, and it's a little bit better on its stat distribution than Gardevoir is, because it's legendary. I try to avoid using legendary Pokemon, in part because I can't breed them, and I'd rather breed, but also the stats are usually not great because you were always dependent on RNG. Now, bottle caps are a thing. I've sort of dabbled with some legendary Pokemon, and I did train a Tapu Lele. The one thing I will say about Tapu Lele that I found to be incredibly disappointing is that...
Sorry, I was laughing at that phrasing. It said, particular was withdrawn. Got particular. That was pretty good. Which means it would say the same thing for got meticulous. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt there.
None of the...
you need water?
I'm fine.
I actually prepared an extra glass for myself, but it's like, since you showed up, part psychic there.
I'm used to lecturing for long periods of time without being able to take a sip of water or a break. I'm probably boring your viewers with my long, droning, pedantic...
I know, I'm sure some find it entertaining. I mean... Pikachu wants to learn Thunderbolt. Yes! Have you finished the SS and there, Jawsme? Actually, let's see. I think you said something about it earlier. You did beat Gary, so you would be pretty much almost done with the SSN at that point. No, you still haven't finished searching it all out. As long as you didn't talk to the... As long as you save talking to the captain for last, right, you'll be able to explore all of it. Like, I didn't get to finish exploring the top floor because I talked to the captain after beating Gary.
One of the real limiters with the Tapu when they brought them back with Crown Tundra was that there's a very good move tutor that had completely new and unique moves in Isle of Armor. And the types that have terrain moves all have moves that are keyed to terrain. The Psychic type move is very, very good, Expanding Force.
Well, type out your current moves and the professor will help you.
Yes, Jawsme, please, let us know what your Pikachu knows and we'll help you optimize
This is the living Pokedex here. He will give you the optimized selection. And he can also hone it to your own personal taste. Mm-hmm. Most of the time.
Yep. But, Tapu Lele can't learn Expanding Force. It's like Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Slam, and Thunder Wave. So Thunderbolt is a strictly better Thunder Shock, so if you want to just sort of keep that the way that it is, you can go with that. And then just replace Thunder Shock with Thunderbolt and just sort of trade up on that move, because all you'll be getting is basically the same thing with higher base power. Slam isn't great on Pikachu, but I can understand where you would want to have a good neutral hitting move. So if you don't care about having a physical attack or a neutral hit, you could get rid of Slam and have 2 electric moves. I would keep Quick Attack and Thunder Wave for utility, because being able to have a guaranteed first strike, even though Pikachu is pretty fast, is useful, especially if you have something that's very weakened. And then Thunder Wave is just useful because it's a way for Pikachu to support the team. So I would keep Quick Attack and Thunder Wave for sure, but then it's really your choice whether you want to have a neutral physical hit and keep Slam, or in that case just strictly upgrade Thunder Shock, or if you don't think your Pikachu really needs any kind of physical attacks or neutral attacks, then I would just double up on the electric moves, because that's what Pikachu's good at. So that's sort of the way I would suggest that you consider customizing it.
That just gives you a couple options too, though probably not the best, since decision making is not her favorite. I mean, for some of us, sometimes in some ways it's no one's favorite.
I'm very poor at decision making. I don't like it when I have situations where I don't have a clear right answer. It just drives me crazy.
Especially because there's extra viability to multiple options.
I used to collect toys, and that was a special kind of hell, because you would go and you'd look at action figures, and it wasn't like they had like slightly better or worse defects. They had different defects. So they had sort of blemishes that were incommensurate, so there was no real way to tell which one was better. You know, if something had a glaring paint defect or something had something wrong with its mold, you could easily reject that, but then this one has a chip on its arm and this one has a scratch on its leg. What do I take? I don't know.
See how both hate gems because I forget which one's which.
But that really sort of hindered the Tapu for their...
And I'm the kind of person I probably would just replace the Thunder Shock with a Thunderbolt, but that's just me. Anyways.
I would have done... With me, I probably would have gotten rid of Slam because I don't like physical moves. So you can see there's some differences and similarities between me and Altio.
Oh, that's what it is for anybody in the world. That's what makes life so enjoyable.
But the thing that really hurt the Tapu's competitive viability, particularly Tapu Lele and Tapu Bolu, because those two, it's not that they're bad Pokemon or they're not as useful as they used to be. They can fill the same roles and niches they used to. But those were going to be such great upgrades for them, because Expanding Force is arguably the best Psychic-type attack in the game now, if you can reliably set Psychic Terrain. And so when you have Psychic Surge as your ability, yes, you want that move, and then you can't use it. And Tapu Bolu, anything with Grassy Surge should run Grassy Glide. I mean, that is the premier set on Rillaboom. That is why Rillaboom is an OU Pokemon. Galar was very good in finally making competitively viable starters. Other generations have tried. Diamond Pearl tried, but Galar really succeeded where the others didn't quite make it, because with starter Pokemon, they always try to have the stat distribution be sort of even-keeled. Yeah. And the closest they've really come has been every now and then something will hit or they'll make a mistake. So, like, something that will hit is like Hidden Ability, Incineroar. It's great in doubles, it's decent in singles. People love it, because if you have Intimidate on Incineroar, he's reasonably bulky, even though he's a little bit slow, he hits reasonably hard. And with Intimidate, you kind of get a lot of bang for your buck, especially in doubles, as a sort of a defensive niche, especially in Dark and Fire, that don't get a lot of that. Speed Boost Blaziken was probably a mistake. Speed Boost Blaziken was probably a mistake. Speed Boost Blaziken is so good, and he completely eliminated any reason to use Infernape, even with Iron Fist, which is a shame. Sorry, Infernape, but you're just completely outclassed now. But Speed Boost Blaziken is just amazing. But with Galar's starters, they did a good job making them sort of competitively viable and balanced, even with their standard abilities. But then when they get their hidden abilities, which were available from Pokemon Home, they're just amazing now, especially Rillaboom and Cinderace. Like, those two are just so commonly used, because Grassy Glide, Rillaboom just does so much to support his team, and then he can Grassy Glide. You can just, like, Choice Band Grassy Glide. It's so good, Choice Band Grassy Glide. Because you get the power boost from stab and from the grass terrain type, plus the priority, plus the high attack. It's just so good.
Yeah.
And then Cinderace gets Libero, which gives it sort of the ability... There was a similar ability on Greninja called Protean, and it changes the user's type to match the type of the move that they used. And that's just useful, because not only do you always get a power boost from always having stab, but it has huge defensive implications as well. So, like, oh, I'm fighting a psychic type? I'm going to go ahead and use Sucker Punch, and now not only do I get stab, I'm a dark type. You know, so you can really do some, like, mean things with that. And Libero... Cinderace has just been great. Cinderace was great before, but with Libero, he's just even better. But those Surge abilities, because Indeedee gets that as his hidden ability, Indeedee has really gotten, like, a lot of... Indeedee, for me, as a Psychic-type trainer, is just so good, because Indeedee has Psychic Surge, so he supports his whole team, but then he can also learn Expanding Force from the tutor, so he has a great stab move to use, and actually... If you use it with choice specs, it hits just as hard as Max Mindstorm, which is amazing. So he can hit just as hard with a normal move as he can when he's Dynamaxed, which is insane. But he's also part normal type, which again is great because most people try to counter psychic types, especially other psychic trainers, will load up on Shadow Ball. He's part normal type. Good luck with that. So, you know, Indeedee is he's just solid. I mean, he doesn't have the best stats, but I think sometimes people put too much emphasis on stats, and they don't look at typing or moves or abilities or things like that, because those are very, very important.
Right.
There was a competitive use of Pachirisu a few years ago that kind of took everybody by surprise. This guy was just murdering everyone with a Pachirisu that had Nuzzle.
Wait, what does Nuzzle do?
Nuzzle is a very lightly damaging attack that also paralyzes.
Oh.
So
it's like Thunder Wave with a little bit of damage.
It's like giving you the hug, you know?
Yeah.
So when Josmy was talking about her...
rubbing your socks against the floor, going up to somebody and touching them.
When Josmy was talking about her Pachirisu plushie, I was thinking about mentioning that in the comments about, like, oh, there was a competitively viable Pachirisu a few years ago. And that sort of ties into Elite Four Karen from the Johto region, who said, you know, strong Pokemon, weak Pokemon, that is only the selfish perception of people. Truly skilled trainers should win with their favorites. I mean, that's true. Everybody can say, like, oh, well, my favorite Pokemon is outclassed, or what I said about Infernape. Oh, Blaziken outclasses Infernape. That's not a reason to not use Infernape. I mean, Infernape is a really good Pokemon, and it can do very, very good things, and so if you like Infernape, use Infernape. Don't be worried about people saying, oh, well, I'm min-maxed, and I did all the stat calculation. I mean, I've wrecked people with a Swoobat. Okay, so just use what you like.
Yeah.
Not that I like Swoobat. I have this weird OCD thing where I'm going to master the Psychic type completely, and so I use all of them.
So we know which gym you'd open up. And you'd probably even put a dollhouse in there for good reason. No! I'm pretty far without a battle there. It was a rare candy after all.
Rare Candy has gained functionality in recent years because it used to just give you a level, but now Rare Candy has another use, which a lot of people are very happy for. Sometimes you might get a Pokemon in a trade, or you might not be paying attention and your Pokemon will reach level 100 and it's not fully evolved. And, oh, what do I do? And you used to just be stuck. Now you can feed a level 100 Pokemon a Rare Candy and it will evolve. So...
Wow, that's actually a really good feature.
They've done a lot of things with later generations to sort of take a lot of the pain out of making a mistake. So in this game, for example, if you use a stone to evolve a Pokemon, it won't learn any more moves unless it learns that move only in its evolved form. So there's certain moves it can learn only in its evolved form, but it won't learn any of the moves from its previous form. Like, it will stop. And it won't learn very many moves in its evolved form. And so that was sort of the trade-off, and I understand Game Freak's perspective from a game design kind of perspective, where they wanted to just say, oh, this is an interesting choice. You can increase your stats and maybe gain a secondary typing, but you're gonna not learn more moves. So do you keep your Pokemon weaker and learn all these like really good moves, or do you take this immediate power boost? Which is an interesting game design thing, but the drawback to that is, let's say you made a mistake. There's no way to take that back or to fix it. They sort of remedied that a little bit when they introduced Stadium, and then one of the rewards you could get from Stadium was to teach a Pokemon a move that it had forgotten or that it would have learned previously. The problem with that was, for the Stone Evolved Pokemon, those moves didn't appear in the Stone Evolved Pokemon's lists because Growlithe is not Arcanine, or Starmie is not Staryu. So that didn't really solve the problem for the Stone Evolved Pokemon. So now they've changed it where the Stone Evolved Pokemon all have that in their learn set. And so that sort of disincentivizes waiting to evolve, and it kind of makes it like, oh, I can just get my stat boost right away. But it's also sort of a quality of life issue, and there just really wasn't any way to have one without the other. I mean, so they had the interesting choice, and oh, we're going home. Okay.
Glug glug gulp. If you want to go to Saffron City, you can go on through. I'll share this with the other guards. Oh, I only need to buy one. You're gonna share a single bottle of water with all the guards.
That seems rather unwise during a pandemic.
Yeah, all right. Well, just in general, even without a pandemic, it just seems really like that must be like this huge tank of water, what you got from a vending machine. Just all right. We understand game mechanics prevent people from grinding it out too much and having to give water to every single guard. Can appreciate that little bit of design, quality of life. At least to be determined. Improved capture rates. Tried on those hard-to-catch Pokemon. Well, we got a couple already, thank goodness. Probably need to stock up with a few more. Wait, you again? Being evil makes me feel so alive!
Does it? No.
Yeah, does it now? Silph off this building. I'm a security guard. Suspicious kids I don't allow in. Especially not after last time. It's like you guys just received a thrashing and you're ready for another one now, huh?
Go in that house. That's Mr. Psychic's house.
I was going to read the sign too. Mr. Psychic's house.
TM29 teaches Psychic.
Wait. Don't say a word.
You wanted this.
You wanted this. TM29 is Psychic. It can lower the target's special abilities. And does it also attack? Does it also deal damage?
Yes, it does.
That was one of those ones.
Don't use it on Mirai, because he'll learn it on his own.
That's for someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I don't think it can actually even go on anyone right now. It probably won't even go on Psychic types.
Electabuzz can learn it. Magmar can learn it.
That's surprised. Wait. Particular can learn it.
Yeah, the ghost types can learn it. That's actually a good Pokemon to use it for.
Depending how things go, though, I'm not going to spend it on particular just yet. And that's kind of a big maybe. Because we still have to catch Toon. And Fly is really useful, even though eventually Kyle will get us Surf.
You might want to just throw it in the PC for the time being.
Yeah, I think I'll do that for now.
The old standard Gengar set hasn't changed much. Nowadays, he actually has stab moves, so he uses Shadow Ball and Sludge Bomb, or some people use Sludge Wave.
We're gonna put Pokemon on the world. No.
But Thunderbolt and Psychic do still occasionally appear on a Gengar moveset. Psychic not so much anymore, because Psychic isn't as useful with all the Dark and Steel types running around. But Thunderbolt is still commonly used for coverage.
Alright, now I remember. Where was I? When was I? Who was we? Now, unfortunately, the anime ruined me a little bit for the Pokemon centers because I can't see Nurse Joy without thinking about Brock. Can't help but think about like Brock about like in any activity he does, involving like almost any female character. I'm like, yeah, Brock would be all over everything. Poor guy. Did they ever resolve that for him? I think they wrote him off the show a little bit to stick around with one professor for a while.
I don't honestly know what happened to Brock. He just sort of went away one day. And then the other thing is, some of those characters will just randomly appear from time to time, intermittently, in later seasons for no reason, which is nice, but it's just kind of...
It's kind of there.
I didn't really keep up with the anime after Kanto, because I didn't like the Orange Islands because they weren't in a game. And then by the time they got to Johto... The other thing was, when they finally did get to Johto, the pacing was so slow. There were...
I don't remember the Johto pacing so much, but I guess it might have been. I'd like the Orange Islands arc because, well, besides the fact that we got Tracy and a really cool Scyther there was also some Charizard redemption that went on later on versus the Dragonite. So that was actually really cool.
I got back into it a little bit with Black and White because Black and White was sort of my Pokemon Renaissance, and then after Diamond Pearl. And I really enjoyed Black and White, and then X and Y was good too. I like Clement. Clementic gear on! I mean, he has the nerd suit with the back at his...
Yeah.
Then they kind of went the more cartoony Disney XD style with Alola that I didn't particularly like, so I didn't stick with it.
Well, I said he'll take this town. Well, Giovanni just said he'll take everything. They literally took over absolutely everything. The Master of Psychic Pokemon has a better ring to it than the Lightning American. Well, to me, it's really odd that there's a fighting dojo in the middle of the Psychic-type gym town.
So they were originally the gym, and then Sabrina went and crushed them and took their certification away.
Oh. Did they even mention that here?
Mm-hmm.
I would have... Dumb me never even noticed that. I always... guess I always sped through the text here. I remember these sprites. Oh, and you're still at the top of the list. This works. Give him the touch. Can flick his mind from across the room. Just right in the forehead. Man, I had never played through with the Psychic line. I can see why it would be so appealing to most everybody.
You might want to side beam that, just because of the level difference.
Yeah. Oh, I give up. The Prime Fighters across the land train here. Oh, I should have trained harder. I hear you're good, show me. If you don't mind losing the same way again. I'll just be like, oh, it's another Sabrina kind of person. Dang.
Bro, do you even live with my mind?
Yeah. Dost thou even hoist? I lift the books, good sir. I break boulders for training.
Not fortunate for you.
Oof. But don't feel bad. My friends, it's a psychic power. Oh, you don't say! Oh, you don't say. If this were the nearly 25 years ago, I probably would have been training some of these extra Pokemon that I've caught to their evolved forms. Like Primate. I liked using a Primate in the past.
Now, when I played this, I saw a lot of what you're doing right now.
So this is just kind of like a trip down memory lane for you at this point. And it's probably not even that far away of a memory because you probably replayed through most of the games every now and again. So your last playthrough of this could have only been a year or so ago, even.
I'll tell you honestly, Nintendo had that sale for Pokemon Day, which today's actually the last day at Best Buy. It ended everywhere else yesterday. I almost bought Let's Go Eevee, and I'm not entirely sure that I won't.
Nothing wrong with that.
With the backlog I have, it's just kind of like, you want to play through Pokemon again? Yes, I do.
Despite your backlog, I'm gonna Pokemon it. Now I can't tell if he's saying grunt because he was actually like vocally making a sound, or if he's just calling you a grunt. I am the karate master. I am the leader here. You wish to challenge us? Expect no mercy. Fwah! The fight means everything.
You won't actually get that for a while. Aura Sphere is basically Hadouken, and Sky Uppercut is basically Shoryuken. So...
Huh. Makes sense.
We'll have to bear that in mind if we ever make a Pokemon to represent Toon in a later game.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if anyone can actually learn both of them, though.
Really?
Lucario can learn Aura Sphere, but I don't think it can learn Sky Uppercut. Not many things learn...
Just hoi hoi! Oh, wrong game. Torch Fu forever!
Maybe Blaziken can? Because I think they made Aura Sphere into a... Yeah, Aura Sphere is a technical record now, but nothing wins it. I mean, nothing learns it. So it's like... That's one of the wonderful things. Oh, we made this into a technical record. Great! And then you look at the learn pool for it. Why? So in Generation 5, they introduced technical machines that don't break when you use them. Like, TMs were just reusable infinitely, which was great, and everybody loved it. It was quality of life thing, and then old people like me were complaining, it just made the game too easy, and then I actually did it, and it was like, quality of life wins out. But they decided with Galar that did make the game a little bit too easy. So what they did was, there are still TMs, and they're still infinitely reusable, but now there's a second set of moves. It's like just as long, and they're called technical records, and the records break when you use them. So most of the better moves that you would want, Flamethrower, Fire Blast, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Aura Sphere, Nasty Plot, all of that, those are technical records. And you get those from max raid battles usually.
Which one to get here? Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan?
I might suggest Hitmonlee, simply because Hitmonchan's best moves are not going to be very good on it, because his special rating will be low, and most of his better moves are the elemental punches for coverage. So in Generation 1, you might be better off with Hitmonlee, simply because Hitmonlee is going to actually do physical damage.
Right. I can't even remember which one I would normally pick, because I preferred Hitmontop. bit from Chen 2.
I was heartbroken when I found that there were not enough characters to name a Hitmontop Hitmon Norris, because I wanted to name it after Chuck Norris, because the roundhouse kick meme, and he does the spin kick. Top. You can't name a Hitmon Norris. There is no Hitmon Norris. We are very sad.
Oh man. Yeah, nicknamed Hitmonlee.
I always took Hitmonchan, but that was when I was young and didn't know anything.
Chan probably would have been good, because then it would make more sense to call it Torch Fu. But then again, there's dive kicks too and everything, so it still works out.
Torch Jitsu forever.
Torch Jutsu? Oh, better. You realize, like, oh, I've been getting it wrong all the time. Still gonna go with this, though.
I mean, there's Cub Fu, and then that evolves into the Urshifu. I made the mistake of taking the Wushu form of Urshifu on my Shield game.
Mm-hmm.
And why that was a mistake was not because the Wushu form isn't as good or anything like that. I actually would rather have had the water type for my own usage. But then when you go to the Galar Star Tournament, Mustard will have whichever one you don't take. And just having that dark type there is just so annoying to me as I'm training my stuff up. So I could have saved myself a lot of aggravation and annoyance if I would have just taken the dark type Urshifu.
So with so much cash, I can actually just get a couple more of these. Wouldn't hurt. There we go. Alright, so how do we go ahead and accomplish everything in the city now? Or anything in the city? I've so long forgotten. Because I'll just have to explore.
If you go to the top of the Pokemon Tower and defeat Team Rocket with Marowak, because right now the thing that's going on is Marowak's soul is restless because Team Rocket is at the top of the Pokemon Tower, so you have to fight your way all the way to the top of the tower and allow Marowak to finally be at rest. And then Mr. Fuji will be nice to you, and he will give you a Poke Flute, and then you can get rid of the Snorlax. And then you can make the decision whether or not, at that point, that should unlock the Silphco Siege. It will also enable you to get further south, so then you can either go to Fuchsia City, or you can go to Saffron City. So you'll be able to get 2 gym badges in relatively short order once you beat the tower.
Okay, so the tower is back over in Lavender, right? Mm-hmm. So I actually didn't finish it? I'm surprised. The floor looked empty there.
You have to go all the way to the top.
I thought I did. Alright. Take us away, Fred Jones. We can more easily get into the city now. How are the stats? Oh, they're probably fine. Boom, 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 boom,
Was that guy wearing a hockey mask in the lobby?
Now I want to go back and check.
Or is that just his sprite is weird looking? Because, I mean, that's kind of disturbing.
It's just the way the sprite looks. I can almost kind of see it, though.
Yeah, it's a sideburn. Okay. I was going to say, Jason Voorhees or Toon meets you in the...
Yeah, meets you in the tower. Like, oh, hi guys, I'm just here. Like, oh, Toon, what are you doing here? Holding a shovel? Drinking a smoothie? Just not a smoothie in your hand.
He's dancing on the graves of all the Inklings he splatted.
Oh, I'm sure there'd be more than just Inklings in that graveyard.
I would suggest you to just kill any ghost Pokemon that come up against Mirage, just because...
Oh yeah, that's right, you said the IV stuff.
Yeah, the EVs are very, very useful.
I mean, EVs.
So, IVs are the individual values that a Pokemon has.
Boo. Bees are harmful.
And, so... What that means is, when you capture a Pokemon, it will randomly have a value between 0 and 31 for each of the stats.
Right.
And that's what makes them unique and special, except for the fact that in competitive play, everyone wants 31s, and that's what hyper training is for, or breeding. Although there are certain situations where breeding is actually more useful than hyper training, because you might want a 0 stat in something. For example, if you want minimal speed, if you're doing Trick Room, or if you want... On most special sweepers, it's actually beneficial to have as low of attack as possible, just because if somebody confuses you, confusion damage is calculated off of physical attack, and you're not using that stat anyway.
Somebody confuses you. Well, that's not too easy to do to me.
But,
Or, that's not too hard to do to me, is what I mean.
EVs are effort
confused.
values, and whenever you defeat a Pokemon, it has a value assigned to it based on its species. And those values are between 1 and 3. And it's usually tied to the highest stat the Pokemon has. Sometimes it will give you EVs in 2 different stats. That's unusual. Most of the time it's just in 1 stat. And you will get points towards a total. The most you can have in any 1 stat is 255.
Oh, so dumb.
Here comes the Sylph Scope. You can't catch that.
I say, I'm probably certain I can't catch that because you were just saying this is a ghost.
If you throw the ball, it'll give you a message.
I could have given it a try. What would it normally say, if you recall?
I think it just dodges it. The ghost was the restless soul
Of Cubone's mother. The mother's soul was calmed. It departed to the afterlife. And we caught that Cubone earlier. Don't worry, Cubone's in good hands. Never be seen again.
Now
I apologize.
A bunch of punk rockets holding Mr. Fuji hostage. Jerks.
Ah.
Mr. Fuji was there to...
Stop them.
Yeah. Mr. Fuji is a nice man who takes care of all of the wayward Pokemon, but he also worked on the project that created Mewtwo. He used to be Dr. Fuji.
Oh.
And that's part of the reason why he runs the Pokemon House, is to make amends for the things that he did. Blaine was also a part of that development project in the manga.
Well, I think he, even in the normal lore, he was a part of the project. I don't know how well that's hinted at. I don't fully recall. Just to do some leveling here.
So with EVs, effort values are, you get them when you defeat a Pokemon, and up to a value. Each stat can have a maximum of 255, and a Pokemon can have a maximum of 510. The way that it works, though, is that every 4 points correlates to 1 point in that stat. So the highest value you can have that actually is divisible by 4 is 252. So if you want to have the maximum benefit from your effort value distribution, you want to go, if you want to max out 2 of your stats, you would go 252 in 2 stats, then throw 4 into another stat just to get 1 point in an extra stat, assuming you're doing a maximizing build. Like, let's say you're doing a special sweeper. You'd do like 252 in speed, 252 in special attack, and then you would dump the 1 point, the 4 in another stat that would be beneficial. You might want to put it in HP, depending on what the Pokemon's HP value is, because there's some people that would calculate that out for leftovers being optimized or whatever, so you might want it in special defense or something, physical defense. It just depends on what the species is. A lot of people nowadays will throw it into just special defense, but it really should be more tailored to the Pokemon, I find.
Right.
But that's how EV training works. And it used to be that you would have to grind certain species of Pokemon. They made it easier to do those grinds starting in Generation 5. They would have swarms or things like that where you could really get a lot of EVs in a hurry. And they would also have hotspots where there would be routes where only Pokemon that gave attack EVs would spawn on a route, even though there were different Pokemon.
That Golbat sprite gets me every time. It's just so insane. Yeah.
It's disturbing.
Oh!
But So that was something that they did to kind of make it easier, and then they've made it easier in subsequent generations and things like that. And nowadays you can actually, with the Pokejobs in Galar, you can send a Pokemon to the university. So if anyone was wondering what those Pokejobs actually do, when you send a Pokemon to the Hammerlock University, and it'll say like Speed Seminar. If you choose the Speed Seminar, you can have the Pokemon EV train for speed, and then depending on how long you leave it there, will determine how many EVs it gets. And that goes all the way from a whole day, which if you leave it there with a power item, so you have to give it like power lens, power bracer, power anklet, whatever, the power items that are used for EV training stats. Yeah. If you make the Pokemon hold a power lens, and then you leave it in the appropriate seminar for a full day of 24 hours, it will get exactly 252 in that stat, which makes it very, very handy, and takes a lot of the grindiness out of it. And then if you set it for just a little and it has no held item, then it'll be back in an hour and it'll gain 4. So you can have Pokemon competitively trained up in about 2 days. With EVs without having to worry about EV training in the wild like you used to. There's items that Altio encountered earlier in this run, HP up, and then there's other vitamins like zinc, carbos, iron, calcium. Those items, when they say they boost a stat, they put EVs in that stat. So each vitamin drink you drink puts plus 10 to one of the EVs for a stat. So to take some of the grind out of it, people
disappeared.
Might, drink a lot of calcium or whatever. There used to be a cap of 10, though, so you could only distribute 100 EVs into a stat.
Calcium.
Through that method. I think they've since removed the cap. And then in Unova, they introduced items that you would get from bird Pokemon that were flying overhead. They were wings, like Swift Feather, or not wings feathers, like Swift Feather, things like that. And those will give exactly 1 point into a stat. So I think nowadays you can actually do it with just vitamins and feathers, but I don't know why you wouldn't just use the university, unless you're like really in a hurry or something. But... And then also nowadays they have things like hyper training. So hyper training was a way, that was more for IVs though, but hyper training is a way for you to give a Pokemon stat boosts. So let's say you have your starter, you've grown attached to it, you shared your journey with it, you really want to use it, but it just doesn't have the stats to be competitively viable. Or you capture a legendary and the RNG wasn't kind to you and you just don't feel like resetting 5,000 times.
Right.
You can go now, and once the Pokemon has to be level 100, but once it reaches level 100, you can take it and hyper train it and pay with bottle caps, 1 per stat, and then for each bottle cap, it will boost the value to what it should be. What people should know about hyper training is that for breeding purposes, it does not overwrite the value. It treats it as though it were 31, but it doesn't actually make it 31. So hyper training, like you can't take a Pokemon, hyper train it, and then think you're going to be able to breed 31 IVs from it. That won't work. So it limits its usefulness for breeding, but if you want to use that particular one, and I find that bottle caps are best used on legendary Pokemon for that reason, because they can't breed anyway. Another Pokemon that benefits from it a lot is Dracovish, because he's a fossil, and he can't breed anyway, and he's really good. Fishious Ren Strongjaw Dracovish is like the biggest mistake of the last generation. That and the Gorilla Tactics Darmanitan, like what were you thinking? It's a free choice band as an ability, and you can actually attach a real choice band to it, and they stack.
What?
Galarian Darmanitan with Gorilla Tactics and a choice band hits with like the force of a small nuke. I mean, it's just... Or you can give it a choice scarf and make it really, really fast and still get the benefit as though you had like a choice band and a choice scarf.
Wow.
Did you playtest this at all? No.
Probably not. Actually, was enough to finish him off. I was like, tackle might not be enough. I hate to waste a turn. Okay, good. Like maybe with the same element boost and the level difference might be enough to take it out. And Sylveon wipes it. Clean sweep. Always knew Sylveon could do it, though. Don't fight us, Rockets. I just did.
Broquetto.
You're not getting away with this. Continues to get away with it. Heh. You came to save me? Thank you. But I came here of my own free will. I came to calm the soul of Cubone's mother. I think Marowak's spirit has gone to the afterlife. I must thank you for your kind concern. Follow me to my home. Pokemon House is at the foot of this tower. Mr. Fuji's been praying alone for Cubone's mother. Why did Marowak die? It's so warm. Pokemon are so nice to hug. Wouldn't expect Psyduck to be very warm, though. Altio, your Pokedex quest may fail without love for your Pokemon. I think this may help your quest. Pokeflute! Upon hearing Pokeflute, sleeping Pokemon will spring awake. It works on all sleeping Pokemon.
So,
Has my flute helped you?
in this
Not yet.
in this game, the Pokeflute actually can be used in battle, and it'll have the same effect as an awakening.
Oh,
They have since removed that function from some of the remakes and things, but that's really useful. Also, if you're in battle and you simply want to waste a turn, because there can be a situation where you might just want to waste a turn, play the flute.
interesting to know. Huh. So I can throw away all my awakenings now, put them right into the PC. I think I already did put some away. No, I didn't. I still have them there. Not anymore. Oh, I have to use that rare candy in the next thing that gets a level up.
That was another thing that they changed, similar to Rare Candy. It used to be that once a Pokemon hit level 100, it couldn't gain effort points anymore. And now it can. So you can still, if you have a Pokemon that's at level 100, you can still give it EVs. Like, it used to not be able to get them.
Mm-hmm.
The way that it will calculate it, though, its stats used to... I don't know if this has since changed in Galar. I suspect that it has. But it used to be that you would not actually get the benefit of those EVs until you deposited it in the PC and then took it out again, because the game had to recalculate.
Right.
But I think now you just get it right away, because I think Hyper Training works that way.
And so I'll put away the awakenings. And so where's the closest Snorlax? Just right there if I were heading over to the downward slope of the bike route?
The easiest one to get... Well, you can get to both of them relatively easily. You can fly to Vermilion and head east.
Yeah.
Or you can fly to Celadon and head west. So they're both pretty accessible now. The route to Fuchsia City is easier on Cycling Road. There will be trainers on Cycling Road. If you go the other way, you'll have a lot more trainers and there'll be more Pokemon to capture. The other way also includes another fishing guru.
And he gives you a different rod, he gives you different Pokemon, which is probably going to be related to, like, what, Goldeen?
Mm-hmm. I think he gives you the good rod. If I'm not mistaken, because it's been a while and I don't fish, I think the super rod is in Fuchsia, though, and that just completely outclasses both of the other rods. But
no, that'll do. Isn't that right? You had to go to Fuchsia first and then go back to,
I think you can go straight to Saffron, but Sabrina's Pokemon will be a higher level than Koga's. So it might be difficult to defeat her right now.
Right. Yeah, I recall that being, like, the one thing that, like, the anime had done differently than the actual in-game play.
Well, Marsh is a weird name for a Psychic-type badge. You would think that it would have been the Soul badge. That was something that got mixed up.
That's another mix-up, I think that, yeah, I recall that now. Badges were mixed up.
No, he's still there. You have to go through self-co then. But you should be able to go into self-co now.
Should be.
Yep.
Yep. He's taking a snooze.
So the choice is yours. You can head south and go to Fuchsia City and defeat Koga and do some stuff in the Safari Zone, catch a Snorlax, or you can go and do the Siege of Silphco.
I think I want to catch Toon first, and then Siege the Silphco. Oh, what? Oh, okay. A sleeping Pokemon blocks the way! Also, you played the Pokeflute. I didn't hit save. Well, good thing I have a second attempt. Save what?
Toon attacked in a grumpy rage.
It's a nice little diddly. Snorlax woke up. Yeah, Toon woke up with that grumpy rage. I love you're able to give the direct quotes. Oh, Fred Jones, you are so poorly underleveled. I want to see if Kyle can stand a chance because he's kind of beefy too. Some chip damage in. How much health does he have? Because the Dragon Wrench does exactly 40, right?
Mm-hmm. He's pretty beefy.
He is pretty beefy.
And he has rest, which will infuriate you to know it.
I do recall him having that. Let's just see what we can... Ooh, yeah, geez. It might be better to go with.
Amnesia will raise his special by 2 levels. Amnesia is really busted in this game because it's sort of like being able to not just get the buff that you would normally get from Amnesia now, where it's +2 to special defense, but because special is not yet split, it also basically gives you a free nasty plot. So like Amnesia Mewtwo is just a nightmare.
Oh man, I can believe it. I remember Amnesia always being quite the thing.
His catchphrase is pretty... Oh, God. I was going to say his catchphrase is pretty low, but... Never mind!
Alright!
Thanks, RNG.
Toon's like, screw it. I'm not joining in. Snorlax, sleeping. Very lazy. Just eats and sleeps. As its round bulk builds, it becomes steadily more slothful. We're just going to put it in all caps. Toon was transferred. It's a long way back just to withdraw Toon. It's not that bad, though.
One of the great things in Pokemon Stadium back in the early generations when it was on the N64 was watching a Snorlax use Earthquake. Because he would just kind of jump, and then his feet would touch the... just because he was so heavy, and then you'd see the...
Yeah, the animations in the Stadium games were top-notch. They were so good.
I would like it if they'd make another similar style game. Like, it doesn't have to be Stadium in name. It could be something like Battle Revolution or something, where it's just a game that's more battling. But I don't think that they'll make anything like that now that the battles are already in 3D and the main games are already on the console. They'll be like, you have the Battle Tower for the... Yeah, but the Battle Tower doesn't offer as many modes or the variety you want. It'd be great if they had something that worked sort of like... The best post-game mode they ever had was in Black and White 2, which was the Pokemon World Tournament, where every gym leader and all the champions... I mean, if you could just have a mode, especially for the 25th anniversary, I'm really hoping maybe they have something like this in the new Diamond Pearl, where they have a kind of Pokemon World Tournament sort of situation to have like every Elite Four, every gym leader, every, you know, champion, even like throw the villain team leaders in there. Why not? I mean, just make it so that like any named character. I mean, there's other named characters. You can just.
Good morning, Toon. Hey Kyle, what's up?
Good morning, Kyle. Happy Pokemon Day to you.
Indeed. And if you said something before saying hi when you said I mean, nothing had shown up. I think YouTube ate your message. And you've completed 3D World. Congratulations, man. We'll be doing that soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here. Do I have a TM right now that you recommend for Toon? As his Snorlax form?
Well, it depends on how you want to build him. So, are you going to build him more for bulk? Or are you going to build him more for attack?
I guess attack.
We could do sort of a hybrid thing. Keep Rest, keep Body Slam, and then run like Amnesia and then a good special attack and do that. Psychic TM would be useful for him. I don't recall if Snorlax can learn Psychic. I think that it can. I'm not sure.
I don't remember which teams are which. So we'll just stop there. I'm going to check it out now.
Psychic would also be useful if you want to do the Amnesia build, but we don't have one. I was going to say you could use it on a Slowbro or Starmie.
Yeah, they also use that a lot.
Slowbro can actually learn Amnesia, though. It's like Amnesia Slowbro is... Yep, I was right. He can learn it.
Wow.
Soak in particular.
Toon learns Psychic. It's very, very fitting.
He's been hanging out with me too long. Bad influence.
Well, he studies a lot of stats. And
he does.
Stats and numbers are Toon's thing, and he makes very good predictions based on that. It's a different type of psychic. You know, it's a bit more material kind of a psychic.
And then he'll use Amnesia first, so he'll have forgotten it all, and then he'll figure it out again. It's like Amnesia.
It says, I found the models for Blender, but I have to format them. Oh, interesting. Well, good. I'm glad you actually found some stuff. Which type of models were you looking for? Did you find that headband you were looking for? When you format them, what do you gotta do? It sounds interesting. Hopefully it's not too lengthy of an explain. Found the headband. Nice. Right, okay. Steam Filmmaker and the work of Gmod, but not Blender. So, sounds pretty tricky, but nothing a few tutorials won't resolve, right? Actually, did I leave the bicycle in the thing? It did. That's unfortunate. Not sure if I remember. I think it's something to do with folders. Wow, there was quite a lot going on here. Sorry about this, guys. Just doing some catch-up here, but it's not too bad. materialize my bicycle through cyberspace. Oh, okay. Just tell me what, Now, I read it in the DMs. Yeah, you didn't have to tell me what you were trying to say. I was just trying to let you know that we wouldn't have seen it. And then, rest in peace, G's Twitter account. Sorry that happened to you, buddy. That's rather unfortunate. It's gonna be all the way at the bottom. And now I'm kind of going to have to play... slider puzzle here. Actually, I think it'll be fine as is. I think by this point I usually had like a golem. I loved going over the, like fighting some of the guys on this bridge or something with it. Something in particular memory about it. I'm going for a ride with my girlfriend. Oh, congratulations. That must be her. We're going riding together. Hooray! Sounds awesome. Oh, I'll automatically put you on the bike.
Cycling room.
Of course, if I probably didn't have my bike on me, I wouldn't be allowed on the road, would I?
No, you wouldn't.
Okay.
It is closed to pedestrian traffic.
Oh, jump to the top of the list. Well, good. Ha! As you guys both missed. Probably because it's a high-speed fight on bikes. I can imagine my character here just bicycling really fast against this. Against this motorcycle.
Now you have the Yu-Gi-Oh meme. Card games on motorcycle.
Melt him. He's already goop. I also found a whole bunch of other gear while searching for the headband, including Toon's mask. Nice. Over to Tiki. The level difference is gonna hurt a bit. So what does Nightshade do?
Nightshade is a fixed damage move just as seismic toss is.
Okay. How much damage?
Equal to level.
Equal to level? Oh, just like seismic toss. Yeah, that's right.
Haha. Ghost Pokemon were very strong in Generation 1 because most of the moves were normal type. The fighting type immunity is really just a bonus.
The icing on the cake. Don't you dare laugh! Or Jasmine says, "Big." Really just hanging here. What's it to you? A lot, actually. Nice bike, hand it over. You're already on a bike. Punk.
Cue ball.
Yeah, Cue Ball wants to fight. I always wondered why the guy was called Cue Ball, and I never figured it out that it was based on him being bald. Uppercut this child. Yeah, I'll swap. Give Sylveon some experience here. And bam. Yeah, we'll just put over tackle that guaranteed first attack. Everyone's basically Super Pikachu at this point. No. No! Okay, that's fine. Well, thanks for leering twice. Knockout. Darn right. Forget it. Who needs your bike?
His sprite has that full head of hair.
Yeah.
And then he's the...
That reminds me. Heal some Jawsme here. And do some swapping. Kyle's had some fights in a while. So him and Sylveon being the top of the roster right here, moving up particular. I got 4 of the same sprites here. Come out and play, little mouse. Alright, typing damage bonus helps. What nice. My team used to be all of the same sprites except for Pikachu.
I had that same problem for a long time until they got rid of them. Actually, those little sprites there that they show, those are actually the basis for our modern egg groups. So if you ever wondered where, like, Monster Egg Group, Fairy Egg Group, Water One Egg Group, those old sprites were the basis for the modern egg groups. Way back in the day.
They started having some different sprites in Gen 2 though, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
They used a bit more. I don't think they were Pokemon particular, but they had at least a wider variety.
Yep.
Of representation.
Mm-hmm.
I hate losing. Get away from me! Actually, still has the same sprites except for Pikachu and Bulbasaur. Yeah, with Bulbasaur they give him like the flower one, right? Hey, you bumped me! Weezing! That's a pretty powerful Weezing. Jeez. Even that basic tackle could end up doing a lot of damage. What does a bite do? I want to know. Not nearly as much as the...
Weezing's pretty bulky on its defensive stats. You might want to use Dragon Rage.
Yeah, I was starting to look at that. It's not probably going to make a passive uses. Sludge again. But I'll use the Rage. Good, he used the tackle, so Kyle's all set. Perfect! So he's definitely going to level up off of that. And we'll give Kyle an extra... I still have the rare candy. Fuchsia from Vermilion using a coastal road. Oh, okay. Cool. Kyle leveled up. Not wasting any EV stuff here, and I need the same treatment. Yeah, try giving particular a little bit of action here. I'm feeling hungry and mean. So you're hangry?
Angry. There's actually a hangry Pokemon now. Morpeko. From Galar. It's like a dark type Pikachu. And it has a hangry form.
Wow.
It's weird when it turns into its angry form. It'll like turn like black and purple, and it'll have like red eyes and like a yeah on its face.
Huh.
It does that. It alternates typing between turns when it uses Aura Wheel, because it's weird like electric type hamster wheel move.
So you're getting a lot of lag there, Jaws. Is it just lag for the video? Is it lag for all the stuff that your device is running? But more so, it's actually kind of raining out here. It's a nice, calm, rainy day here in Pittsburgh, which kind of makes the internet act up a little bit, especially here at Toon's house sometimes. That, combined with it's always raining in your region, probably doesn't help things either.
I am sorry for the lag. Ink doesn't splat people. Lag splats people.
Pretty much. Good. I'm so glad you hurt yourself in your confusion. No, you don't. That's hilarious. That should be enough.
That looks just like a strange, ungrammatical sentence. It doesn't affect particular...
Bad, bad, bad. I like my Pokemon ferocious. They tear up enemies. Oh, so you're the one who's filling up the tower. Jerk. Sure, I'll go. Go away? This.
Oh, the trolling you can do with a Haunter.
Certainly. No, but Particular is kind of running out of power points for moves. So we're gonna swap in Sylveon here. Darn. With was kind of hoping for Grimer to hurt itself off the confusion, thanks to Haunter, or Particular here. But that's alright. Oh, you didn't want Sylveon to get so damaged. Keep doing the swap out training, which has been very effective throughout the entirety of this playthrough. And it was probably just the norm. Hit yourself. Nice. Go, Sylveon. Oops. I'll go for it one more time. Make you confused, get licked until you're paralyzed. Oh, jeez. Body slam instead. Okay, well. You have a high amount of regular defense, especially because you're goopy. You can absorb lots of physical attack. Makes sense.
Disable is kind of strange for me because I'm used to... They've changed it, so it used to disable a random move. Now it disables the last move used. So I'm always watching this, I'm expecting it to and then it disables something completely different, and I'm thinking, oh yes, it changed that. So it's... One of the things that's nice about Pokemon is just that it's kept... A lot of the fans have been around for a long time, but then it also gets new fans, and I'm always interested in the perspective of what it's like for people that had a different experience than me. Like, you know, we're the older folks that started with the original games, but, you know, it must be very exciting for people that just got into it, or got into it not all that long ago, and then they have to go back and get caught up with all of that lore, or they go and they see... And that's one of the nice things with the remake games, too. It gives other people an opportunity to experience previous regions or previous generations of Pokemon.
And get the good idea for the most part, especially because like I didn't play 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7, or even 8. I haven't played anything beyond 2. Generation-wise, of course. So it's just, yeah, rather interesting.
I was rather surprised they didn't make a Let's Go for Crystal version. Perhaps they will still do that at some point.
They might. Considering how well the Let's Go games did, they'll definitely do it again at some point. They probably just want to do it too soon, especially because they probably focused all their work on things like the Legends Arceus. So yeah, it'll be. We'll get one at some point. Which one are they gonna go with? But actually focusing on the third game of all the generations would probably be a great idea.
That will only get them into trouble once they get to Generation 5. Because you can do Emerald and Platinum after you do Crystal, but then when you get to Generation 5, there was no third game.
Exactly.
Everyone expected that. They was, ooh, we're gonna get Gray. And then it was...
Something.
Yeah, and then it was White 2 and Black 2, direct sequels. It was the first time it happened. Everyone lost it. They were, oh, what, direct sequel?
You want direct sequel? Yeah, even I was like, dude, wow.
which was cool. And there was precedent for this, because Gold was really more of a direct sequel than any of the other generations had been. Because Gold, you actually do go back to Kanto, and it's set 3 years later.
Yeah.
With the other ones, they're sort of concurrent, just somewhere else. And that was one of the things I liked about Gold, and I liked that about White Tooth, Black Tooth. But then when they did, nobody expected to not get Z for X and Y. The anime even changed itself to XYZ. Everyone was thinking that it's going to be Z. Like, when is Pokemon Z coming out? And then they had all those crazy forms for Zygarde that they added. It was just...
Right. I think it's in here. Idea. No, that doesn't sound too much. Well, that's alright. Don't worry about it.
And Alola did the same thing with the weird thing about Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, were they weren't sequel. Like, no one's sure what that is, but it works with the setting, with the strangeness, with the wormholes and the parallel dimensions. Like, what is this? Is this a remake? Is this a parallel version? Like, what is this? Because it's... The Ultra ones are very close to the original game, too. There's a couple of plot points that are different, and they're different in important ways. I don't want to spoil people.
Yeah.
But for the most part, those are very, very similar to the original games, except for a couple of major plot points that are slightly different. And then also the addition of Episode RR, which is amazing and worth what you paid for the game up front, because Episode RR is great. I myself was a huge fan of Delta Episode, just because I really liked Deoxys, so it's just very cool to finally have Deoxys in the game. It wasn't related to an event giveaway.
It's nice that they kind of made up for that, too.
They didn't seem to do as much of a celebration for the 25th anniversary as they did for the 20th. For the 20th, they had those animated videos that they throw on YouTube, which were really good, Pokemon Generations, and they had 3 videos for each generation. They were actually reasonably good little shorts that captured major moments from the history of the series. And then they also had the 20th anniversary app, which was fun. It was like a photo editing app where you could have pictures of people, like take photo, and then edit them so that they look like text boxes from Pokemon games. They did filters and things. They didn't really do much of that. They had a concert and they revealed a new game, but I mean, they probably would have revealed a new game eventually without the anniversary. So, I mean, in some ways, the 25th anniversary rollout is kind of less impressive. I mean, on the one hand, they did have the big celebration for the 20th anniversary, but, you know, 25th anniversary, sort of more people would think of that as a milestone, because that's a quarter of a century. It's not just a round number, it's a quarter of a century. That's huge.
It is pretty big ordeal. And considering that, like, considering that, it's like Pokemon is only 25 years old. It feels older than that. It honestly does, but it's actually only been 25. It's actually such a humongous franchise, and it's still younger than most other franchises. It's younger than Mario, Mega Man, Sonic, Final Fantasy. Like, that's some actual stuff to consider. And what usually ends up blowing my mind.
One of the nice things about Nintendo as a company is that a lot of companies sort of don't want to take the risk to make new IP, and they'll just kind of milk their classic franchises. I love Capcom, but Capcom does it. I mean, every now and then you will get a new IP. Like Capcom has Monster Hunter, so let's not be unfair to Capcom. But Nintendo has always sort of had this internal ethos where they don't want to have just... The fans want a new game. Like, the fans just want sequel. But Nintendo, they feel like we're not going to make a new game until we believe it can add something. And that's actually the reason why we haven't gotten an F-Zero since GX. People have asked them, well, why don't you make another F-Zero game? And Nintendo internally is just, there's no point. We did what we wanted to do with GX, and until we can show off some sort of new technical capability or radically change the way the gameplay is in a way that benefits the series, there's no reason to make another F-Zero. Because as of right now, GX is the definitive F-Zero experience. And fans might be disappointed with that, but Nintendo doesn't want to just shovel out sequel after sequel after sequel.
It sounds like some sort of re-release is just the best way to go about it then. No reason not to.
But you see that also with their new IPs. Nintendo will really go out of their way to try to make something new and interesting. So Nintendo published Pokemon, and then now we have things like Splatoon. I mean, Splatoon was designed to be a shooter for people who don't like shooters. And they kind of nailed it.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Absolutely.
Smash is a fighter for people who don't like fighters. And there's still controversy in the... You're more into the competitive scene than I am, but there's still controversy as to whether or not Smash counts as a real fighter, because you have some of the purists who'll say it's a party game.
It's give and take there. It is a type of fighting game. It's just not a traditional fighting game. It is a fighting game. It's just its own type of fighting game. That's my take on it, which is probably not too different sounding than some other arguments out there. Probably falls in line with probably one of the two major sides. Sure. You finally finished the SS Anne. Nice, Josmy. I know you're juggling a lot out there. Your own self-tasks, gaming, blundering. Autocorrect suggested that it goes north. Nice.
Maybe it heads north after it heads, because the sprite moves this way, so you would think that it's moving west, but it might move north after it moves west, or perhaps the map is askew, so the perspective we have is oriented in such a way so that west is... So now we're looking at the... I'm thinking about that now, like our perspective on the Pokemon map. If the autocorrect is correct, and it should be correct because it's autocorrect, so in the Pokemon world, west is north, so that means Saffron City is really to the east of Vermilion, and the map is oriented. Oh wow, that's...
confusing. Bit confusing.
So Cinnabar Island is actually to the northwest. Okay.
Yeah, alright then, yeah. Checks out. Some new moves other than Lick. The Confuse or Paralyze is funny, but the low amount of power points on them is just bit grating.
Where Lick lets you down is its low power. With only 20 base power, it really doesn't do enough damage. I mean, the paralysis rate on it is great, and that's why it's worth using, but it's just...
Well, it should be great, but... That's like, how many licks in a row, no paralysis?
How many licks does it take to paralyze a primate?
Almost about 10.
I never made it without Thunderwave. Ask Mr. Rowland.
Burned out! But Josmy wasn't even fighting. Good stuff is lying around on Cycling Road. Oh, okay.
The slope of this was always annoying, because you have to really hold the pad.
Yeah. It's not that big of a deal, though. It's just kind of funny. Go in, comma, particular. Hey, Nightcore. How you doing? Good to see ya. Call you're having a lot of fun there, playing against Senor Putz. Well, he didn't stay confused for long. Also, Nightcore, this here is Professor Mirai. He decided to stop by today for Pokemon Day, and we're eventually gonna have to make it to Saffron and defeat Sabrina.
Hello, Nightcore.
Oh, and it was a crit. Nice. No. He is also actually a real professor.
I'm a real professor, Nightcore. Actually, these are my work clothes, except for the lab coat. I'm a professor of philosophy. The lab coat is more of a Pokemon professor thing. I also wanted to match what Toon and Altio do with their channel because they wear their signature Splatoon items. So the bandana and the hockey mask with the hockey jersey, and mine is the Squid Research Lab coat. So, but these are my real work clothes. This is a silk tie.
Give it one more nightshade. And swap out Particular, because Particular's running low on power points for attacking. Woo! I could barely bump you out of here. Okay. Oh, I didn't get to swap them out. Voltorb? You have a Voltorb on the middle of the cycling road. Everyone else has been like... okay then. Voltorb it is. I claim this to be highly illegal. Actually, no. Sylveon has Body Slam and won't take much of the electrical attack, so... Hurt yourself. Yes! Sweet! And it's get paralyzed from that? Awesome. Gosh! Trolling! No! Ugh.
Self-destruct.
You were supposed to be paralyzed.
Self-destruct and Explosion used to have a modification to their damage calculation where they didn't apply defense. So they did so much damage because they just got to ignore defense.
Right. Oh, man. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I'd want to swap out here. So. I didn't see what he's bringing out, so... I'll let Toon handle it. Only 10 uses for Psychic. That means it's pretty powerful then.
Base power is 90.
Wow, one headbutt. It's like he just took a volleyball and just bammed it across the net.
Headbutt's pretty strong too. His base power is 70, and he gets stab on it. So, Headbutt is actually his strongest move unless you Amnesia first. Toon and Kyle will have Pokemon don't grow at the same rates either. Like some Pokemon get more experience than others.
Yeah.
And so Toon and Kyle are the best candidates for rare candy usage because their species grow at a slower rate.
Okay. Good to know. Of course you missed. Had to crit. So out of fear of critting, we'll just go with that. Why you? Maybe some Pokemon need element stones to evolve. Well, there's no fight stone, so... Huh. Interesting on the differences there. In case you wanted to see, because I know you like technical stuff. Differences when you're using Blender between a material preview, render preview, and material preview. I'm sure you can see the differences in the two.
Ooh, very nice. Which Ampharos is that? Is that the Sitting Cutie Ampharos?
I'm honestly not certain. All I know is that I got this Ampharos while over at the exchange, and that's about it. So I'm sure you'll be able to check the tag on it, tell me if that says anything. Maybe that helps. Guy says here, be a rebel!
I think this might be the Sitting Cutie Ampharos, except it's not a Sitting Cutie because it says Pocket Monster, so this is from Japan. So I think this is an imported equivalent to Sitting Cutie. Yeah, he has the beads. This is Sitting Cutie Ampharos. In the United States, they sell it under the imprint Sitting Cutie, but it's called Pokemon Fit, I want to say, in Japan. And they are weighted with beads so that they can sit in a nice upright position.
Mm-hmm.
And they also, that line is especially nice. That line is especially nice.
Nice.
Because
Ampharos was always the best.
they don't skip anything. So they make all of them. So I have a Sitting Cutie, Abracadabra, and Alakazam sitting on the top of my PlayStation.
Nice.
That's the only Kadabra plushie I've ever seen. And Alakazams are quite rare. But Kadabra never got anything, especially because of the trouble with Uri Geller, so...
Yeah.
Which has since lifted.
Yuri, but yeah, I think he finally lifted it in, like, what, just within this past month. Just, man.
He just was like...
Finally, retribution!
When this came out, I was offended, and I thought that it was making fun of me, or using my image, without my consent or whatever, and then over the years I've come to see what Pokemon means to people, and that I really should have been very flattered that I was honored with a Pokemon named after me. And, I'm glad Kadabra's a thing, and Kadabra should be here to stay, so please make more Kadabra cards and merchandise. So, he changed his mind.
What a great turnaround.
For those that don't know what that controversy was about, Uri Geller was a stage magician whose gimmick was bending spoons with his mind. That was like one of his major signature tricks, and Kadabra carries a spoon. In the United States, we call them Abracadabra and Alakazam. And then in other countries, they, do whatever the magic words would be. So, for example, you might say Abracadabra Simsala. But in Japan, they named them after famous magicians. So, for example, Alakazam's name in Japanese is Fudin, which is a close rendering of Houdini. Kadabra's Japanese name was Yonguru, which is sort of a rendering of Uri Geller. So that's where that came from. So he sees this thing, it has a spoon that it bends, it's named Yonguru, which sounds like his name, and then he got offended because You know, it has like Zener card markings on it and things like that, and he just felt that they were using his likeness without his permission or whatever, so that was his issue. And that was why we haven't gotten really Kadabra merchandise, or why you don't see Kadabra much. There hasn't been a Kadabra card in the TCG since Skyridge, and the little bit you do see Alakazam's, they either will evolve directly from Abra, the Abra will have to have an ability or an attack that'll let it evolve straight away, or now they do a lot with things like Pokemon EX or Pokemon V, where you can just play it as a basic. So usually you don't really see Abra much anymore for that reason either, and when you have seen Alakazam, it's usually something special like an EX or a Pokemon V or something like that. So it is nice to see that they can actually print Kadabra again. Nintendo might still be a little leery though, because I don't know if they completely trust him, given all the times he's tried to sue them, so they might still... Him saying he's...
They kind of have a promissory note now.
Because if it went to court, their legal department could just be like, he said it publicly.
Yeah, that's exactly how. So I think they're pretty safe now.
One of the things that they've changed with the TCG recently, from what I've seen, I don't keep up with the TCG, so I could be mistaken, but it looks like they rebalanced the types again, and the last I looked, I don't think that Fairy is a thing anymore. I think that they got rid of Fairy having its own energy, and it looks like they folded it into Psychic. I'm sort of annoyed at that change, because I'm not saying it doesn't fit, I just don't like all of the types that they folded into Psychic, because when you fold types into Psychic, then I get less Psychic Pokemon.
So, less actual Psychic Pokemon.
I was fine with Ghosts, because I like Ghost, but, I mean, I was not cool with them folding Poison either. Like, leave Poison with Grass! Leave Poison with Grass! But...
Kyle leveled up. We'll just throw Toon in here. Actually, I don't think I have a candy on this. Never mind.
That's an intimidating looking sprite. Like, that's a cool looking monster.
Yeah, actually, no, it definitely is. Always was. Always was. Just headbutt. Toon never fails in the headbutt. Oh yeah, I forgot having Psychic. I could have just done that from the beginning.
It's too late now, but perhaps we should have given... I don't know how long you're going to use Particular, because Toon's a named person, whereas Particular might get swapped out. But
yeah.
Particular might have benefited just a tiny bit more from Psychic than Toon will. But Toon will still benefit a great deal, and I know he was like, guaranteed to stay on the team, so it was still a good usage of it. But...
yeah. That is pretty much why.
The only thing, though, is now that we have that build on Toon... like, Toon would get Stab on Hyper Beam, so it would be hilarious to fire off a 220 base power Hyper.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Yeah, he'll eventually get the Hyper Beam later. Alright, we'll do that. We'll go for that. Oh, that would be funny.
For those that don't know, it's been mentioned on stream before, but STAB stands for Same Type Attack Bonus. It's an acronym that competitive Pokemon players like to use. So, Same Type Attack Bonus is where if you use a move that matches the type of the Pokemon using the move's power is increased by 50%. So, for example, a normal Pokemon using a move like, say... we'll do something with easy math. So let's say a move like Scald. Scald has a base power of 80. Scald doesn't exist in this game, but Scald has a base power of 80. So if a Pokemon uses Scald, Scald will do 80 damage for its calculation water type. But if a water type uses Scald, it'll do 120 base power on its calculation. And that's nice. So Stab is useful.
The actual Bubbles Night Corp.
Stab is just useful for maximizing damage with coverage. And then you can use your other moves for covering types that you might be weak to or might have a problem with, or just you want to hit effectively with it.
Oh, you have your next thing already planned out. Nice.
Nightcore, do you actually like Nightcore music?
Alright, you splash. Oh, there's your answer.
I always found Nightcore music to be interesting. I listen to quite a lot of it on YouTube. It's similar to what I like. My musical preference is Vocaloid, which not many people even know what that is. And those that do often don't like it. But I really like Vocaloid, and Nightcore I find to be an interesting subgenre too. I actually found a YouTube channel that I guess the guy was really into Girls und Panzer, but he did a lot of old military marches in Nightcore style, which is just hilarious.
That is kind of hilarious.
Such a happy tune.
Vocaloid is nice. Don't listen to it often. Same here. I haven't listened to much of it myself.
That's actually one of the reasons I started to teach myself Japanese, was I wanted to try my hand at using the software. And the software utilizes the syllabary from Japanese, which is sort of one of the things about the Japanese language that makes it particularly well suited for Vocaloid. So, and nearly all of the Japanese, the Vocaloid music is in Japanese because that's where the software comes from.
Yeah.
It's on Future Media's in Hokkaido, and then Yamaha made the other. So, with sound banks being mostly in Japanese, there are English sound banks now, but when it first started, all the sound banks were in Japanese, and then
Why do I keep calling everything nice? Probably because it is.
Snorlax can now have the ability Immunity, which prevents it from getting poisoned.
That makes sense. And of course, I always thought UK people always say the word nice, lol.
Nice!
Ah, it's quite nice there.
Nice! No, I think my inflection's a bit more Aussie than British, but...
Same for myself, but...
Actually, I can't really do a good Aussie accent.
Hey, Nathaniel, how you doing? Good day to you and happy Pokemon Day.
Good afternoon. Happy Pokemon Day, Nathaniel.
Yes, here's the professor that you've chatted with so much in chat. So he says some regions probably.
There's something very odd about the Aussie inflection. It's like hard to reproduce if you're not native to it.
Other people say lovely more than nice. Oh yeah, no, that is another one. Yeah, I guess that's all the trainers on the road now. It's a notice. Watch out for discarded items. Training tips, all Pokemon are unique. Even Pokemon of the same type and level grow at different rates. Oh, isn't that lovely? Like, yeah, press the A button to stay in place while on a slope. Oh, well, good to know now. Slope makes it hard to steer. Guess you didn't read the sign, huh? I know 2 words in Welsh, which I haven't a clue of the English equivalent. Huh.
They might not have one. A lot of the time people think that words have equivalences in languages, but they don't. And even when you say a word in a certain language, it might not mean exactly the same thing in another language because the connotations could be different, or there could be subtleties in the difference of the meaning. There was a German philosopher, Max Scheler, who named one of his books Resentiment, which is a French word, and he was very clear in his instructions that you do not say resentment in English because the French has a meaning that doesn't carry over when it translates. So the book, even in English copy, is called Resentiment. There's lots of words like that. English will often pick up loan words from other languages because that concept doesn't exist in English. Like in German, we have Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude, there's no name for that in English, so what do you call it in English? Schadenfreude.
Eisteth Vod and Kuch. I think Kuch means something like hug, but I've heard it used in other contexts. Huh.
It could have a special cultural significance or be used for a particular kind of hug that might not universally translate.
Because it wouldn't have the CH in it. Koi. That one's tough. That one's. Koi. There we go. Koi. Eisteth, Vod, and Koita. Koita. There's only a W in there, so W-Y. Still, though, interesting. So Koita can pronounce Kutch. Thanks. You're the best. Kutch. With Kutch, it almost sounds like it's something like less about hug and more about like grab or to seize, kind of.
Depending on what the language roots would be, because I'm not an etymologist or a philologist, but it sounds like it could have maybe some similarity to the English word clutch. Like to clutch something.
Oh, okay, yeah, that kind of, that original definition of clutching. Yeah, that could be it, because...
Or it's, Ampharos is in my clutches, like...
I think that definitely sounds like where it's going now, because I've noticed a lot of words in Welsh, like, very similar sound, but just the spelling is different. Like chocolate to chocolate. It just seems like there's the slight, change up there. Huh. Cupboard or cubbyhole, a cuddle or hug. Two separate definitions. I think Kyle can last up this last one here. Yep. Are you satisfied? Well, yeah, I mean, you challenged me to a fight and I beat you. I need to catch a few Z's. Hey, Sylveon, how you doing? Unfortunately, you're fainted right now. Dude, you got trolled so hard.
Hello, Sylveon.
Also, this here is Professor Mirai.
So Sylveon might catch the significance of that. When people greet each other in the Alola region, They go Alola. But the weirdos from Ultra Space go like... I'd be the weirdo from Ultra Space.
Yeah, so right now you're fainted because there was a Voltorb, and it was, we hit it, what, paralyzed and confused? It was paralyzed and confused, and it kept hurting itself. And so I just had you, hitting it, and then it's, and then at the last second, it's like, oh, it's confused no more. Voltorb, you self-destruct. It's like, no. That's just my luck, though, right? And Kyle's fainted. Oh, there's your last jump. So yeah, you gained, because you leveled up, you gained a little bit of extra health. Kyle fainted. Let's see who's in the top floor. Oh, just you. I'm looking for Slowbro. Want to trade one for Lickitung? Nah. Oh, well. Easy trainer. Nope. I don't have the cut Pokemon out. Well, let's go house exploring for a moment anyways.
Oh, the warden who lost his teeth. We'll have to find them for him in the Safari Zone, because he won't be able to speak very well.
Fishing Guru's older brother. I simply love fishing. Do you like to fish? Yep. Grand, I like your style.
Take this and fish, young one.
Got a good rod.
A good rod.
This rod, it is good. A good rod.
The super rod will be at the little cottage on the boardwalk thingy to the east.
Hello, Hafif. You have for. Have we? Ah, have we ho ho. If we have we ho. Pokemon photos and fossils. This requires strength to move.
Who are you teaching strength to?
I don't know.
It's a base power 80 move, so you could give it to Toon who'd get stabbed on it, but
Yeah.
Body Slam would be better because it has the paralysis chance and a slight increase in base power. But then again, Toon is pretty swole, so he would have he would have strength.
Yeah. Bam! Here. Where's Sarah? I said I'd meet her here. Friendly and very slow moving. Slowpoke. Dopey.
Slowpoke.
Oh gosh, I don't even want to think. I remembered it. Pokemon the first movie, during the pre-section of the movie, there's a mini adventure section of the film, and there's just that one part where it's just like slow poke. So, that just lasted forever. Trying to keep the pokes while doing gyms, pretty much. That item ball in there is really a Pokemon. Wait, what? Voltorb. The very image of a Pokeball. That it is. Catching one is all up to chance.
Curse you, RNG! Nowadays, Chansey often sees more play than Blissey because Eviolite is a thing.
Lapras, aka the King of the Seas. Lapras, transport. Not wrong. Oh, sweet, get some Ultra Balls now. Full heal just does status, right?
Full heal is like full heal renders obsolete all of those other things. Paralyzed heal, awakening.
Right.
You can just use full heals and they'll do everything. It's nice just for the inventory space. You can just dump all the rest of it in the PC.
And they're not that expensive either.
Nope. The convenience makes it worth the cost.
Kabuto, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil. The Kangaskhan, a maternal Pokemon that raises its young in a pouch on its belly. I always like that Pokemon. It has a good sprite, too. As for our game, Pokemon you catch. Only by catching. It's like, I need to make my way down to the Pokemon Center and get what was its name? Salad. I need to get Salad out to cut all these things away. But it seems like the only way to it is to cut something to get to the center. So
you can go around the other side.
Go around the other side? Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I was confusing it with that. Still.
The gyms are right there, too.
Oh, perfect. Well, I'm getting that out of the way.
It's the ninja gym with the invisible walls.
Right. Yeah, first, please heal up, Sylveon and Kyle. Draw. Probably the bottom. I don't really need to make these cuts right now, do I, huh?
No. I mean, you can still get into the Safari Zone without it. It might be useful to you in the Safari Zone, though, so it's good to have in your party.
Yeah.
In the actual Safari Zone, you can't actually use your Pokemon in any meaningful way. You can only throw balls, rocks, or food.
Right.
So... might as well load up on HMs and go into the Safari Zone.
We didn't get in the Warden Slowpoke. He and Slowpoke both look vacant. Slowpoke is very knowledgeable about Pokemon. He even has some fossils of rare extinct Pokemon. Slowpoke came in, but I couldn't understand him. I think he's got a speech problem. Missing his teeth. Let's get his teeth.
Why is there intense Pikachu screaming, Josmy?
Probably just because it's just the way it is in that game. It's all, it's very staticky and like very chunky sound. But them fitting like those sound bites into the game.
Oh no!
Pikachu fainted. Ah! No.
It calculates your time based on the number of steps you've taken. So you're only allowed, if you pause it, you'll see there's a step counter for how many steps you can take in the Safari Zone. You can have 500 steps. One of the ways you can cheat that is that you can go into the grass and change direction without moving a tile. Because it will still spawn the Pokemon movement in the grass, but it does not actually count as having moved a space. I'll Also, water counts against the total. There are Pokemon in the water. You can fish.
Hmm.
So.
I should try fishing then. Why the heck not? This was that one glitch that allows you to walk through walls. Not even a nibble. Well, it's over here. No! You want to run into things? I've caught one of you before, too.
Yeah, you want something rare like a Taurus or a Scyther or something.
Scyther. Oh, what's this TM?
Doduo, that's rare. Not really, but... it's cheaper to catch it in here than it is.
Yeah. Sweet, got Doduo. Doduo, twin bird. A bird that makes up for its poor flying with its fast foot speed, leaves giant footprints. Give a nickname to Doduo. Four eyes would work. But there's also something about beaks. I got one.
I named my Galarian Zapdos that.
Called Overdrive, since it's pretty much an ostrich anyways.
But can it learn Sonic Slicer?
Guess we'll find out. A full restore, how nice. I caught Chansey. That makes this all worthwhile. Well, good for you, man. I'm tired from all the fun. 342. The steps count here. What? This is for resting. Oh no. Ooh!
Execute! Oh.
Ah!
That's like the worst, but you'll have to change the box.
Well, then let's just go straight for the HM and the teeth. Professor, I need some help.
Mental or physical?
Probably just the mental. That's his forte after all. But your forte... Ah, shh. Now's not the time for mega puns. Dang. Seems gonna throw a Chansey at you soon. Well, that'd be unfortunate because I have to change my box. Right, nothing out there. Trainer tips. free HM for finding the secret house.
So, secret house be over that way. But you have to go all the way around. I don't know if we even have enough steps to get there.
Dang. Ah! Well, my box is full.
Okay, up the...
I don't have enough steps. Don't have enough steps.
Well,
Malarkey.
we'll still try. The courage to try.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you need 400 just to get to the house. Yeah, but we weren't starting from nothing, so we'll go for it. It'll be funny. Like, you get to the house, it'll be right in front of you. Ding dong! And
Yeah. I'm for that. I'm for that. All right.
south, I think.
Let's search for the secret house.
Well, we might as well get that item.
Yeah, since we're gonna fail at it anyways.
Now you might as well just leave.
Yeah.
Well, let's double. We'll go and like kind of double check our route because it's been a while for me anyway. So, okay.
Can't capture any Pokemon. Can't pick up any items. Oh, this is just the worst.
Did you get your turnips?
It's Sunday. No, I did not. Oops.
You can buy some off me if you want.
Now head north.
Well, I'll just leave. Oh, because But yeah, that's good stuff. That's some good stuff.
Venonat.
No! Everything I want to capture is showing up.
It would have been funny if Sylveon would have been right and it would have been a Chansey. Oh, the game trolls you so hard. Let's read the sign. Let's just see if we actually had enough steps to... I think that is the secret house, isn't it? Rest... No, it's just a rest house.
I'll talk to the people then. Talk to me! Tossing rush Pokemon might make them run, but they'll be easier to catch. Weird. I thought, but I didn't see any Pokemon I wanted. Well, that's unfortunate. I've seen all kinds of Pokemon I wanted. Using bait will make Pokemon easier to catch.
Yeah, the secret house is in this area, but actually I think we approached the wrong way. I think we had to go the long way around that other section.
Oh, that's probably why.
Yeah, so it would have been a wipe anyway. I never really did much with the Safari Zone when I played, because there aren't any psychic Pokemon in it. Except for Execute, and it's like...
I haven't done a save in a while, so we're here. This area's like almost pretty much dead end.
No, we did not get a good haul.
Quite the opposite of what's a good haul. That's alright though. Oh, that's too funny. Good stuff, good stuff. Gotta have those funny moments like that.
And that shows you, again, how far the series has come in 25 years. Like, some of just the quality of life things. Like, now, if you fill a box, it automatically moves you to the next one.
Yeah.
Or it'll deposit the Pokemon where there's actually space. In the old days, you saw it. Box is full. Too bad. Or, like, nowadays, you don't even really have a PC for items. You have a very large magic bag that has all sorts of nicely organized pockets. It's not like everything in one list that can get full pretty easily.
Yeah. But, there's the limitations to coding and all that, so...
Yep.
Time has aged this series like a fine wine.
That is, to this day, one of the things that I have the most respect for Mr. Iwata for. When Mr. Iwata was a coder, they were trying to switch the Pokemon battle system over to the N64 when they were working on Stadium. And Mr. Iwata, by himself, in a single night, did this entire battle system for the N64. He recoded the entire Pokemon battle system. Every move, every type, every Pokemon. All the super effective hits, all the percentages, probably. He did that by himself in a single night.
He's a mad lad. There's a reason why he became the president.
Well, Nathaniel, we've been discussing that a bit already, so I was at first disappointed in it because I was sort of hoping for a Generation 9 game, and Diamond and Pearl were not my favorite generation. Actually, Generation 4 is my least favorite generation because I'm not a big fan of the Sinnoh region. I think the Sinnoh region has too many legendary Pokemon, and Altio's probably sick of hearing this.
No. I'm just like, I threw the bicycle inside the computer again.
And also, the Sinnoh map is very limiting because Mount Coronet is there. It kind of makes it hard to get around. And, there's all sorts of annoying random encounters and things like that. So that's one of the things I don't like about Sinnoh. The other thing about Sinnoh is, for me, with my type specialties, I specialize in Psychic and Fire types. Sinnoh has hardly any notable fire types at all. Really no fire types. If you don't take Infernape when you start the game, Chimchar, you're just plain not going to use fire types unless you catch a Ponyta pretty midway through. Platinum had Magmars, but there's just not fire types there. It's based on Hokkaido. It's cold climate. You're not getting them. And then also there weren't really any new psychic types of note introduced in that generation either. Just really Bronzong and Gallade. And earlier in the stream I mentioned how Gallade is just plain not good. Bronzong is decent as a defensive or a support Pokemon, but it's really not the best thing. So for me, it was sort of mixed news, but then, I've been talking with Altio and some other people since the Direct, and then we were talking about some of the other remakes, and then Altio mentioned that, Alpha Sapphire, Omega Ruby were really good, and you liked those, right? And I was explaining yes, and then when I was explaining why, we started talking about the parallel universes that they have, where the spin-offs the remakes didn't replace the original versions, but they're sort of in addition to, in parallel dimensions, with some of the things they started with Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, and then expanded on Sun Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon. And so thinking about that, especially some of the things that Zinnia has said, and then the way they handled legendaries and everything, that actually has quite a lot of potential for the new games, because Giratina lives in the distortion world, which is it's the empty space between dimensions. It's a place of nothing that exists between dimensions. So they could potentially do some very interesting things with Giratina, which would be great to see. And then we might also get sort of like a primal reversion kind of thing for Dialga and Palkia. I would be interested in seeing those as well, because, while there are too many legendaries in Sinnoh, and I'm not happy about that, and I don't like a lot of the legendaries of Sinnoh, I do like Dialga and Palkia, both conceptually and their designs. And then Giratina also has Origin Form, so they might give them other forms, like they did with Primal Kyogre and Primal Groudon. So that being the case, that might actually be worthwhile. They could really do some interesting things with Cyrus, trying to create a world without spirit, especially now that we know that the other dimensions are real, and the distortion world is the space between dimensions. So while at first I was a little bit disappointed with it, now I'm actually sort of excited. Would I have preferred something else? Yes, but I'm grateful we just got a new game. So, we have that to look forward to. The Arceus game looks interesting. That's true, Sylveon. We did get Mega Rayquaza with the Broken Dragon Ascent. But the real appeal of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire for me was Delta Episode, because we actually got to fight and capture Deoxys in a game, that was the real thing. Mega Rayquaza's purpose to me is just to be a booster rocket. Let's be honest about that. You're nothing more than a green rocket booster, stupid dragon.
Dang, that's mean.
That's mean.
But at the same time, it's funny.
Yeah. first. Well, whatever.
It could also be interesting to see if they connect. We learned about the parallel worlds from Zinnia, and then we also saw a lot of that with Team Rainbow Rocket and Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. Rainbow Rocket was a Giovanni from, for those that don't know, Giovanni from a dimension where he had succeeded and actually had a Mewtwo, created a villain team that he collected from all of the different parallel realities where the various villain team leaders from the entire series were successful and captured the legendary Pokemon they were supposed to have captured. So they had all of that. And it would be interesting to see, especially even though Cyrus was there with Team Rainbow Rocket, it would be interesting, maybe we could see the original canonical Cyrus, because he got trapped in the distortion world in Platinum. So it might be interesting if they are doing this as a parallel reality, maybe Cyrus meets himself. That's something else that could happen, which would be really cool.
Ooh.
So, there's a lot of story potential for what they could do.
Yeah.
Because in Platinum, Cyrus got trapped in the distortion world, so... and they showed that when we were talking earlier in the stream about the Pokemon 20th anniversary, the little vignettes they did in animation, and they did 3 per generation. So for those who aren't familiar or who'd never played Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, you can go and find those. They're still on YouTube. They did these nice little animated videos. But they had that scene where Cyrus gets trapped in the distortion world, where he summons Giratina, and then he goes, and then he talks to Giratina, and he's like, "This is what I sought all along, a place of nothingness." And then the Team Galactic was like, "What happened to the boss? What happened to the..." And then we lost contact with... And then just over the headset, one of them, "Don't look for me."
Yeah.
It's disturbing.
Kind of, but it packs a punch. Right, I'm going to take a moment to read this. Nidorina, poison pin. The female's horn develops slowly. Prefers physical attacks, such as clawing and biting. I need a nickname. I don't got anything.
See, the other thing, Ethan, about why I was unhappy with Diamond, Pearl, Platinum was it wasn't just that it had a lot of legendary Pokemon. It had a lot of legendary Pokemon that were mandatory to capture to advance the game. I absolutely hate it when they do that. I don't mind if there's a lot of legendary Pokemon. Kanto did it right with the side quests. If I don't want the legendary birds, I don't have to catch them. If I want to just run for the Elite Four, I can just do that. If I want to just keep challenging gym leaders, I can just do that. Diamond and Pearl made you capture legendary Pokemon to advance the story, and they had very low capture rates. They had the standard 3 catch rate of a legendary Pokemon. And because of that, if you were someone like me that actually bothered to soft reset for stats with the RNG and everything, it just became infuriating. I know I captured Palkia when I played Pearl the first time over 50 times. And to just sit there with a notebook, writing down stats, doing the calculation, realizing it's crap, and then having to reset. Go through the whole long battle, catch it again, write down the stats, do the calculation, and then do it again, and then do it again, and then do it again, and then do it again. I mean, it's... In those days, that was before, there was easy calculations on the internet. So if you wanted to do the stat calculations, you had to do it by hand with paper and pencil. And I used to do that. Scyther!
Nice.
So, it was just sit there.
You're a far better Pokemon than I want to have cut with and all that other stuff. Just get on my team. Keep eating. Get on my team.
They start with that, you missed the Pokemon, and that's annoying, but then when you think about Scyther as a ninja, so it's kind of it makes sense with Scyther, because it's Scyther, 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 you can't really hit it.
I messed up. Maybe.
Carbos! So that'll put 10 EVs in speed.
Sweet. Who needs it? Probably wasted a couple steps there.
Yeah, so that's another thing, Sylveon. One of the things they've done in some of the more recent games and remakes, and the series has become far more forgiving, you can actually KO a legendary Pokemon, and it'll respawn later. So it used to be like if you caught it, you got it. If you killed it, it was gone forever. If you fainted it, it's just gone. Now they have it so that if you faint a legendary Pokemon, usually it will come back. And there's usually within hours or days of a new game launching, there will be people who test them. That's like a big service that some of the speedrunners do for the community. But that's one of the things now. You can KO something and then it'll respawn. So if you accidentally KO a legendary, or when you're advancing the story,
there was nothing up here. Unfortunate.
You can, you can just KO the thing and then it'll come back. So that's something that you can do that'll be helpful. I think the path up, you have to go a little bit beyond.
Yeah.
So that's also helpful. You don't have to. 'Cause I absolutely hate it when they make me catch things. I hate that. They did that in Sun Moon as well. Like, I just plain don't want to capture Solgaleo or Lunala. I don't want to use them. I don't use legendary Pokemon on my team. I don't feel I should have to be compelled to use. Yeah. When I played Sword and Shield, I sort of just stopped caring. So I just legendary Pokemon. When I did the Max Raid Dens, Dynamax Adventures rather. Sorry. When I did the Dynamax Adventures, if I caught you, I kept you. But they take a lot of the sting out of the RNG now because of mints and bottle caps. So now anything you get, even if you got a poor nature or something, you can fix that. If you got bad stats, you can fix that. And now also with the more recent generations, they have the mandatory minimum 3 IVs being perfect, which is nice. And I think it's actually higher now. I think in Sword and Shield, because they introduced that it was either in XY or in Sun Moon, where I think it was XY, where legendary Pokemon was guaranteed to have 3 perfect IVs, no matter what. And so that takes a lot of the pain out of it. Back when Diamond and Pearl first came out, I mean, it was just any random encounter kind of thing. You can have any nature, you can have any stats, and it was just, that was terrible. You could, I had a practice for a long, long time where I would capture a synchronizer army. I would just go and catch a Pokemon that can have the ability synchronize, like Abra or Ralts or LGM, depending on which game I was playing. And I would just capture as many of those as I possibly could to get an army of synchronizers with every conceivable nature I would ever need. I also did that on Sword and Shield, but I bred it. With the Sword and Shield, I was breeding a Gardevoir, so I just kept all the reject synchronizing Raltses. The way that the synchronizer army works is that if a Pokemon with synchronizes in your lead position, wild Pokemon you encounter have a 50% chance of having that nature. So that was something that really helped. Like when I was capturing Palkia, you just make sure you have a modest synchronizer up front so that, you're sort of in better shape for getting the nature you want. Although that doesn't seem to work as well with legendaries anymore. I'm not sure if they've since changed how synchronize works. He wants to do the Pokedex.
Yeah, darn right I do. Rhyhorn, spikes. Its massive bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. It can easily knock a trailer flying. Let's say a flying trailer. You may continue now, Professor.
Well, actually, fun Rhyhorn fact, since we like to educate as well. Rhyhorn and Rhydon are actually based on a mineral called rhyolite. Their pigmentation of the stone on them, too, that gray, that's what rhyolite actually looks like. And rhyolite can withstand a lot of very extreme volcanic heat and so on, so that was something that I was like. Rhydon was actually the first Pokemon that was finalized in its design as well.
You know, the name sounds kind of familiar. I almost want to call it Brayden of our viewer, or regular here.
Sylveon, lots of animals have harder bones than humans, and a lot of animals have thinner bones than humans as well. Well, it dies to the simple spray of bubbles, not because it's not affecting its bones. You have to think about what is the type chart representing. So rock and ground are weak to water because water erodes them. So the spray of bubbles, it just kind of it erodes his rocky carapace. It's not affecting his bones, it's affecting his exoskeleton.
Right.
So
Hey, Swag, how you doing? Oh, sweet. TM. Should have a couple of those. When we even got here.
neck bombs have limited usefulness.
Yep.
Skull bashes have limited usefulness.
So everyone can learn it. Just about everyone can learn it.
But it's not good.
That's the way it goes, right?
Anyway, yeah, so in those days, that was one of the things that was frustrating, and that was what the Synchronizer Army was for. The Synchronizer Army would just sort of pass natures, but that's less effective now. And I don't think Synchronize has any effect at all on a raid den, so you can't really use it for like Dynamax raids, which is annoying. But again, now we have mints. There's also that one island. It's in the Isle of Armor DLC. There's an island to the north of the Tower of Waters. And if you go there, you're going to get a couple of mints every day for free. I had particularly good luck. I got a Timid Mint and an Adamant Mint. Usually you just get kind of worthless mints like Serious Mint or something like that. But Adamant and Timid in the same day was like, yes, mint!
Hooray, mint. Oh, so this was the way.
Yes, and we're going to run out of time.
Oh, this is fine. Trainer tips. Secret house is still ahead. Oh, well, thanks.
That's like the Mandalorian. This is the way. Gold tea. Well, you got strength
Good.
at least.
Got strength down.
I think it's up there.
Yeah, it's up there. I just wanted to check this.
Ding dong.
Time's up. Okay, thanks, buddy. Did you get a good haul?
I found your
Little bit.
teeth. Give me a TM. It's an HM.
Give me some M&Ms. Wait, what?
It's interesting how they've handled HMs as the series has progressed. It used to be HMs were sort of these obnoxious things that once you got them, you couldn't get rid of them. And then they added move deleters so you could eventually get rid of them.
Yeah.
And then when they added Generation 5, HMs were still a part of the game, but the game was designed in such a way so that you didn't actually need HMs to complete the game. There would always be some path where you could take it to go around the thing you needed the HM, which was nice.
Yeah.
And then in later generations, they just got rid of them outright. Like, we're not doing that anymore.
It couldn't work that way. Thanks, kid. No one can understand what I said. I couldn't work that way. Let me give you something for your trouble. HM04.
Now out of battle abilities aren't even a thing. Kyle can learn strength.
Tough decision here. Could give it to Kyle or Josmy or Toon.
But not to me, because I have small little arms.
Always give. Josh, be able to learn fly after the next evolution?
Yeah, Charizard can fly.
But then we'll go with that. Because then it's just a matter of like, okay, does Kyle or Toon get it?
That was actually one of the more obnoxious builds for Charizard you could do, was like Fire Spin and then Fly and Dig. Let them take all that passive damage during those in-between turns. It's just like strictly better than Headbutt.
I'll say I'm probably just gonna give it to put it over the headbutt. And if you're familiar that it's strictly better, then even better.
It doesn't have a flinch chance like Headbutt does, but it does more damage. Like, substantially more damage. Rare candy!
Oh, perfect. All things considered, despite where the levels are, oh, most of them are pretty good. Sorry, Salad. And sorry, Sylvan, that you're lagging behind a bit. Battles resume. I'm kind of going to charge me level up and get that fly in there. I would want to figure out a move to do over. Probably just over Leer.
Yeah, just get rid of Leer. And then you can replace the Ember with an actually good fire move. Get it?
Yeah, yeah. I just need another candidate for the cut. It's like you're not this. That's right. Actually, the team will be fully assembled because Salad gets to stick around and use cut. Then there you go. Good job. You did it, Salad. You found a way to stick around. Now we just need to name a viewer after you. It'll all make sense.
Or maybe we'll catch something else that we can use with for cut. Like you said,
Yeah, yeah.
Like, maybe we'll get a Scyther. Or
It's like Scyther, please. Scyther can't fly though, huh? Or like it can't use that HM, huh?
no, it can't.
That's
I don't
total
think
shame.
I don't think that it can. Scyther didn't learn much. Like everyone always really liked Scyther, but it didn't really learn much. It's like the all-you-can-eat buffet. You can catch all the Pokemon you want for one low flat rate. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is actually misleading because you're on a time limit and you have a finite number of Pokeballs.
Well, if you just go out there and stand still, you'll be good. Come on. Oh, I'm for this. Don't you want to join? Come on, Venonat.
Venonat can cut, I think.
Alright, how about I feed you first? Let's make a compromise here. That was even worse! Thanks for joining. Now we gotta name you. Venonat, insect. Lives in the shadows of tall trees where it eats insects. It is attracted by light at night. Because you evolve, we'll just go with something quite simple here. And just throw creativity a little bit out the window.
That's what my Volcarona is named. I have a team based on the Toho monsters, so I actually have Ghidorah, Mothra, Gojira, and the rest. Gigan. If we ever do viewer battles, we'll have to show off Gigan the Garchomp.
Sounds good.
He's so mean. Gigan the Garchomp is so mean. I don't like using Garchomp. It's like easy mode. That was the thing when they announced they weren't bringing back the National Pokedex with Sword and Shield. And they were like, this is for gameplay balance reasons. And then in the DLC trailer, one of the Pokemon you saw was Garchomp, and it was just like, yeah, gameplay balance reasons. Right.
Fool me once, shame on me.
It was actually kind of nice before the DLC hit because, you know, it did have sort of a more balanced meta, even though it was annoying. I mean, I'm not going to ever complain about the DLC because I got my Alakazam and my Metagross back, which I really kind of needed, but, I mean... You know, with just the reasoning given was like... Garchomp was removed for gameplay balance reasons. Okay, I can believe that. DLC was added for gameplay balance. Yeah, no one remembers the X-Men, right? They're just functions. I mean, Garchomp's just a function. A broken function. I mean, no, I'm still not salty about Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. No. Why would I be? No, I just love Mega Man and X-Men, and why would I mind that at all? No.
Two of my favorite things combined into a single game.
Yeah.
There's no way I could ever not want that
Yeah.
to be done correctly. Between Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, they should just brought back Cyclops. There's no reason not to. There's so much they could have done, but yeah, they dumped that up.
Even if they did the function thing, they could have actually covered a lot of those functions with Capcom characters. Like, just make Slashman a skin of Wolverine. Like, you know you want to. Just make Slashman a skin of Wolverine. And then people would have been happy with that, too, because they're like, hey, cool, Slashman. You know. But
Yeah, that's actually really good. That would work.
I know when I play Street Fighter V, I use Rashid, and that was only because of the Airman skin. And it was just like, this works on so many levels.
Ah, finally. You're the first person to reach the secret house. I was getting worried that no one would win our campaign prize. Congratulations, you have won! Got the HM. It's Surf. Pokemon will be able to ferry you across the water. And this HM isn't disposable. You can use it over and over again. You're super lucky for winning this fabulous prize. Nah, just kind of a requirement. You know.
That in and of itself raises some interesting gameplay balance questions. Like, Cut is a very, very weak move, and then like Surf is like arguably the best water type attack in the game.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Wait, Toon can surf.
Toon can surf. He has amnesia. You could just make him special. You could just make like Psychic, Surf, Amnesia. You could like even ditch Rest. I think he can learn Fire type moves too.
I think he can, but even then, it's just like he's quite the catch-all, which makes actually a lot of sense. But still, just boggled.
It's actually really fitting to teach Toon Surf because of Wind Waker.
Darn it! I can't argue that logic.
But Kyle could benefit from the move, and Toon sort of has a move set, so...
Yeah.
Shame we didn't think of that sooner, though, because it would have...
It's just funny what you can do in a game like this to reference so many things. That's part of the fun.
You can't use it yet.
Gotta get the badge. That's just fine. I always forget that. And everything.
The badges in Generation 1 actually affected stats, too. Like, you'll get a pretty nice special bonus when you beat Blaine. Lieutenant Surge did speed, and so on.
Well, then, forget you then, Execute. I want Scyther.
So I wonder if our viewers are having, well, they're technically your viewers. Our viewers for this video, but they're your viewers for this video.
I got you.
But I wonder if the viewers have had any luck with the 25th anniversary Pikachus in Sword and Shield. Because I've yet to actually get one in a raid. I did update like I'm supposed to, and I've never actually encountered one in a raid. I got the event Lucario, but I never got the Gigantamax Pikachu. Which I honestly don't care about. It's not good, but I was going to have fun with it because my Hydreigon knows Earth Power, so I was going to have some fun with it. But I could also, send my Garchomp after it. Then I'm off. I'm so used to calling Cynthia. That to me is her last name. Her name is.
Okay, there we go. It's like, man, YouTube had a big gap there for whatever reason.
Uh-oh. That's her last name. It has to be. Her name is Cynthia Garchomp. Her last name is Garchomp. Cynthia Garchomp.
My steps are left. Okay, finally running low. Please eat. Oh, no Scyther or Chansey for me. Dang it. Yeah, the hole was good. Alright, gym time. Back up, tackle Giovanni, and hit that gym too. So everyone's stats are all good. Well, I can just head right to it. Hey, what's his title? Pokemon Gym. Koga, the Poisonous Ninja Master. Yo, champion making. Fuchsia Gym is riddled with invisible walls. Koga might appear close, but he's blocked off. You have to find gaps in the walls to reach him. Okay, cool. Pachirisu Clutch has been found. Nice!
Welcome back, Pachirisu.
Pokemon, let's go. Pachirisu! Pachirisu. I really watched that. Pachirisu!
Pachirisu?
Why am I talking to this guy? Strength is the key for Pokemon. It's strategy. I'll show you how strategy can beat brute strength. Okay. That cursed Spyro plush has also been found. What? Nice. Congratulations. Level difference is probably going to mean a lot.
That's gonna hurt.
Yeah. Gosh, dang it. Good job, Toon. What? Extraordinary! So you mix brawn with brains? Good strategy. Yeah, thanks, jerk. And, what's I thinking of? I forgot, lol. Oh, yeah.
Actually, oh,
What?
I was gonna say, you could just level Jaws me up once, and then Rare Candy to evolve.
Yeah, true.
That's okay. That was a good use of it, because Toon grows at a slower rate.
Yep, just doing it based on what you said.
The invisible walls aren't really invisible. Like,
Yeah.
on the Game Boy,
They're hard to see.
They're really hard to see, but blown up on the screen with
You
color,
can see exactly where they are. Alright, how much is 34 points of damage roughly?
like that much.
That's a decent amount.
See, even the poison types know they can't compete, so they're using psychic attacks.
Gosh, dang it!
There's actually some pretty decent poison type users throughout the series.
Thank goodness.
I like Roxy. I just enjoy that gym. With that synthesized voiceover. P-O-K-E-M-O-N.
And it critted. There we go. You had me fooled. Darn right. I like poison and sleep techniques, as they linger after battle. Oh, you jerk. Okay. So you join the gym to become a ninja while using psychic types.
And being a juggler.
And yeah. Okie dokie.
So you're a psychic clown ninja. That's strangely terrifying.
Actually, a little bit extra so. Yeah, just keep uppercutting him. Another one bites the dust. Pow. It's like your impressive speed is the only reason why you get that extra attacks in. But you're supposed to be crunchy. You're supposed to fold to the physical. You weren't supposed to use headbutt. No! I'm done for you. Darn right you is. Hey, what do you gotta say? I will keep on training under Koga, my ninja master. Well, okay, that's nice. Why are there so many of you guys? Ninja have a long history of using animals. I thought that was only in the, some of the lore there. You're actually a tamer. Well, at least you're not a juggler anymore. Oh gosh! That's a big snake.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes?
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Yeah. No. Good, keep getting Ember. Hey, Ravioli Child, how you doing? There it is. Nothing wrong with that. It's a Saturday after all. Or Sunday. It's a nice lazy Sunday. Let's go with S's. Ah. Bite him. This crit. Nice. Nah. Okay, that's fine. Just sit back and enjoy. That's what it's all about. We're here to defeat Koga. Nope. Oh, woo! It's weird. What? Josmi's evolving! Pow! Josmi evolved into Charizard! I don't think there's anything in the move pool right now that needs to be removed for Slash.
Slash has base power 70 and a high crit rate. So, you know, Mega Punch will do more reliable damage, but Slash will get more crits. Your choice, really.
But they're both pretty much the same?
Mega Punch has power of 80, Slash has power of 70, Slash has a high critical hit rating.
Ooh, I like that. Not much of a gambler, though. Tough decision. Still have much to learn. That you do. And I don't think I have the HM on me, do I? That was the surf one, right?
Yep, HMO2 is fly.
Yeah, let's see. I think it was 2, because 5 is flash. So, I'm going to trade that out right now. And speaking of, what are the stats? I'm gonna have to go backwards to get some training in there for Salad, or just find another higher level Pokemon that can actually learn Cut.
There's a lot of good candidates in the Safari Zone that can learn Cut.
And some of them are pretty high level too. Someone needs a bit of a jump in there because I've been lacking on that. Yep. Deposit so much here. First off, you. You. What? Just how many of these things I was carrying?
Yep.
The good old days, right? And all these are going to be in the order that you
Put them in.
put them in. That makes sense. So much effort. But after getting through the game, you feel good about it. Like, man, I did all that. Wait, what? No!
It can't learn Fly? It's supposed to be able to learn Fly.
Might have been an oversight in this game.
It can learn Fly in yellow.
And that's part where they fixed it.
So what can Fly and Cut? Because that should be your... The birds can't use Cut. Far-fetched. There's that dude in Vermilion City that has a Far-fetched.
Yeah, he needs a Spearow.
Yeah, catch a Spearow, get the Far-fetched. It can fly and cut.
There we go.
The Pokemon you receive in the trade will match the level of what you give him. It'll match everything of what you give him.
Oh, nifty. I did not know that.
It's supposed to, anyway. Maybe that's not in Generation 1, but in some of the later generations is how it worked.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay. So, I'll put this away for now. Like, no, we're not going to toss that, thanks. Can you toss them in this game? I hope not.
no! Are you going to deposit the vitamins, too?
I was thinking of using them. Could give them to somebody. With your recommendation, of course, because I just don't know that's a technical side of the game.
So, the Carbos... Well, I would either give those to Charizard or Kadabra, based on what you have, although you could maybe give them to Gyarados. So, Gyarados and Charizard are in this, like, kind of awkward speed tier, where they're fast, but they're not
The
the fastest. The reason to give it to the Alakazam is just that you've kind of been, because you're using it and not training it specifically for that purpose, it's not getting a lot of desirable EVs, and you might want to make sure that it's always faster, but it is natively so much faster than everything else in the game that you really probably don't need to give it to it. It's just that the thing with something like Alakazam, like, it has to be able to move first to really be useful, because it is kind of squishy.
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably give the Carbos to Josmy, all things considered, just because Charizard is another Pokemon that's a little bit on the squishy side if it's not moving first. So, as for the protein, that's attack, so you'll want to either give that. So The difficulty with that would be, like, Kyle or Toon would get the most direct benefit from it.
Yeah.
But Sylveon doesn't really have a lot of stat distribution in attack, so it might be good to give it to him just so that he can get some use out of Body Slam.
Yeah. Perfect.
It's funny, you can see where you're going.
Yeah. Where did you descend from? Trash. No, I'm joking. That's just the common joke everyone uses nowadays. The level difference is going to be a bit much here. That thing has high special, huh?
Mm-hmm. Drowsy. Yep, no.
No!
The Juggler Trainer class is programmed to withdraw and substitute a lot because it's like, oh, I'm throwing the balls around.
Yeah.
So,
I need Flash to stop failing. Should get your experience points anyway. Best right now to use a rest. And it's just that much faster.
Snorlax is pretty slow,
Oh, I got a crit.
and it was a crit.
Had to be a crit, of all the things.
Kadabra, even though you won't be doing, like, it'll do not very effective damage, is actually a reasonable counter to that, because it has high enough special that it won't take that much.
Right.
So even if you're hitting it with the same type of attack, you can sort of brute force.
There we go, that helps.
It's like with Lieutenant Surge and his Raichu, you know, show him a real Thunderbolt! You know, like this.
Okay, the way with the swapping thing? The confusion might be enough. Ooh. Ah! Well, that's perfect. Thank you for failing your disable. Drop my balls. Where there is light, there is shadow. Light and shadow, which do you choose?
Take one step, Kyle's dead.
Yeah.
So you give him some antidote. Wake up, Toon.
Toon, come back. Alright.
That's some serious healing there.
Yeah. Well, it's a hyper potion. Jim's kind of taking me to town a bit.
Well, you're nearly through.
Yeah. Stop right there! Our invisible walls. Have you frustrated? No.
No, not at all. I don't wonder how they got those installed. Did they just have like a team of Mr. Mimes or like as a work crew? Mime.
That could be, or I got a feeling they put in like some really like interesting like kind of glass or whatnot, but they forgot to like, you know, put other fixtures in. They left metal fixtures in where the glass is, so you can tell exactly where it is by just looking at the floor. Like, oh, okay, walk around. Like, how's he getting through so easily? Seems a bit weird. Oh, Josh has paralysis. I did not see that there. You got a crit? Oh, jeez. Let's make sure you definitely go down on one hit. Arbok. That might change. Siobhan, you can do it. Hopefully the level's not too much. Had to crit too, huh? Just choose something poison-based. Or be a crit. Oh, even better. Quick attack it. And all the points go to you, Sylveon. Oh, thank goodness. Whoa, he's got it! Darn straight. You impress me. Here's a hint. Look very closely for gaps in the invisible walls.
You get all of the experience points for
the
defeating
experience
that trainer.
points.
Altio is working hard to level you up.
No, you can start. A mere child like you dares to challenge me? Very well. I shall show you true terror as a ninja master. You shall feel the despair of poison and sleep techniques.
Okay.
If only I had like yawn. Koga wants to fight. Koga said not coughing. Professor just yawned. He's like, oh yes, a coughing. Big whoop. I did pretty decent for no reason. Now probably not be stopping. The self-destructing wheezing. Could happen. Aww. Wow, that was a quick removal of disable. You leveled up. Good job there, Professor.
Just wait till we get to 39.
Sweet. Nope. Okay. Do I need to recover here?
Just hit it. You won't survive.
Fair enough.
Probably go for exit. Yeah, full.
Nice. Got lucky.
Come at me, bro. That's right, he did.
Yeah. You've proven your worth. Here, take the soul badge. Now that you have the soul badge, the defense of your Pokemon increases. It also lets you surf outside of battle. Ah, take this too.
So you can actually visit Blaine right now.
Yeah. Contains toxic. It is a secret technique over 400 years old.
For as long as there have been fandoms, there has been toxic.
Ha! When afflicted by toxic, Pokemon suffer more and more as battle progresses. It will surely terrorize foes.
Yep, you suffer more and more as the franchise progresses.
That's too good. That's too good. Okay, we'll need your Pokemon. Alright, where can I find a decently leveled, like, Spearow?
Just in the grass to your west there, where those trainers you neglected when you came in.
Right, right.
They have Spearows and Fearows live there.
Fearows. We need a Spearow. Shout out tweak to that, and everyone's pretty decent level except Sylveon. But you've got quick attack and Blossoms. You've got some things to, like, just not obliterate them in one attempt, so.
But they deserve it.
Fair. Battle these chums afterwards.
See, there you go.
That was easy enough.
That was easy.
It's only 20 though. I think a quick attack or so should
Yeah.
get it not too low, or not one-shot it. There we go.
It can also spawn where the Dittos go in the exit to the east. We should maybe catch this one, but then you could maybe see if the levels are any better over there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Kind of overkill.
Better just guarantee it and get it out of the way, you know?
Yep.
I always enjoyed having Spearow on my team, and Fearow. So I usually catch an extra one just to trade for the Farfetch'd. Spearow, tiny bird, eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speed to stay airborne. Nickname to Spearow. That's pretty good. I think leveling you probably won't matter then if we get that Farfetch'd and we have to level it. So let's level the Sylveon. Sylveon, get leveled!
Bird keepers.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, these are bird keepers. All three of them.
Perfect. Birdkeeper wants to fight. Birdkeeper regrets fighting. Go Sylveon. Oh, this is so rude. Nope. No, my birds! Why not, Sylveon? I wish I had a bike.
Should pull out your bike.
Kind of like they put the, like, the higher level one up there in the top left corner, because you're going to see that trainer want to avoid him and probably just bump right into the other guy. But again, this guy's got 4 bursts compared to only having 2. Oh boy, what does this bird get? Thunderbolt? I guess. The bird keeper's about to throw out a tarantula. Wait, what? Use the net, it's super effective. Darn! This is my favorite Pokemon hunting area. Oh, that's cool. Kuriku! How do you like my bird call? Give it a 5 out of 7. Perfect score. Dodrio. What? Oops. I had to bug you. Also collect sea Pokemon on weekends. Oh, that's cool. Let's see, we're going to head to the east to check.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of water-type trainers to the south, so you can continue to level up Sylveon. You'll have him competitive in no time.
We're working on Pokedex. Professor Oak's aide came by here. Oh, that's cool. You need a bajillion type of Pokemon. Hi, remember me, Professor Oak's aide. If you caught 50 kinds of Pokemon, I'm supposed to give you an EXP all. So, have you caught at least 50 kinds of Pokemon? Oh, no. Uh-oh, you have caught only 41. I was 9 short. Darn. Hey, lady. Want to play with my Pokemon? Okay, sure. Union Trainer. Aw, acid. Good slam. It always crits when it's like, oh, you just have to do 2 damage to it, and it just, oh, now it's a crit. No. Yeah, actually, we'll swap out here. that part flying is awesome. Flinched. Nice. Too impatient. I gotta train with weaker people. Pidgey. No, bolt it. Bolt it hard. You are not the bird we're looking for.
These are not the birds you're looking
So I think I'm just moving on to a
for.
different. I think I will be doing that. So many trainers here. Wow. Leveling's gonna be interesting. Let's see. I could fly back, but I'd have to swap in one bird for the other. I was like, actually, I think she's in this lane. Maybe I should go up one. What's cool? Trading Pokemon. Well, you're not offering to trade. This is a battle. Are you kidding me? How'd your attack miss? Twice only. Twice. 3, 4. Got the full 5. Okay, fine. I think even Salad could beat you. Why is that so much funnier than it should be? It's the way it moves left to right. Oh no, they tried a double slap.
Back when Stadium was a thing, a lot of people were very upset because Metronome was the move that made it the reason we couldn't have nice things as far as move animations. Because since Metronome can be any move, and it was a technical machine, so a lot of Pokemon could learn it, they had to have an animation that would work for every Pokemon species rather than having unique animations for every move that every Pokemon learned. And it was all Metronome's fault. So
Gosh.
thanks a lot, Clefairy.
Toon can have the fight this time. I was trying to hit you with Psychic, but minimized again. That's a lot of stacking. No! No! Eventually your minimize is gonna fail, right?
Yeah. She's getting pretty close to +6, so it'll be very, very hard. She might kill herself with recoil. Oh. That would have been funny. The hacks. Fissure, you're dead.
What?
It's a one-hit KO.
I know, but I was just like, isn't that the one-hit KO move? And I'm just like, what? What? Excuse me. What?
The hacks are real.
Hacks are very real.
Kyle's just like, enough of your nonsense.
Yeah. Kyle murdered.
Kyle is not amused. I mean, it just...
Jeez. I said trade! Well, then why did you battle, dummy? I trade Pokemon with my friends.
You don't have any friends. Don't lie.
Wow. Jeez. Tell us how you really feel. Good day to rage. Well, you're darn right, that's what I have now. Oh, they put that perfect trainer there for you. So you can receive your rage. Oh, man. Oh. Go along with just gonna swap out, heal, swaps, do everything. Sweep up the rug, make food, you know, just a little bit of everything. Can't get the gear to work by anything other than editing the meshes themselves. Oh, and I see the YouTube is doing blips again. But yeah, I can't get it to work by anything other than the meshes. Huh. Sounds a bit tedious, but I know you'll find a workaround, or the efficient solution, or the proper solution. You always do. Keep at it. Doing great. Draw is in the first box. This is the only workaround that doesn't break the model.
Don't forget to change the box again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna do.
Okay, because that's very annoying.
Just double check. It's good. Okay, cool. Was he in the middle of Vermilion or just near here?
You would have had to have gone north on that route with all of those trainers. Or you could have gone up Cycling Road into Celadon, then into Saffron, then south. Oh, and you can't fly to Saffron because you never used the Pokemon Center there. Oh, you can. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong.
You're saying he's north from here, or...?
Where are you trying to go, Vermilion?
No, I just am here.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember where the far-fetched dude is.
He's in Vermilion.
Basically in here?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it just been north?
No, he's in the town. He's in one of the buildings in the town.
Okay, He's in the mart?
No.
Sorry, one of these... What's the channel? else is here. This one has a sign.
That's the Pokemon fan club.
Yeah, I remember. I was like, oh, that's the fan club. There's not gonna be any of these people. It's you! I gotta go pull it out first. My bad.
You have Spirit not with me.
Then go get that Spearow. Be my hero. Trade with me.
That's a far-fetched trade. When you get Trader Joe, let's just see if he can learn Cut himself. He probably can't, but...
Deposit.
No toxicity here.
Not yet, at least. At least not till the next rank stream.
And no rage.
Not till the next rank stream. No. I mean, we could learn that one.
Nope.
Is that a worthy trade indeed? Anyways, I know it's a pretty late reply, but it's okay. At least you have a workaround that you can do something with.
Take my injured Spirit.
Oops. Spirit went to Trainer. Trainer waves farewell as Farfetch'd is transferred. Take good care of Farfetch'd. Sure. Thanks, pal. Yeah, no problem. He needed ducks. And yeah, look, he is level 20, so that you're absolutely correct. Wow. Probably shouldn't have been Peck, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, he's gonna learn Fly anyway.
Yeah. These are the two I want to grow so you can save the Peck, but my bad. I messed up. I haven't saved in a while.
Sam's attack is good for, like, wrecking accuracy.
Yeah. I do prefer accuracy be gone. Out of all, like, the stats hindrances. Alright, cool. Now we're all set. Let's put the HMs away. And then I'll do a quick save, and we'll take a quick, like, 5-minute break for restroom, water, anything at all.
Stadium got me into the habit of saving every time I went to a Pokemon Center, because it could only access menus from Pokemon Center, like you had to save in. But that's actually a good practice, what you were saying you haven't saved in a while. Like, every time you go to the Pokemon Center, it's just save.
Good save, yeah. which is, it's kind of odd for me today to not be saving so often because I, would always save plenty frequently here in the Pokemon games. So instead of the Pokemon Center, I think I'll leave everybody with the song from Vermilion City as I hit that restroom, boot up a quick lunch, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. Alright, everybody. Catch you soon. Alright, everybody. We are back. And I hope they gave you all a chance to go get some fresh snacks or some hydration sauce of your own. So now that we have a dedicated HM user for 2 of them, for both fly and cut, saves up a lot of trouble. Now, still gonna have to try and level them up though. Pretty far under level compared to everyone and everything else. There is a Snorlax over there to the east. Might go for that, depending on what its level is.
It'll be 30, same as the other one.
Same as the other one, makes sense. And that would be pretty good material there. So let's... I'm gonna go ahead and swap ducks.
You're not gonna actually kill the other Snorlax, are you?
Thinking about it.
Kill the Snorlax?
It's not gonna die, it just faints.
It's a Snorlax.
And we just put it, it's like, oh, Snorlax, and it just moves out of the way.
Okay, I mean...
We got Toon. Toon's already right here. We need Toon 2.
Well, no, I mean, it could just sit in the PC.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna faint it. Yeah, you do. Sorry.
Now I'm wondering if you could have caught a higher level Spearow just south of Pallet Town now that you can serve.
Oh, that's a fair point.
In the patch of grass, which is the only place where you can get a Tangela, just south of Pallet.
Wait, what? Nobody says, wait, I have an assignment due today. Does it say when they created that assignment? Again, we've had this talk before. It's now 7 p.m. for this individual, nearly 7:30, and there's an assignment probably due by like midnight. And it's just like the middle of a... It doesn't say when they... Still, they probably created it on like Friday evening or something, even yesterday. That's just, drives me up a wall.
If I ever have to give students work to do over a weekend, it is almost always assigned at least a week in advance, and it's always due on midnight Sunday. You really want to try to not... Because you don't know what people have going on. A lot of people, especially at university, have a lot of extracurricular things, or some students work, or, you have non-traditional students, they have, other things going on, families and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't just assume, oh, well, we're not in session, so their time is... You don't know that. So I always try to give my students maximum flexibility, and I try not to have anything due. I do try to give, actually, on anything that's graded, I try to give at least a week, a whole week, so that you can find some time somewhere in a week. And everything's always on the syllabus, too, so they know it's coming ahead of time.
Yeah.
I don't know what they do to the young people nowadays. It's kind of... I don't like it.
I have to do that in mid-battle. Let's see, come on, one more random encounter. I know you got one there for me. Move this to the bottom. And just under fly. I think. That's why I want that. Wow, these birds just missed each other. Only twice? Fear attack rating. A boosted amount.
Yep, Pokemon you receive in trades will grow faster, so it's going to receive EXP at 1.5 times the normal rate.
I didn't put the food away, did I? Good.
Get attacked at the grumpy rage.
Snorlax pretty grumpy. Go Ducks. but let's just retreat for now. Even though just use amnesia, we'll go with this. And a critted. Nice.
Crits will ignore stat modifiers, so like that amnesia didn't apply to the damage calculation on that.
Oh.
It's one of the things everybody always hates about when they get critted, especially like I use a Reuniclus. I can't tell you how like you can reach a point where, and that the reason why that's in there is because that can sometimes be like literally the only way they're ever going to be able to KO this is if they get a crit. Because you've just sacked so much defensive boosting on it that it's just...
Ouch. Toon fights himself. This guy might have to get defeated.
You have 2 turns. It'll wake up in 2 turns from rest.
Okay. What? What?
The capture formula is...
I know, it was probably enhanced by the fact that it was sleeping.
yes.
But it was just funny. That's all.
The capture formula works off of a amount of remaining HP, and then it also factors in special editions, special conditions. Yes, special editions. Special.
Oh, we'll use Toon's other name. It's like his alternate account.
Special conditions. Yeah, this is Toon's alt. This is alt Toon.
Yeah. Still works. So there we go. Toon's alternate account. Bish, please. The sport fishing area. Oh, he's the really good rod over here.
Super Rod is available not far from here.
A little bit down to the south, right? So, just use good rod for now. What's the super rod gonna help catch? I forget.
Goldines mostly.
This rod's not very good.
They haven't landed anything with it yet, no.
No, it's kind of odd. There we go.
Go. Probably like a level 15 Goldine. Oh, Poliwag.
Not bad. Did I catch one of these already? Probably won't be able to capture it anyways. Oh, Pokemon too strong.
Oh, there's the house right there.
Well, there we go.
That was easy.
Certainly. Electricity's your specialty. Wait, what? Well, this guy's pretty smart too. He's like, oh, open water over here.
There's a rocker. He rocks.
He rocks! No, Sylveon! Yeah, Toon can do it.
Special damage is halved for the next 5 turns.
Yeah, we need dogs. Electrode's face. Jeez. Electrode almost looks like he's a little disheveled there. And he'll have love late night. No, of course you're so distraught. That's alright. Tune's beefy enough. Yep. Feed the rocker. Oh, you drew this? How, cute. They're from Jackbox. Water connects electricity, so you should zap sea Pokemon. Oh, you don't say.
Yeah.
I guess the big one is supposed to be Gyarados, at least in this game. Or at least in this region, in this time frame of the game's existence.
Magikarp.
You used a heck of a rod to get a Magikarp.
It's level 15, it's close to evolving. And it's good experience for ducks there. 'Cause
That's fair.
all it can really do is, like, crappy tackles.
And it splashes around, so... Actually, while I'm at it... I should also have bothered to, buy more stuff at the mart. But oh well, this will do. No, you... I was thinking that, like, ducks was still at the bottom. You never know what you could catch. Fishman wants to fight. How did you get to level 24 and it's not evolved yet? Are you what?
Maybe he canceled the evolution.
Possible. Not a very effective trainer. Yes! Say it's after that first critical hit, it's like, please get the other two. It's like, don't stop at 2. Lost it! You catch Magikarp all the time, but they're so weak! So is your mindset. Iron! Guess that's defense.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Who needs it?
Can you just click on the tree in this game?
No, you can't. I did try it earlier.
that's another quality of life improvement that developed as the series went on.
Yeah, even like in Gold and Silver, you can just hit A on the tree and it'll cut it. Or it'll be asked if you want it to cut. You found a moonstone? Indubitably. All things considered for the level. Haha! Tremendous strength. We're gonna head over to Lavender Town and swap out a name for Ducks there. Named Ducks something else.
You can't.
No?
You received it in a trade, so you
Trade you can't change? Oh man, that makes sense though. So we're stuck with Ducks. Ducks is stuck.
If you can get up to 50 Pokemon, maybe by going back to the Safari Zone, you could get the EXP all, and that would save you a lot of grind trouble.
That's very true. Can't remember, did I manage to catch one of these earlier in the Safari?
Yes, I believe
Yeah,
so.
well, I named it Mothra. I remember now. Disables the fly. Ha! Saw that one coming. I'd have to cut after the battle. Alright, it makes it a mild house, but just gonna try and power level in the middle of Saffron. Imagine Farfetch is like, I'm injured and you want me to fly you here so you can heal me? Yes. I'm injured! Do you see my arm? Oh yeah, that's right. The bottom portion of town. This guy took a long nap. Enough for you to go to another city. Do the Safari Zone. Oh, is this a giant heart? Yeah, it is. It's funny. Oh no. Almost like a Mobius strip minus the intertwining. Kid, what are you doing here? Well, you see, I took the left at Albuquerque, and I've decided to just kick your butt! Sylvian's got this. So, Professor, what have your latest goals been in the Gen 8 right now, as you've been playing along?
Well, I sort of did everything I could do until the DLC hit, and then when the DLC hit, I explored the Isle of Armor, and I took care of those things. As I mentioned in the chat one day, as soon as I realized Alakazam was available, I would not turn the machine off. I just did raid, until I got one with the hidden ability, and then I just went and bred it on the spot. The rest of the day was just dedicated to that. I spent over 300 wishing pieces to get that Alakazam. But I don't care.
Yeah.
It was worth it to me. Isle of Armor
Pieces, man.
didn't really take that long, and then, I mean, it's not a particularly long thing with the campaign or whatever, and I find Avery to be a sort of a disgrace to the psychic type. So I beat up Avery and Mustard. And then there really wasn't a lot to do, because the only things that were really all that appealing from Isle of Armor for me were sort of Alakazam, Volcarona, whatever, so there wasn't a ton left to do. So then Crown Tundra hit. Crown Tundra was better, because Crown Tundra had like a longer campaign, and Crown Tundra had Metagross in it, and Metagross was another thing. As soon as the first day I turned it on with Crown Tundra, I went and I captured a Metang, and then I went and I bred it right away. And I was not waiting to do that. But I didn't have to get him in a raid. I was fortunate enough he just spawns, so you can just, yeah. But he has a low catch rate. But Crown Tundra had a longer campaign to it, and then it also has the Dynamax Adventures, which are the longer raids for the legendary Pokemon, and then there's some Pokemon that you can capture in the Dynamax Adventures that you can't get any other way, particularly the Hoenn starters, and they can have hidden abilities as well, which is nice. And then there's some Pokemon that have hidden abilities that are available through that mode, and then that mode's also the way that you grind for Dynite Ore. So I went and I did that, and I did it until I got all of the Pokemon from that unique to that mode that I really wanted, like a Speed Boost Blaziken. And then I also went and I got some of the legendary Pokemon I used, Mewtwo, Zapdos, Tapu Lele, whatever. And I finished with that. So I bred them, and then I was also grinding the Galar Sword Tournament to level things up and to unlock all of the partner characters, which is strange because I only ever use Marnie anyway, and Marnie's available right from the start, so that was kind of a waste of time. But I suppose I should try playing with someone else, but I just like using Marnie. But really, I'm sort of stalled out on Gen 8. I've sort of done what I can do. I maxed out the Battle Tower a long time ago. I've done what the DLC offers. So, unless, like, there's a few Pokemon I don't have. I'm still looking for a Drought Ninetales, and I'm still looking for a Unovian Darmanitan. I used to do Wonder Trade, so whenever I would breed, they don't call it that anymore, now they call it Surprise Trade, but Wonder Trade is the trade mode that they've introduced where you trade something on the internet and you don't know what you're getting back. And a lot of the people in the breeding community like to use that because, you know, I have a breeding reject, I'm not going to use it, it'll just clutter my boxes, but this could really help someone because it has most of the IVs it's supposed to have, it probably has a nature, or it might have an ability, it might have egg moves, it might be a rare species, and so on. So this will really help someone. So, I mean, that's a really nice thing people do that. And when the Sword and Shield first launched, Surprise Trade was great because everybody was really working together. You could get rare things, hidden ability Pokemon, things that were unusual for your region. There's a lot of global trade. I got a lot of really nice things from Japan and from France and from other countries. I got this amazing Korean Charizard, and it was really great. But then they opened up transfers. So this is sort of the elephant in the room with Pokemon. A lot of people like to be able to use old Pokemon that they trained on previous generation games. I can understand where people would get attached to their Pokemon for sentimental reasons. I am sort of sentimental to species, so I don't use the same Alakazam. I kind of always try to breed my team from scratch with each new generation. I don't import stuff, so I'm sort of peculiar in that regard. And I will, you know, first opportunity, capture, and then breed new versions of everything I used in the past. A part of the reason why I do that is just to sort of keep myself honest and not rest on my laurels, and another reason I do that is because there are changes given to each Pokemon species with each generation, so sometimes you can gain new moves and things like that. And then also Nintendo had been in the habit of locking Pokemon for competitive play unless they didn't develop on that game. Now they have a thing that's battle ready in the stamp. Why that was a problem, though, was because when they opened it up to import Pokemon from previous generations, that opened a lot of the floodgates for a lot of non-legitimate hacked Pokemon to be put in the game. A lot of those hacking programs use exploits that were developed back on the DS when the DS was broken. Like when the hackers got and figured out how to get through the DS or how to abuse the DS's RNG, there were a lot of things with that. So a lot of those kinds of programs and those functions are using things that were developed back on the DS. The 3DS had better security, the Switch has better security still. So when they opened that up to imports from previous generations and also making people able to move things from Pokemon Home also sort of opened the connectivity to things other than other Sword and Shield cards. That opened up a lot of badness. So there's now a lot of, you'll just go on there and you'll find a Pokemon, it'll be something like a shiny legendary with 6 perfect stats and a hidden ability and a URL for the name of whatever stupid website they want you to go to where you can buy hacked Pokemon. And, I mean, that's really annoying for people like me that care about the Pokedex. I got very upset because, one, I don't want corrupt data on my game. I just don't want it. I don't want outside data on my game. If you corrupt my save, you've cost me hundreds of hours of time, plus a lot of rare things I really couldn't replace. I have 3 boxes of 5 IV Dittos. I have 2 Dittos with 6 perfect IVs. I mean, it took me a long time to grind for that.
Yeah.
I have boxes of competitive trained Pokemon, so I have well over 30 level 100s that I bred from eggs, loaded with egg moves, hidden abilities, EV train, so on. Oh, you want to promote your stupid little website, you could cost me, all of that. I don't appreciate people doing that. And then what am I supposed to do with this? Do I release it or do I just trade it to somebody else and spread it? I mean, it just puts me in a bad situation. So when that started to happen, I stopped using Surprise Trade, which is a shame because I liked to share my breeding rejects. Now I just release them. So, I mean, you ruined it for everyone, trade people. And there's a lot of that kind of thing. And then also it messes up your Pokedex. It's like, now I'm going to have shiny entries in my Pokedex or even on my trainer card where it says, how many shinies have you encountered? That shouldn't count. I mean, it's hacked. I didn't encounter this. Mm-hmm. So it just ruins it for everyone, which is a shame because Surprise Trade was really cool. And, I really like that they have that in there. And it's sometimes cool to see what you'll get, too, because there's a little bit of a gambling aspect to it, but it's more like, you could get anything. You don't know. When you put up this Surprise Trade, someone could be sending you some jank, like a Caterpie, or someone could be sending you like a breeding reject of a really nice thing. I've actually gotten Pokemon from... There was one Japanese...
Congrats, Braden.
Congrats, Braden. There was a Japanese guy that actually...
And Braden, this is Professor Mirai. In the person. The living Pokedex.
So, when you... I got a Japanese... what was it? Sobble. And it had 5 IVs... in the relevant stats and the nature you would want it to have. It was like ready to go out of the box, which was great. I mean, there's really nice people. I got my Darmanitans that way. I got a lot of my hidden ability Pokemon early on that way. Before it was... The DLC kind of... Hi, Braden. I think I already said hi, but I want to make sure I don't.
Yeah, you want to answer back?
Yep. Like, the DLC sort of made it easier to get a lot of the hidden abilities. Like, it seems like you get hidden abilities way more often in DLC raid dens than you do in wild area raid dens. The DLC also will give you rare-ish items just flying on the ground, like the Island of Mints, as we call it. There's an island with mints. And mints are pretty expensive if you're buying them with Battle Point. You just randomly find them, several a day on this one island. So the DLC sort of was... like, I wouldn't say pay to win, but it did make it... If you have the DLC, you do have advantages over people who don't. You can capture more Pokemon than they can. I mean, you can get Pokemon from people. Like, that was one thing that was cool that they did. They did have a patch where you can import them into your game even if you don't have the DLC, which is nice. So if you have friends that have the DLC and you don't, you can still trade with them. Or if you got it from, a nice person on Surprise Trade.
And I guess you could say it was a pleasant surprise while it lasted.
Mm-hmm. But, that's something that I really just... I have... my opinions are my own, but I really don't have much use for the people that hack. I mean, you'll always have the people that will say, oh, there's legal hacks, and I don't have the time to breed a team, or what... It's part of the game, okay? Like, and it's not fair to the other people who actually take the time to do it. And then they'll say, oh, well, you're whiny and entitled because you have no life. No, I'm not whiny and entitled. Believe me, I'm probably more busy than you are with all the things I have to do. I choose to train my Pokemon.
Yeah.
As that's just the thing to do. And the other thing about it is people will be like, oh, they're legal they're hacks. You're manipulating data from outside. That would be illegal in Japan. And again, like, it's...
It's also not like you were saying, like, oh, you're entitled. Well, in this case, honestly, you are, but not in the negative connotation. You are actually entitled in the very positive connotation because you have put so much effort and time and value and honor into your methods as compared to, well, what they're doing, which is just kind of taking the quick route, and it still makes it unsafe no matter what.
And people will always say that, oh, it takes too much time. Not really. I mean, especially in the more recent case, like, if you can't breed a team on Sword and Shield, I mean, I honestly feel bad for you. I mean, because you can get very, very strong Pokemon from raids. You can get very, very strong Pokemon from wild spawns.
Nothing wrong with that breeding.
You can get... it's really easy to breed now with Destiny Knot and Power Item things, but then there's also, if you don't want to breed, if you hate breeding, you can get stuff from max raids, as I said, or from rare spawns. But now there's bottle caps. You can just use a Pokemon.
Yeah.
And if just hyper train the stats away with bottle caps. I mean, just there's no reason why people, even if you don't like the ability you have or you want a hidden ability, now there's ability capsules. I mean, just there's no excuse for it anymore. If you don't like the nature of your Pokemon, there's mints. There's just no excuse anymore. I always thought it was flimsy before those things existed, but now it's just like you have no argument. Yes, Brayden, you can only hyper train at level 100.
And good. I hope you get into a stream too.
But even getting to level 100 isn't hard, because there's a lot of boosted EXP, and then you get candies from raids now as well. So they've made it a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm at the exit and go get some more potions.
When you get further along, there'll be a secretary who will help you, but you're gonna have to fight your way to her.
You're causing us problems! I don't care. That's not my problem.
Now, are the scientists Rocket in-house scientists that they brought because they needed experts for this particular mission, or was it people from Silphco who defected?
I'm probably defectors. Probably a mix. Is what I'm gonna go ahead and go with there.
So, like, how badly is Silphco treating their employees?
Did they think Rocket's a good idea?
Yeah, and... See, a lot of fans think that Silphco makes all of the Pokeballs, and that's not true. They make all of the Pokeballs in Kanto, but there's other Pokeball producing companies, particularly the Devon Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
The Devon Corporation is in Hoenn. Stephen Stone, who's the champion of Hoenn, is related to their chairman. Brayden, there is a new ability that was added with Crown Tundra. It's a new item. It costs 200 Dynite Ore. The name is eluding me right now because I have not used it. But there's an item you can buy that for 200 Dynite Ore will give a Pokemon its hidden ability. So you can just get a hidden ability now as well. You can just buy this thing. It's some kind of capsule. It's 200 Dynite Ore. You get it where you can buy it from a non-player character where the Dynamax Adventures is. You just go and talk to the person who you exchange Dynite Ore with, and you can buy this special capsule, and you can give a Pokemon a hidden ability, even if it doesn't have it. So all hidden abilities are now available.
It's pretty insane sounding.
Oh, yes, ability patch. So, you know, that's... I just always found the excuses that people that hack or mod always use just to be like very, very flimsy.
Makes sense.
A part of it also is like it's not just that I play Pokemon and I love Pokemon. I teach ethics. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm an ethicist. That's what I do. So it just kind of.
They're just already. They're just it's double fold pull.
Yeah, like everything about me, everything in me is opposed to that. I'm a Pokemon player and an ethicist. It's like no.
Like you're double type versus their double type, and you just quadruple them.
Yep.
Or technically a single type versus double type, but still just quadruple them. Considering the level, confusion would be enough. Got 2 levels really fast there.
He'll level up really quickly here because from the EXP and the.
There's at like 600 for 4. A-Drive is at like 604 Solgaleo. Close to 700. Dang.
I am unfamiliar with A-Drive.
What the hell is that Golbat sprite? That's what they call an original.
That's the stuff of nightmares.
Which is perfect for Braden here, big horror film fan. Coughing sprite. Coughing.
The old sprites were a mixed bag. Some of them were goofy, some of them were great, and some of them were poor.
Yeah, yeah. You could tell they had different artists working on, like, on different ones. So there was the serious artist, the more abstract artist, and then there was the just the in-between.
They've sort of moved away from using Sujimori standardized art. They used to have everything had to match Sujimori's style, and then in later generations they've brought in other people, and they've been sort of more open to art styles that differ from Sujimori. So they have some influences from Turner, they have some influences from Arisia and from some other artists, and honestly don't know how I feel about that. There's a certain charm to the Sujimori art, but at the same time, it can't be Sujimori forever. Turner did a lot of the work on Black and White. I love a lot of the designs from Black and White. So there's that, and then there's also Arisia did Mega Man Megamix. So like, yeah, I'm gonna like anything that has Arisia art in it. So. But in the early generations, it was all standardized to Sujimori, and even when they started using artists besides Sujimori, they had to draw it in the Sujimori style. It had to look like something Sujimori would draw.
Hmm.
Arija's great. Like, any Mega Man fans, if you've not read Mega Man Megamix and Gigamix, like, do yourself a favor and go do that. They're very, very good.
Are you one of the other Rocket Brothers or no? I'm gonna say no, because you didn't even mention it. Per Rocket Brother on each floor.
Arija's a cool guy, too, because he's actually a fan and likes to interact with other fans, too. He's really cool about it.
Oh yeah, did you happen to answer Braden's question about like Altaria? Or did I miss out?
I don't know what he means with Altaria.
Probably in the middle of one of your past explanation.
But as for the shinies question, Braden, I don't actually have any shinies at all on Sword and Shield. That's actually one of the things I'm annoyed with, because my trainer's card says I've encountered 2. And I haven't. Those were both hacked Pokemon that had URLs for names that I got on Surprise Trade, which that annoys me greatly. But I honestly don't really care about shinies. I mentioned earlier in the stream, I went all the way from red to white 2 before I actually caught a shiny of my own. My first shiny was a Solosis, which was great because I really liked the shiny on Reuniclus. I like the blue Reuniclus, and that's also one of the Pokemon I actually use. So that was like doubly nice for me. But shinies in general don't really do a whole lot for me. And just to, I know I don't want to belabor the point or get on my soapbox, but that's one of the things with the hacking people. The whole value of shinies is that they're rare. So every time you hack a shiny, you make every shiny less valuable. I mean, there's an inflationary force that's at work there. So, like, every shiny that exists make every other shiny less valuable. And if you hack a shiny, you're making shinies less special. So, I mean, that's just something to keep in mind. I'm sure people don't care because they want what they want, but, you know, these things need to be said. Shinies have been sort of easier or more difficult based on the generation. I actually lost count. I had quite a lot of shinies in X and Y. I played the heck out of Pokemon X. Pokemon X was just sort of my renaissance, because I just wanted to rebuild everything from scratch at the time that X came out, because that was the first game that was not on the DS. I had some reasons for wanting to move beyond the DS. So I just really wanted to just really go back to basics and start over.
Your favorite.
On Pokemon X, and I just really played the heck out of that game, and I had quite a lot of shinies.
You got a shiny Jigglypuff in Pokemon Go, and I think that's it. Which makes sense, because it's like, if you even run into one, I don't think I've ever run into a regular shiny at all.
Shinies appear... That's great, Josmy, by the way. Shinies appear more commonly on community days, and so I don't know if I've ever... Yes, I have. I encountered a shiny Magikarp once when I was in West Virginia. But I have a lot of shinies on Pokemon Go, but they're almost all from Community Day. If you ever have on a Community Day... Boy. The Community Days make the different Pokemon species appear more commonly, but the other thing about Community Days is you evolve Pokemon and can learn moves that they can't normally have, but then also shinies for the species for the Community Day appear much, much more often, and this is sort of common knowledge, but if you don't know, this is something you should know if you're interested in shiny hunting. So, when my friend Joe was in Pittsburgh, or sometimes he'll be around when there's a community day, because he's really into Pokemon Go. I never really cared for Pokemon Go that much, so I only play it casually. I'm not even max rank yet. Like, my level, I don't even know what my level is, because I don't really play it that much. It's not even currently on my phone. But when he would be around, we would do community days. We'd do the whole 3 hours. We'd be walking around in the cold. And we actually were the idiots that did the curb creep car I mentioned.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the thing. Volibee is, Mandibuzz is actually competitively viable there, Braden. Tapu Koko is good competitively. Venusaur is good competitively. Toxicity, not so much, but there are, builds for it. Dialga's pretty good. And then, Thievul and Lopunny, I mean, people like them. They're not the greatest for competitive play, but they have a fan base.
Let me see something here.
That's the only thing we don't have an ability for. I mean, an item for yet. I mean, if you think about... Yeah, it'll work.
Well, it cuts it down by 1 turn.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
If they ever make an item or a means for you to make a Pokemon shiny, I mean, then they will have made it so that you can completely customize. Because they've done that for everything else. You now have bottle caps, you have gold bottle caps, you have ability capsule, ability patch, and mints. So now you can basically just use what you want and customize it.
Yeah, and there's some Pokemon I wouldn't want to be shiny anyway. I'm just not a fan of the change of the color spectrum.
There's some
But others, yeah.
There's some Pokemon whose shiny looks almost exactly the same as the base model. I mean, so it's...
Yeah, it's so close you can't tell if it weren't for an extra animation to let you know that it's shiny.
And then, my friend Joe and I, we have a little joke, too. We sing a couple of bars of Shiny from Moana whenever one of us encounters a shiny Pokemon. So, yeah, exactly, like Basculin and Zapdos. And then there's other ones that really have radical... Like, I personally think shiny Charizard is really ugly. I don't like the edgelord Charizard there. I just don't like it. Like, just...
I don't even view it as like an edgelord Charizard, but, you know, fair enough. What floor was I even on? How many floors are in this place?
Now you're in the lobby.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going back for items. And then I figured I'll heal up first before using any more items. I could always fly over to Celadon as well to really stock up on every type of possible thing.
The selection can't be beat.
You've got 4 floors to sell with.
Yeah, and actually, my personal favorite shiny is probably Reuniclus, which makes it even more awesome that I have one. But there's not many Pokemon I would actually want to use a shiny for. And I like green Reuniclus just fine. Yeah, Zekrim's is pretty much the same, as I recall. I don't think Reshiram changes very much either.
Well then, what color is a shiny Jigglypuff? I mean, I could probably just Google this, but how different is that one? Because I thought that was one of the ones that would end up being pretty close to its base color as well.
I think Jigglypuff doesn't change much either. I think it's... I don't recall ever actually seeing one. A lot of people will go through and look at a lot of the sprite animations and things like that, or they'll have pictures. Like if you go on a lot of like the Pokemon fan sites like Cerebi, they'll have a lot of the pictures and things.
Yeah.
I don't really pay a lot of attention to that because the cosmetics don't matter to me that much. And then, like, I'm sort of embarrassed to admit this, but I sort of ignore anything that I don't use. So...
The difference would be in the eye color. Ah, makes sense.
I think it's also like a little bit of a bluish tint than a pink, but don't quote me on that. But if I recall, I think the shiny Jigglypuff is like the blue tint rather than the pink tint. What are you back here for?
I think there's some just super potions. I don't need hyper potions, but a few extra super potions would be good. Yeah, I think that's definitely gonna be helpful.
So in the later games, whenever the marts just update their inventory, so like you start with potions, and then after you get enough gym badges, then they all start selling super potions in addition to. Nothing ever goes away. And then as you get more badges, it's like, now hyper potions are available, now max potions are available, now full restores are available.
That's a great quality of life. And as you can see, I recalled to go back to certain cities to buy this stuff because that's just playing through this like however many different times due to deletions.
Yep.
How did they manage to release all my Pokemon? And there's no way that could have been on accident. Sometimes I have to think about it. Is that on purpose?
It may. I mean, Stunfisk, I thought was like kind of purpley looking, but I might be thinking of the other one. Stunfisk is a weird little thing. It's like a landmine. The Galarian one is a bear trap.
Interesting. Oh, it's blue. I'm counting some experience points now. Nice. Got the full 5. I like how it's just a faster version of Sing. Ha! I think cult Poltea guys to be found in the DAs. That makes
Oh, so what he's referring to? There's a Pokemon. There's a teacup, Sinistea, and then that evolves into Poltegeist, which is a T-set. And it's a ghost type, and they're all reproductive. This is like the most minor thing for completionists, but it has a little maker's mark on the bottom of the China cup that it comes in the porcelain cup. And they're all reproductions, but very rarely you will encounter one that's the real thing, and it has a different stamp because it's not a reproduction. And you only see it for like a split second when it first comes out of its Pokeball, because it's on the bottom of the cup.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't matter. But real purists want the authentic. You know, there's people that care about things besides battle, and
yeah, that's such an interesting, tiny detail.
The Dynamax Adventures has a pool of things. So there's certain hidden ability Pokemon that you can get way more easily from the Dynamax Adventures, and then there's some that you can only get at all in the Dynamax Adventures. Like as I mentioned earlier, like the Hoenn starters. It's the only way to catch them natively in Sword and Shield is in Dynamax Adventures, and they can even have the hidden ability if you catch the fully evolved form.
Hint, you can open doors with a card key. Heh, punk. I work for self. What should I do? Just lay down, try not to cry. Cry a lot. Oh, sweet, I got TM. What's in it? Didn't I buy this early from that mart? But anyways, does anyone need an iron?
Well, Toon's your bulkiest, so I'd probably spend that on Toon or Kyle, because you want someone that can actually benefit from the bulk. Josmy, Sylveon, and Mirai are too frail.
It's just a matter of percentages.
Might give it a Toon.
Yeah, okay.
Because that's where Snorlax really kind of lacks.
Just a little bit of extra defense. Darn, it needs a card key. That moved me in place. Okay, that's kind of funny.
The best thing about the Crown Tundra, besides them bringing back Metagross, was Calyrex possessing Peony. I just found that so funny. Like, it was just hilarious. Because Calyrex, if he wants to talk to a human, he has to be able to use human speech, but he's incapable of using human speech on his own. So what he'll do is he'll possess a human. So what he does, there's this former gym leader who's the brother of Chairman Rose, who's leading this expedition in the Crown Tundra. And whenever Calyrex wants to talk to you, he'll just possess this guy and be like, "You, human child," you know? And Peony doesn't know what happened. He's just like, "Oi, Chief, did I black out for a minute?" You know, it's just funny when Peony...
Alright, we're getting another cuffing. Cuffing. just mop him up, dare I?
Thank you for not smoking.
Coffee. Taken down from the word go!
I loved that announcer.
That announcer in Pokemon Stadium was so good. What's coming out next? It's like, wow, it's that Pokemon! Just a nice coverall.
Canonically, Glassdryer is probably the one that you should take, because that probably fits both with the setting and with the lore better. It also sort of fits the Arthurian ethos that Calyrex has, because it just seems like that would fit better. I took Spectrier just because I'm not going to say no to a Ghost Psychic type with that kind of speed and Spectral Barrage. But really, in terms of lore, Glassdryer is probably the better choice. I think competitively, a lot of people are really doing some amazing things with Calyrex merged with Glassdryer too. And Glassdryer itself is actually a pretty solid Pokemon. I kind of just... I see Ice type, I see low speed, I think physical attacker, I think this has too many obvious ways to counter it. But there are some really good builds out there for Glassdryer. Regieleki just outclasses Regidrago. Regidrago doesn't have the kind of moves that it needs to take advantage of having really high HP, and its stats just don't correlate well to its move pool. Regieleki's a lot more useful. The thing about Regieleki, though, is like there's some Pokemon that are just really, really fast, and that's great, but the thing about being really, really fast, speed is all or nothing in Pokemon. So it doesn't matter if you're 1 point faster or 100 points faster. You're faster. You're going to move first, and that's all you get from having really, really high speed. So there's really a diminishing return with speed. Like, how much faster do you really need to be? You don't get really with attack or defensive stats. With attack or defensive stats, you have much less of a diminishing return on it. And so that's one of the things I have an issue with Regieleki or some of the other Pokemon that are just, like, really fast, and then their other stats are kind of meh. Because it's just like, you were faster 100 points ago. You're not really getting a lot of benefit from this. I mean, yeah, you can do some really cool feats of speed. Like, you can outrun something that's fast and scarfed.
Yeah, that happens.
But, you know, simply being able to be guaranteed in front of a scarf, because you're still not going to be outspeeding priority. So, the weird-looking Charizard's right.
Not that weird looking. I kind of like it.
It's the eye and then, like, the way the wing hand thing comes out.
Yeah, but Charizard has a nice angry-looking face to it. I can kind of see it. There might have been... They could have done without trying to, like, include, like, the mouth looking like it's kind of open, and just made a straight line, and it probably still would have worked.
Kadabras just kind of looks like a dude in a helmet. It doesn't even really look like a Kadabra all that much. I mean...
Right.
Mr. Mime used to be fatter and look more like Chaozu from Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the Galar Mr. Rhyme, the evolution of Mr. Mime. I was kind of annoyed that they had Mr. Rhyme. The other funny thing about it is Galarian Mr. Mime is actually better than Mr. Rhyme, because he's faster and you can give him Eviolite. So, he's actually more useful to not evolve, which is...
Tried to use Wow. No!
I always thought Mr. Mime should evolve into Dr. Mime. That could be my own biases showing. But it'd be like he went and he got his DFA, he perfected his craft, now he like perfected his craft. He's a Doctor of Fine Arts, and now he can mimicry at a higher level, higher stats. Yep, That's right, Braden. You can get Safari and Sport Balls either from the Cramorant machine or the current promotion in Japan. I was kind of hoping that we would get a version of that in the United States. I was hoping that would be announced during the Direct. Really, the only one of those I particularly care about is Volcanion, though, because, I mean... The codes are region-free, but you can only redeem them... So you There's an event in Japan right now where you get from certain Pokemon-related goods or certain items from Japanese convenience stores, I think they're partnering with 7-Eleven, you get code points that you can redeem on a special website that was set up, but you need a Japanese Pokemon account for the promotion. And then you go in and you redeem the points, and then when you hit certain values of points, you can cash those in towards certain Pokemon. So like at 1 point you get Marshadow, I think it's 13 points for Volcanion, and so on, and you can go all the way up and get different rewards, and that includes some rare Pokeballs, it includes some items, and then these legendary Pokemon you can't get any other way. And the codes work on other regions' games, so there's a lot of people that are making accounts, and then, you know, even if they can't read the Japanese, there's tutorials on YouTube or in other fan sites, and people are trying to get enough points so that they can get these things, and then they get the codes, or some people are selling the codes. Obviously, because anytime there's a promotion like that, there's people that will try to make money off of it. The main product that the codes come in are Japanese trading card game boosters. Since a lot of people already that are into Pokemon already do that, there's a lot of people that are just getting it that way. Like, they'll import some boosters, get the code cards out, make a Japanese account, redeem the codes, and then when they have enough points, they get the codes for the other stuff. And so that's sort of how that's been going down. It would have been nice, though, if they would have had that be sort of region-free, or at least... I mean region-free in the sense that it was available to other regions, not Japan-locked, even though the codes work in other regions. It would have been nice. Or a different event with the same kind of rewards, especially for the legendary Pokemon, because that's kind of... Japan does a much better job of sort of supporting their games with things. Like Nintendo of America, I feel like sort of drops the ball on that, and I feel the European fans get even less than we do. So when we complain, I mean, we should feel bad for our friends who have to deal with Nintendo of Europe. Nintendo of Europe does a better job with special editions of products.
That apparently definitely seems to be the case.
But as far as like in-game stuff, I don't know if it's an infrastructure or a manpower problem. I mean, they have a lot more localization and translation work to do than Nintendo of America would have to do. So Nintendo of America really just does English, maybe Spanish, and maybe French for Quebec. But, you know, you get Nintendo of Europe, they have to do way more translation work, so I think that limits a lot of...
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, we can also blame Doug. Nobody likes Doug. We want Reggie back. Reggie's not coming back.
And if Reggie doesn't want to come back, then there's got to be some good reasons behind that. He probably doesn't approve what's going on there, but you know, none of us really we don't have a lot of information now, do we? And people don't even open up their mouths a lot about it. They might even be signed to some non-disclosure agreements, and that's probably why. So it's like, and anyone's guess is as good as ours, but actions speak louder than words, and that's all we really have to go by.
Nintendo's sort of very closed-door kind of company. They're very private about their internal processes or what goes on inside.
They're ultra-conservative, in a Japanese sense of conservative, not American sense of conservative or whatnot. They're very timid about an extreme amount of things. And
Japanese companies, in general, are not very transparent about what goes on internally. I mean, if you're in a Japanese corporation, that's sort of like being a part of a family. I mean, there's sort of a closed door kind of approach to Nintendo.
The downside, or the flipped Bushido, as I like to call it, Bushido did not translate over very well to corporate. Not at all. And in fact, I think it's been abused and turned into a warped sense of working ethics over there.
There's some good things that come from that, though. So
there's usually exceptions to the rule.
So like we got Mr. Iwata because of that. Because in Japan they promote from within. So it's just if you're the next most senior person, the next most senior position that just opened up is in marketing. Well, I work in R&D or something. Well, now you're in marketing. We'll teach you the ropes when you get there. I mean, it's just that sort of thing. So you have people that have worked in many different departments in the company, and they get to see the operation.
They get well-rounded and become a jack of all trades.
And then by the time they have enough seniority that they're actually an executive and making real decisions, they understand where the company works, and they know people in the departments or people that know people that they knew in the departments. So maybe the people that I knew when I worked in the marketing sector have since retired, but their protege is still there, and we can meet for a drink, and we can reminisce about so-and-so who retired, and then I can go and talk to this person, and they'll know what I'm talking about, and there's that sort of... And Mr. Iwata worked his way up the company because he was a programmer, and he worked his way all the way up to being in charge. And that was really great, and so that's one of the good things that comes from that. But the other the other edge of that, because it is a double-edged sword, you don't always get a Mr. Iwata who's very passionate about the product and who understands the fan side of things, who can get people that are more from the business side of things, which is what it seems we have now, and they're going to be more concerned with profit and bottom line than about development,
quality of product. They're just about the selling of the product, whereas you get Iwata, who's about the quality of the product that you're selling.
And I don't think it's in any way a coincidence that Reggie left shortly after Mr. Iwata passed away. I don't think that's a coincidence at all, because Nintendo of America answers to Nintendo of Japan. So if the new people were not easy to deal with, or they weren't interested in the kind of fun things that Mr. Iwata did, the fan-friendly things that Mr. Iwata did...
He would just be missing him terribly, and there would just be no point of staying.
Yeah, I mean, because Reggie was always on board with that kind of stuff, so it makes sense that Reggie would just pick up and go.
I think we gained a lot of insight through that one. It's a bit of a heavy topic, but always worth talking about.
I don't want to spend my time on the stream today ranting, but that Post Malone concert was like, what were they thinking?
Did you watch it?
No, and I'm not going to.
Okay, well that's fair. It might not be best to not comment on it, but...
I mean, it's
take a light approach to it.
Just the concept of it. Okay, so you have a Pokemon 25th anniversary celebration. We want to celebrate Pokemon. We'll get a musician who has nothing to do with Pokemon singing a song that's a cover of a song that has nothing to do with Pokemon. What is the thought process here? This is just
That sounds a bit weird. Question then: do we even know that Post Malone is a Pokemon fan at all?
I mean, even if he is, I mean, lots of celebrities are Pokemon fans. I mean, so what? I mean,
right, and it just seems like a win-win of okay, celebrity who's a Pokemon fan wants to do something for Pokemon Day. If there's someone a little bit more recent like Post Malone, then there's relevancy there, and you get to capture your most modern and youngest audience more so than, I guess, their forebearers, who are probably Pokemon fans to begin with. There's a lot of give and take there.
I suppose. I guess that's one way of looking at it. My attitude was more, I was thinking they should have had someone that was more appropriate for the demographic and who more closely reflected...
A nice in-between. Not too old, not too young, just somewhere in between.
I mean, Post Malone is well known for... I mean, I didn't know who he was until I saw that. I actually had to go and Google this. But, I mean, Post Malone, from what I understand... I mean, he has tattoos and so on all over him, and some of his subject matter in his own body of work is not exactly age-appropriate for a lot of the Pokemon demographic. One of the major demographics, anyway, because Pokemon is still very large for the kid demographic. Even people who've been playing for 25 years, I mean, Pokemon still caters to that younger demographic, and if you say otherwise, I mean, you're just denying reality.
Right.
But there's also, with Post Malone, besides, like, his persona and image problem and whatever, it's also just his... Like, he has a reputation, from what I understand from what I saw online when I was Googling him. He apparently, like, routinely will do concerts when he's high or something, which that's, like, not cool for the demographics that Pokemon has and so on.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but if it's not known, then it's kind of no harm, no foul. But yeah, kind of could be a thing, especially if he does that for that particular concert. Unless, of course, that stuff's all going to be recorded because it's virtual, so that won't end up mattering. But I'm going to move over here to the chat where it says, like, Brain was saying, I also think that the Post Malone concert contained the word sex in one of the songs. Josh was like, I saw a screenshot of it, and they can't even bend the arms properly. LOL. Brain says, so what? Who would be the best selection of Mewtwo? And then he says, yeah, he does also smoke, so. Hey, Swag, how you doing? Welcome back again.
I would have done a celebration with Mewtwo. That would have been really cool. And Mewtwo is directly related to Pokemon, so I mean, that's just... He is a Pokemon.
Yeah. Welcome to the 10th floor. So good of you to join me.
Well, earlier we were talking about the 20th anniversary. The celebration they did for the 20th anniversary, I thought, was just far better in its execution. Like, they commissioned those animated shorts for Pokemon Generations, and they had 3 for each generation. Like, these nice little animated shorts showed things that happened in that generation that were important, sometimes from a different perspective, like when they showed Blue challenging the Elite Four, waiting for Red to get there. That was really cool. And that's what I would have liked to have seen more of, rather than Post Malone.
I guess the level disadvantage, but like, it was not very effective, and then a crit did like nearly 70 damage.
Well, bear in mind too, Farfetch'd is rather frail, and Machoke is pretty
beefy. Yeah, that makes sense. But it's just like, I don't want to hear the beep boops any more than I need to. Okay, cool. Thanks. That was a bit much. Oh, sweet Carbos. I forget which one that was.
So just as a longtime fan, I just kind of found that a little bit... I don't know exactly how to explain it. It wasn't... I don't want to say inappropriate or anything like that, but it just seemed like they could have done something that was better for that franchise, for that audience, for that anniversary, is all.
Earthquake.
Yeah, that's probably the best move in the game.
Should Toon get it?
The thing with Toon, though, is we already gave him Psychic, and to really use Psychic, well, he's going to need Amnesia.
That's alright. Our Jaws moves again. The Leer's there. Put that over the Leer, which I haven't been using at all anyways. And it creates a nice cover to Electric or something. I don't know. Would you agree with it?
It covers Electric and Rock, so...
Yeah, sounds good. Perfect. Bam, you're better equipped.
So,
Get equipped with.
We've talked about the Diamond and Pearl remakes quite a bit on this stream already, but, you know, I'm actually sort of optimistic for them. Well,
I helped with that.
Yeah, Altio helped with that a great deal, because, people who have already heard this, please bear with me, I'll try to give them the short version. The idea is that they did a lot of really interesting things with the parallel realities and the parallel dimensions in Alpha, Sapphire, and Omega Ruby, and then also in Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Moon. So I'm thinking that they can continue that with these, and there's actually a lot of things that would be really interesting for them to explore, because Giratina lives in the Distortion World, which is the space between dimensions. So there's a lot of really interesting things they can do with that. Dialga and Palkia, they have dominion over space and time. They might have a primal reversion or some other kind of special form. That would be really cool. And then when we were talking earlier, I mentioned about Cyrus in Platinum got trapped in the Distortion World, but we know that there's other versions of those leaders because of episode RR with Rainbow Rocket, so there was a Cyrus that had captured Giratina. So one of the weird things that could happen would be, if you're in this parallel reality, especially if you're going to go to the Distortion World, which you almost certainly will, you could have a situation where Cyrus meets Cyrus, and that would really be interesting to see. So there's a lot of potential for some cool things story-wise. I don't know how much they're going to introduce modern gameplay mechanics. It looked from the trailer like they're still using grass, so I don't know if we're going to get overworld Pokemon. If it goes back to random encounters in grass, it's going to feel like a regress to a lot of people, but it is more authentic. So we'll have to see about that. As long as they sort of add some of the modern quality of life things that, would get around a lot of the things that were unpleasant about Diamond and Pearl. Earlier, we were talking about, Sylveon was here, and we mentioned about, there's mandatory captures, but now you can KO the thing and come back and capture it later. So that might actually take a lot of the pain out of Diamond and Pearl. Although with Diamond and Pearl, I would think that they're probably mandatory captures because of what they do, particularly with the Lake Trio. With the Lake Trio, you need them for the red chain. So they'll probably make you capture them. So that'll be annoying. I really don't like forced captures because they really slow the game down, especially if you're going to just RNG. If you're doing resets. I remember when I first played Pearl, and Altio's probably heard this how many times by now, but...
I like listening to it, because I also like hearing the explanation. Like, you go in depth about very specific things. For most people, I know there might be ways to condense it, and condensing things is a bit of your weakness because you like to extrapolate on the things, which gives it a more clarity overall, but I like hearing it because I like extra vocabulary, and it helps me refine mine when I go to speak sometimes.
Yep.
Whenever I'm speaking or writing things down, I think of you, because I think about expanding that vernacular.
One of the reasons why I'm so thorough in everything I do, and this is just because of the kind of work that I do, it's also my personality, but in philosophy we find that very often very small or seemingly small details matter a whole lot. So it's important to always make sure you're giving proper context, proper explanation. You should define terms you're using, because you could be talking to someone and you're using the same word, but you mean different things. So if you're not defining your word, and you're not saying, what does this mean to me? How am I using this? You can create confusion or disagreement where none really exists, so you're not getting to the heart of the issue. And by trying to provide a lot of background information and context, I hope to explain what my position is. So a lot of the time, you'll see people that, there's people that just sort of are irrationally angry about things, or just plain disliked things at a subjective level. And I guess there's some point to that, but whenever I take a position on something, like I was not happy with Post Malone, or I didn't particularly like Diamond and Pearl, I try to explain reasons why I believe that, because I want to justify that belief. I know I'm expressing an opinion, but it's an opinion that has facts behind it. Mm-hmm. Sometimes people will say, well, I'm entitled to my opinion. Well, you are, but your opinion still needs to be justified in some way for you to be entitled to it. If you just believe something with no reasons behind it, is that a justified opinion? Probably not. So that's something to sort of bear in mind.
And it becomes less understandable to be like, okay, you have that opinion, but I don't understand why you have that opinion. You just seem to have that opinion because you want to have it only for the sake thereof, and it loses all its valor.
So, with Diamond and Pearl, the map, I didn't like the map in part because Mount Coronet makes it hard to get around, and it was just difficult to get around in general. I didn't like the limited availability of types I used, particularly Fire and Psychic, of which there were hardly any. Even fewer new ones. And then, there were, I think, in my estimation, too many legendary Pokemon, but more to the too many legendary Pokemon, because it is based on Hokkaido, and Hokkaido is a place where, there's deep traditions and lots of lore, and that is interesting in its own way, but... And the headline legendaries on that are really cool. I like Palkia and Dialga, I like their concepts even, and Giratina an interesting concept. But the thing of it with there being so many legendaries is that when you're forced to capture them, it slows the gameplay flow tremendously. Like, as I've mentioned, when I played the original Pearl, I had to capture Palkia, and then people say, well, you didn't have to. Yeah, but I actually care about competitive play and having good Pokemon. I captured Palkia over 50 times, and that was just really grindy and really unpleasant. The other thing was having to deal with the Lake Trio was annoying. It just disrupts the gameplay flow, so I don't like it when we have a forced capture. That will be a little bit more painless now, because assuming they bring the quality of life things that we've mentioned, like mints and guaranteed IVs on legendaries and bottle caps, that takes a lot of the sting out of legendary Pokemon. And I never feel bad about using a bottle cap on a legendary Pokemon because it can't breed. Usually I limit my usage of bottle caps to things I couldn't breed, because I feel like I'm being lazy if I could breed this and I don't, and I just use a bottle cap. So usually, because I don't, the sentimentality isn't as much as of a thing for me, because I'm sentimental to the species, not to the individual. Because I have alts of all of the things that I use. I have several Alakazams. I could fill a box with Alakazams. So usually I'll use my bottle caps on something I can't breed, legendary Pokemon, or something like a fossil Pokemon like Dracovish. So that's one of the other things that's good about that. Is
Cool. If I'm going to be the second of the 4 Rocket Brothers, I want to defeat all 4 of them.
even if they don't completely overhaul the game mechanics.
Brayden's favorite.
Brayden's favorite.
I should get a gold. I have a Zubat. If I could range it, now I should find a better Golbat, like capture it and call it Brayden. That thing could learn fly.
Can it cut?
No.
No.
Maybe it could.
I don't know.
Probably not.
But, so some of the modern quality of life things will make Diamond and Pearl better. The other thing about the original Diamond and Pearl, and this was a problem with Heart Gold Soul Silver too, so I'm not just picking on Diamond and Pearl, because I liked Heart Gold Soul Silver, and I still hated them for this reason. The text speed, even on its fastest setting, was not very fast. Like,
Understandable.
I want the text speed to... I'm the guy that mashes A. Okay,
Yeah.
so, like... Especially when you get into breeding or some of those longer dialogues, especially when you're soft resetting, where you really mind it. But the forced capture of legendaries is when I have to sit through this battle 50 times, and then the text is... instead of...
Yeah.
So that's sort of, but I'm actually like kind of pumped for it. At first I was like kind of, oh, I'm disappointed, I wanted something. I would have rather have had, the next generation Pokemon games, but, we can wait, I guess. It'll also be interesting to see how they handle the connectivity with Sword and Shield, because there's going to be Pokemon, almost certainly, that don't exist in Sword and Shield. We're looking at one, an Ampharos here. Ampharos isn't in Sword and Shield, but if they're keeping it honest to the original games, let's say that they say for the remakes of Diamond and Pearl, we don't want the National Pokedex again, so we're only going to go through Pokemon that were natively available in the original game. That still includes a whole lot of Pokemon that aren't in Sword and Shield, like Ampharos. So are you going to not be able to trade? Are you only going to be able to trade things between, that were available in both games? Or are they going to have to put out like another patch for Sword and Shield that expands the Pokédex a little bit? That'll be interesting to see how they tackle that problem. But that's going to be an issue. Yeah, so that's the other question. Can Sword and Shield Pokemon... So that's sort of what I'm saying. Like, how's the connectivity going to work? Because they might limit it and say, like, you can transfer Pokemon between games, but only if they exist in both games. So then which Pokemon exist in which games? So if they say, well, we did a high fidelity thing of 4, so Generation 4, so only things that existed in the original Generation 4 are in the Diamond Pearl remake, well, now all of a sudden, any new Galar Pokemon can't go over there. So that's going to be a really interesting thing to see how they handle that.
Yeah.
Usually when they do remakes, they try to incorporate the gameplay mechanics from the current generation. So when they did Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, they had Mega Evolution. And they actually added new ones that were unique to that game. So I'm thinking myself, especially given the legendary set we have in Sinnoh, Giratina, Palkia, Dialga, they could maybe be shown to have some sort of connection to the Dynamax phenomena. And if that's the case, then you might have new Gigantamax forms.
Yeah.
Especially with how popular raids are. They said they want to have a faithful remake, but at the same time, raids are one of the most popular new features. Any game moving forward that doesn't have raids is going to feel like a regress. So how is that going to work? So it's not just the Pokemon, but it's also some of the mechanics, and then also the Gmax. Okay. So there's some really interesting things to see how they handle this, because, I mean, they had Mega Evolution and Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. So, are we gonna have Gigantamax? Dynamax?
Be interesting to consider. Yeah, A lot to be answered there, but, when it came to Delta episode, was that more of like a post-game thing?
Post-game. So Delta episode was a post-game scenario.
Then I think we'll definitely have a post-game thing to look forward to.
And in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, the episode RR was a post-game thing, and it says it'll be episode whatever. So I really do hope we get an episode something. With Diamond Pearl, typically the episodes Delta episode dealt with Deoxys, who was not capturable in the original game outside from an event. So there were a lot of event legendaries in Diamond and Pearl. A lot of the Diamond and Pearl legendaries were event legendaries. If I had to guess what the episode would be, just based on how they've done that, because there was an in-game event that was triggered by an item that was not commonly available, and there were actually 2 like that. So I think that if we get an episode, it will either be about Darkrai or about Arceus. The thing is, Arceus is already getting a game, so I don't know if they'll do Arceus. My money would be on Darkrai, to deal with the nightmares of the child in Canalave City.
Because Darkrai was also one of those Gen 4, right?
Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking the new episode will probably have something to do with Darkrai. I could be wrong about that, but
That's a pretty good and worthy guess, because didn't most of those episodes also feature on a more downtrodden legendary that people didn't pay much attention to, being Deoxys? Was there one featured in Rainbow Rocket?
Rainbow Rocket was kind of more to showcase the villain team leaders.
Okay, so it's just for them. So it's like, and people had forgotten all about them for the most part, and they never interacted. So it's just, that was a good way to have, like, everyone teams up kind of a thing. And you just don't get moments like that. You get that rarely even in comic books, and that gets fans all riled up. And even I was riled up when I heard about that. I was like, that's awesome.
And the other thing that was really cool...
And I still didn't play, so...
I would have liked for them to... It was sort of by implication. They could have explored it a little bit more. There was no alternate reality version of Guzma, and Guzma helped you. And that makes perfect sense, because Guzma, who's the leader of Team Skull... Team Skull is a bunch of, like, delinquents...
It's a bunch of ragtags.
They were washouts. They were all skilled trainers who never completed the island challenge. And Guzma had the skill to do it, but he never did. And that's why he became Team Skull, because he was sort of resentful of he didn't meet his potential in life. So the alternate reality version of Guzma wouldn't have been the person who would have helped Giovanni. For all we know, that would have been that region's champion. The alternate version of Guzma is a successful Pokemon trainer.
Wow. That's nifty.
So while it was cool that real Guzma helped you, it would have been even cooler if, like, alternate reality Guzma would have showed up.
But been against them.
And yeah, and had been against them, and he would have been like... And Guzma was very talented, even for being a washout. So, like, alternate reality Guzma probably would have been, like, Ultra Lance or something. And, like...
Or just equivalent to him.
Yeah. So, but that's something, like, a lot of people don't pick up on with that. It's like, there was no alternate reality Guzma. And real Guzma didn't like them. But why was there no alternate reality Guzma? Because Guzma only became a villain team leader because he felt disrespected, because he didn't succeed at what he sought out to do in life.
And of course Giovanni wouldn't pick up a Guzma because he'd see all the universes, and the Guzma he probably would want to pick up would be the Team Skull leader Guzma, not the successful Guzma.
An alternate reality Guzma probably was so successful and so respected, he probably had a Solgaleo or a Lunala. He probably had the appropriate legendary, because Solgaleo or Lunala or one of the Tapus would have respected him. I could see, like, alternate reality Guzma with, like, Tapu Koko. I mean, that just makes sense.
I hope Game Freak could hear this somehow, because that would be an awesome thing to have. Even in a couple more years from now, alternate reality Guzma shows up. That would be such an awesome concept. And how they could storytell that, they've got potential for that. That just lights me up. Just the idea of it. So, the delivery... Ooh, that's so cool.
That was one of the...
Jocelyn, did you ever finish your version of Sun, I think you had? Or whichever one you had, or you did both? How are my Pokemon doing? Everyone's pretty fine. Okay, cool. Nope! Well, time to get on that so you can enjoy the storytelling. As Professor... Mild spoilers, I guess.
Well, if you're playing Sun and Moon, you'll have to deal with the one weirdo boss, but you won't have the post game. The post game in Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon is, but they spoiled it in the trailer. Like when they were in the trailer, they were making a big thing about fight all the villain team leaders. It was like, So
No.
they spoiled it for you.
I mean, that's a really humongous hook. You know, so I can't blame them for including that.
The thing that's really annoying me, they never released a Super Midori music collection for either Sword and Shield or Ultra Sun Ultra Moon. And Ultra Sun Ultra Moon had all kinds of amazing themes in it. It had the new Necrozma theme, it had all of the villain team leaders' remixes. Giovanni actually got his own proper unique theme that had elements of the Kanto Gym Leader theme, elements of the Team Rocket theme, elements of the Team Rocket Hideout theme, elements of the Team Rocket Siege theme, and it was like all remixed together, and it was just... And none of that was ever released on a Super Midori album. They didn't make it. Sword and Shield never got a Super Midori album. And how they probably would have tackled that in the past would have been, because they usually include a lot of extra music on those, they would have done Sword and Shield, and then I kept thinking, oh, they're just waiting till all the DLC drops. And then when all the DLC drops and all the music is available, they'll put that on a CD, and then the bonus tracks will be the new themes from Ultra Sun Ultra Moon, because there's not enough music on that to justify a separate release. And
Oh, you're on the League. Nice.
that just never happened. And it's just, well, why didn't that happen? And there's a part of me that wants to think it's because we're not done with DLC. But you would think they would have announced any additional DLCs by now. But
Right. Never know. Nintendo's business practices right now are a little hard to follow, to put it lightly. Very hard to follow what their mindset is.
I'm sort of thinking we're not going to get a next generation Pokemon in Smash. I was almost sure that in Fighter Pack 2 we'd get Urshifu or something from Generation 8 to have Generation 8 have a representative. It's still possible with 2 slots left, but it seems to me unlikely. Because if you were going to announce that, like, because they announced Pyra like days before the 25th anniversary, like, that would have been the time to do it. Unless the Generation 8 representative is a new Pokemon that will be introduced in the Diamond Pearl remake, or in the Arceus game, and therefore will come at the very tail end of the Fighter Pass. Be the last one. Because people will say, like, there are Pokemon that are released.
Pay $30 for a transfer tool to transfer any Pokemon from your Gen 4.5 remakes, or as you put it, 8.4, and move them over to Sword and Shield. Because Nintendo has a lot more mobile marketing mindset nowadays, and that's kind of scary. Little scary there.
They haven't gotten to EA levels yet, though. Pay $5 to load, you know?
Yeah. I mean, well, to see with the Sword and Shield DLC, you have to buy the right version of the DLC. That's a bit more due to incompetence rather than maliciousness. And never attribute to malice what you can attribute to incompetence.
The thing, though, like, I will say this, though, I was somewhat outraged by the DLC in the first place, because in any other generation, that would have been included in the base game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Galar region, once you finish the story, you're done. There is no post-game. There just isn't.
That's kind of sad.
Even the Battle Tower is very limited.
Even this game had a mild post-game. Mild, but it was there.
Yeah. And you can go catch Mewtwo, and... The Galar had, like, pretty much nothing. And the other thing about it was the Battle Tower, which is now like a staple of the thing. The Battle Tower is at its most basic level of functionality that it's ever been. There's singles and there's doubles, and that's all. I mean, you don't even have, like, when you had even X and Y, there were 4 shadow lanes, there were different modes. You know, if you think back to the glory days of the Battle Frontier, back in Generation 3, I mean, how the mighty have fallen for post-game activity.
Yeah. Which reminds me, Frontier Brain is just, I think, just such a great song. I had that song downloaded on one of my old iPhones, especially because my cousins liked it so much, and since they had always kept up with Pokemon, I'd listen to it every now and again. It's just a nice high-energy song, and I always enjoyed it. I'm gonna have to go just add it to one of my playlists now. Like, just go to YouTube, put on a YouTube video playlist or something. But anyways, that aside, speaking of just post-game and that.
So I mean, but they know how to make an excellent post-game. I mean, these are the same people who, in recent memory, made Episode RR and made Delta Episode, and so hopefully the Diamond Pearl thing will have a good, solid post-game episode. And
Fair.
I'm willing to kind of give Game Freak a little bit of a break on Sword and Shield because it was the first game that they were doing that was for a console. They were always doing handhelds, and the transition to 3D, like real 3D, was probably, I mean, just the increases in manpower that requires, and then the changes in how you program that would have been a huge undertaking for people who weren't experienced with it. I can understand that. They had a lot of expectation on them. It released fairly early in the Switch's life, really, when you think about it. I mean, they were probably under a lot of pressure to have that out sooner. I actually kind of wonder if the DLC became DLC not because of Game Freak, but because of Nintendo. Either wanting more revenue from the game, or we have set a date and you're going to follow it. Like, corporate wants this game for this release at this time because we need to make this much on holiday.
Yeah.
And Game Freak comes back to them and they say, there's no way this is going to be finished. And Nintendo says to them, well, now it's DLC.
Right. Oh, come on. I should have seen that coming.
Sylveon loves antagonizing Voltorbs and Electrodes.
Jeez. Sorry, Sylveon. It's the second time you've been self-destructed. Or is it third? And I think it's only two, but still just... My goodness. Oh, it's a muck? Well, that's fine.
Quake it.
Yeah, what do you mean? Bro, that Electro just exploded. It did, Sylveon. It did.
Use that coverage.
See, is it weak to this?
Yep, poison.
Thought so, yeah. She can't poison the ground. I remember it's just failing me a bit, but it's all starting to come back. Like, it feels great.
But, you know, I was disappointed with it, but I eventually learned to appreciate what Sword and Shield offered.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a lot of cool things in Sword and Shield, like the raids. I mean, that was a nice new feature. I didn't like the lack of the National Pokédex. A lot of my saltiness over that went away because my stuff came back. I was lucky with the DLC. Like, if you had been playing, you wouldn't have got your friend back, and that still might sting a little bit. So, or a great bit, because I know how much Pokemon mean to people.
Yeah.
Probably more than most people understand. So...
Both times I caught Ampharos in the original and the remake, Ampharos was just a beast. And when Bosco was looking at it, he was looking at it, he's like, look at some of your stats. He's like, I think you have at least 4 out of 6, like, perfect EVs or something, perfect IVs. Mm-hmm. And I was just like, sweet! I always loved Ampharos, and then now I got this perfect plush, which actually might be an import version, which I just happened.
That's definitely the import.
Which you said, so I got definitely the import version,
That's
which just happens
Japanese.
to be there at the exchange. It's just like, it's Ampharos, I can't pass it up. It was a good price, too. I think it was only $18.
Nice.
Which I don't know if that's good or bad something, but...
Well, the American one is $10.99, but it's been sold out for months. So once the scalpers get their hands on those.
Right. The terrifying calcium. Horrifying, mortifying, terrifying, scary.
And that's assuming I've identified it correctly as a sitting cutie. It might not be. It might be a different plushie.
Even so.
It is definitely Japanese, though.
Yeah, I'm just super happy about it. So all 3 times my interaction with Ampharos have been number 1. The Gold Series has always been very good to me when it comes to Flaffy selections into Mareep and then Ampharos. Gotta use some of this. Let's use some of this Carbos. Where's it going?
For speed, I'd probably give that to Josme.
Right. That's actually where we gave it earlier. It's perfect. And then calcium is...
Special attack. I would either give that to Mirai or Josme. Probably to Mirai, because he really needs it. To do his job, he needs to hit as hard as he can for his special attacks.
Yeah, just one-shotting with all the special attacks and everything. Plus, Josme at some point will probably be getting flamethrower and all that kind of stuff, getting the better fire attacks, so it won't be an issue. Oh, we found the fourth Rocket Brother. Rocket Brothers are done. They will die. They probably won't go home and change their ways, though.
So, also, I'm wearing the lab coat because it's the professor's thing, but also because Altio, his Splatoon gear, his signature is the bandana.
Yeah.
My signature gear is the...
I've been wearing it for nearly all the years of Splatoon 2.
Is the Squid Research Lab coat. And I got a set of goggles from merch today that I'm feeling good about, so I'm hoping that it won't be too long before I can come on stream and do this for all of you.
Fair enough. The day you get to do that is going to be awesome.
So, all I need now is a sensible set of shoes. But the goggles and the lab coat are like close to being finished, so it won't be long before we're... Yeah.
Oh, come on! How is that not enough? I mean, this will be enough, but still. Thankfully, it was just a leer. Phew. Flame out! No matter, my brothers will avenge me. You were the last brother. Oh dear, help me, please. Look at him, he's such a coward. Oh, that's kind of your problem. They must have targeted Sylph for our Pokemon products. Yeah. They want to reproduce the Master Ball on the mass scale. The Rockets came and took over the building. Team Rocket's trying to conquer the world with Pokemon. Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing, dude? Brain says, my OC contains the Pearlescent Squid Kids, baseball jersey, and golden toothpick.
You didn't really betray Team Rocket because you were never affiliated with them in the first place. So how can you be a traitor to an organization that you never belonged to?
Maybe he's from an alternate universe? Or maybe he's one of those people where he thinks like everyone is a member of Team Rocket, you just don't know it yet. So if you deny them, you're a traitor.
One of those.
Oh, here it comes. Brayden's favorite. Golbat. And then it'll never naturally learn Lick, will it?
No.
That's a bit of a sprite flavor fail.
But how would it lick, though? It doesn't have a tongue in either its Zubat and then later Crobat forms. So how would it lick? Because it has the tongue as a Golbat, but then it loses it, so it'd be a part of its move pool.
It could be part of his move pool if you don't evolve him.
Yeah, I guess. That would have to work like Rotom, though, where it just automatically forgets it if it changes form.
That makes sense. That rotten president. He shouldn't have sent me to the Tixie branch.
Siberia.
Oh. So yeah, this guy is a defector. Well, okay, the level difference helps, so...
Still explodes. Voltor's hates Sylveon.
They do, but I think Sylveon got this one just on the level difference. Coffee! Coffee! It's funnier every time. Coffee! Oh no! Coffee! Oh no! That's 2 crits in a row! Good job, Sylveon! But you just became level 33. Yeah, we'll change. Levitate's not a thing.
It's also not quad weak in this game like it would be otherwise.
Yeah. It's true.
But it doesn't have sturdy either. Sturdy's annoying.
Oh, yeah, I'm coughing right now. Bad timing. Those will happen. punch that beach ball. No! Poisoned. Shucks. What? Coughing. Ha ha. Oh no. Cough no way. Get embered. Coughing is now burning. Shoot! Tixie Brants, it's in Russian no man's land.
That's what I said.
They really broke the, what do you call it, the fourth wall in this game a lot. Unless you know certain things are still supposed to exist in this Pokemon world. I don't know. I was describing you a bit of as a Diglett before because you always pop in and out. And again, don't we all at times? So...
The expression fourth wall comes from theater.
Right, no, yeah.
Because the set is designed, and then the fourth wall is what faces the audience, so when they break that, it's... Although it's not always applicable, as when you have like theater in the round, and then
it's figurative.
Yeah.
No. Full heal. Hey there, Marcia. Welcome back.
Hello. I have to do the Ultra Space hello.
My Pokemon are my loyal soldiers. So I'm going to have to work on that camera's headspace after I'm done with this stream. Then I figure out why it went so dark and see if I can get that to return to normal. I should have never messed with it at the beginning. I wanted to do body slam. I thought I went one lower. Okay. So
It worked. There you go.
I said, there's no way they're gonna turn one do a self-destruct. No way.
Turn one self-destruct with your only Pokemon. You're committed to the cause, aren't you?
Yeah. Darn, you weak Pokemon! Wow. Way to go, bro. The doors are electronically locked. A card key opens them. Oh, you don't say. Well, congratulations, Sylveon. You actually survived one. I'm scared. Oh, that's alright. I'm just a kid walking through here.
Self-destruct.
You survived a self-destruct, Sylveon. I literally accidentally... I was trying to body slam, but you thunderbolted the electrode and it just self-destructed. But you survived. Did not down you in one hit. You're at full health too, so that kind of helps. You really want it to explode again? Alright, fair enough. Arrgh! My boss has been after this place. Well, good for him. Kind of double check what kind of floor I'm on. I've been on this one before. Don't know what floor it is, but whatever. I think I've used this teleporter as well. Definitely have. there. Got the rare candy. And then it might just be time to go back out for supplies or get the Pokemon Center up. There's the floor with the beds. Which is teleportation from there. Definitely took that teleporter at one point. I think I remember taking that one. Are you gonna have fun in this maze, Josmin? That's for certain. Eek, no, stop, help. Oh, you're not with Team Rocket. I thought... Oh, I'm sorry. Here, please, take this. Ah, oh, wanted the card. What TM do we got now? Tat!
Toon can actually learn that.
Toon can. Sylveon cannot. Darn.
That was one of the most obnoxious things in competitive play in the first generation, was self-destructing Snorlaxes, because they get stab on it.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, that does sound... That sounds dirty. Oh. Oh, that man, that's...
So when it could fight no more, and it's pretty bulky, so it'd... You know, you're kind of gonna know when it's the right time to pop it. Normal types used to be a lot better than they are now. Like, nowadays, people look at normal types and they think, oh, a normal type, it doesn't have any special things, it's not super effective, it doesn't get stabbed on anything that has coverage. Yeah, but in the original game, like, normal types were just like your big, strong, bulky, beefy things. Snorlax, Tauros, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they kept that going. I mean, like, Ursaring in Generation 2 was a big scary bear, and... But, they kind of got away from that. Like, the quality of the normal types has gone down. The normal types used to be... just a big, strong animal.
Now they're... not normal. I was gonna say unnormal, but that's not... those aren't words.
Abnormal type, what?
And that's just basically whatever, I guess, Dark would be or something. And the other, like, supernatural ones.
No, that's what everything is, abnormal type.
Everything else is abnormal. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, I'm gonna put some of those TMs away. While I'm here, after all. I did it again! Bye-bye bicycle. Why can I put a bicycle in the computer? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. There we go. That amount of sliding will work. don't think there's a teleport pad I ignored anywhere else on this floor, have I? Because this is only the first floor. And of course that brings me here. That's just the other side of right there. These are just beds. So we'll just walk upstairs. Wait, can I use this to tell which floor I'm on? Nope. Okay, this is new. Your Pokemon have weak points. I can nail them. And you're gonna fail. I'll say, unless it's a red and white Pokemon, then things are gonna get bad. Well, it's not Electrode, so we don't have to worry about that. The Voltorbs just don't seem to explode as much, or as often, as Electrodes do. Give him a stab. And a crit. Nice. Now let's swap out to Toon. He needs a few levels, and then Kyle's gonna need some too. Everyone's actually gonna be pretty well rounded now, which is kind of nice. In the past, I would just power through with like one Pokemon and only have like one or two backups besides like my main starter being just the Beef Tank. And fighting everything. Fight a couple trainers, go back to the Pokemon Center. Fight a couple more trainers, go back to the Pokemon Center. You hammered me! Yep.
Use Alakazam until it runs out of power points.
Exploiting weak spots does work. Think about element types. And I'll just soft reset. I heard a kid was wandering around. Rocket wants to fight. That's just an Arbok. Okay, then we're good. Oops, so I'm gonna have to fight this one, I guess, then. Because I forgot to swap in Toon. Boom! Sonic Boom? It's not smart to pick a fight with Team Rocket. I did fight you before. The door over there is locked.
You can read the clipboard.
I did read them earlier. It says about how there's only four Pokemon evolved by trading.
Whoa.
There it is. Finally have that card key. Well, we'll unlock this. Bingo! Card key opened the door. I've done that before. Don't worry about it later. Start unlocking everything. Ooh, protein. Which is what, strength?
Physical attack.
Physical. Team Rocket is in an uproar over some intruder. That's you, right? Yep. And now I'm unlocking all the doors. Ooh. Which team do we have now? Swords Dance, okay. Do 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 do. Yeah, boss, he's opening all the doors. Nothing we can do about it. Why didn't you pack the guns? You, it's really dangerous here. You came to save me? You can't. I just did. Is that... It'd be bad if Team Rocket took over Sylph or our Pokemon. Yeah, that would be. In the Ore region, the one team actually accomplished what Team Rocket wanted to do, stealing other people's Pokemon. What was that team?
Snag 'em.
Oh, yeah?
I think so.
Wasn't there a team like Cypher or something?
Cypher, you're right. Cypher.
Oh, I had it right?
Mhm.
It's Team Cypher from Ore, from the Pokemon Coliseum?
Mm-hmm.
Whew! Go random memory! I just remember Cypher admin. And then the one dude with the giant Pokeball afro.
Mirror B. With the funky...
With the two Ludicolo. There were no doors behind him, but that sprite's what I think it is, isn't it?
I believe so.
Oh, no!
It just shows what a jerk he is. He could help all these people and he doesn't.
Yeah.
Unless he's just not strong enough.
Probably that. He probably couldn't beat them.
He's too proud to admit it. Loser.
It's just here, so downstairs, make sure we unlock all the doors for everybody. Sweet. Okay, that's cool. Hardly used it, but... Alright, we need protein. And who did we give that to before? Wasn't it just Toon?
We usually give it to Josme.
Was that Jasmine we gave it to? Mm-hmm. Or we were giving her speed and attack?
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. Who gets the HB? How you doing, Jasmine? I see that keyboard spam.
I'd probably give that to Toon or Kyle.
That makes sense. I'm actually going to, based on the health that we have here, I'm going to give it to Kyle. I went by 1 point, but that's fine. My Welsh teacher set an assignment about... Wow.
Yeah, that's rough. Ah, your Welsh is better than mine.
I've been practicing. And even that was probably still not that good. Llan Fire, Push, Win, Gish, Galgera, Wind Robust, Shanticilio, Ga Ga Ga. You just break it down, you just practice it, and you get used to it. Anything else, right?
That's one of the reasons why, if anyone's watching and they're interested in learning Japanese, like, don't use Duolingo. Because Duolingo is going to actually try to teach you words. Like, don't do that. The best way to learn Japanese is to learn the hiragana first.
There are probably some languages that would work better on certain programs, and Duolingo is not one of them for Japanese.
Yep.
Probably maybe not the best for Welsh either, but
take the time, do it right, learn the hiragana first, then learn the katakana, then and only then should you start kanji.
Duo can probably be like a good assist app if you've already done some of that extra footwork on certain languages. Where it's like if you do your due diligence on the language before using Duo, and not only don't use just Duo, do that outside research, and then you can use that to add to the experience of learning it. It's probably the right way, but yeah.
And then when you're learning your kanji, take the time to learn the radicals. Like, some people want to just learn the kanji straight up. You have to learn the radicals that make up the kanji, because if you ever encounter a kanji that you don't know what it means, you can at least have some idea if you know the radicals that make it up.
And that's kind of the idea also with when it comes to the Welsh, there are mutations. And depending on what kind of letters or what words or letters come first in the sentence, that's going to change other words. So like the word vuita, which means like to eat, is going to change to vuita, spelled with an F but pronounced with a V. So that'll change based on stuff earlier in the sentence structure.
Japanese has...
And I have a link for it. Joshua actually gave me a link for it, but I'm going to have to actually take the time to study when you're supposed to use those.
Japanese has similar things. So they have, to make certain sounds, they have something called a dakuten, and dakuten change one pronunciation of a word to another. It changes a sound to another sound. And then the other thing about that is, though, to avoid sort of awkward sounds, there's grammatical rules called rendaku, where rendaku will switch something to its dakuten, where it wouldn't normally be. So you have to sort of watch for rendaku under certain conditions, and there's rules to learn for when things will rendaku.
Irish has mutations as well. I believe that. Irish and Welsh and was it Cornish are under the same branch, so I expect them to all be very mutation heavy. So I'm gonna check this other side first, and then I'll come back over here to the left, because the left seems a bit more involved in terms of doors. Slanvire itself, like Hanvire, usually the shorthand for it is Slanvire Pashtunge, and then people just leave the rest, because if you say Slanvire Pashtunge, you know which city you're talking about. So then that makes a lot of sense, though. That long word itself has a mutation, like, it being that long, you kind of should expect it to.
Nurse?
You look tired. You should take a quick nap. Don't give up. All right, won't do. Goch at the end is a mutation of Koch, the color red. There's probably more. Interesting.
I think that teleporter takes you to where Gary is. You might want to save.
Yeah, I'll be doing that. It's gonna be a tough fight. Your Pokemon seem to adore you, kid. Well, he recognizes that.
Yeah, well, they're all based on your viewers who also adore you.
Wait, what?
G's doing Altio cosplay. I mean, like this.
Wait, what?
When we were on the server yesterday, the Discord, he was talking about how he was doing Altio cosplay with the bandana and all.
Oh, right. He might have been playing a game or something. I do recall that now. I was in the middle of working, so I didn't get to catch all the messages. But yeah, now I recall that. So when a Pokemon uses strength, what do you normally imagine that to be? Some sort of push, headbutt, punch? When they use their strength, like what even is that? They just pick them up and just slam them, or?
The animation has typically been like they hit you with a boulder. I guess that reflects what it does in the overworld. I kind of just imagined like it just like kind of, yeah, like a kind of just like a
bam, just gives you like
just like a shove or a grab of some kind. It's a Honda hug.
yeah. Hey, Ice, how you doing? Says, hey, gentlemen, just gonna listen on the way home from work. Yeah, no problem, not much to talk about. Toon just arrived. Toon might want to say hi to Ice here. This is Red, Pokemon Red. I was always a Red player, so I was always gonna, of course I was gonna play Red.
Greetings, Ice.
Yeah, he's taking a drive home right now.
Oh, sure.
Brain says, Professor, if you were in Final Destination film, would you rather believe or not believe your friend that he saw the future?
Fox only, no items. Oh. If I'm in Final Destination. Okay.
It's good melee joke. I might have made that joke before, early on.
I don't know. Yes and no. Well, no, you can't yes and no. Like, that's a common cop-out people have. That's non-responsive. Would you believe? Well, yes and no. No. So, it would depend on what he was telling me about the future and how he presented that information. So, if I thought he was talking about something that was plausible, I would be more inclined to believe him. If my friend were telling me something that I thought was just sort of completely irrational, I'd be concerned. I'd hear him out, but I probably wouldn't believe him.
Mm-hmm.
I still might humor him a little bit to make him feel better, but I don't know that I would necessarily believe that.
Right.
You guys eat yet?
I've eaten a tad bit more recently myself. I believe Professor here might need some sustenance.
There's pizza in the kitchen.
Oh, thanks, Toon.
Yeah, get you some food there, Toon.
Why?
You- Right. I think you can't even see the sludge when it touches Toon there, just because the overall like darkness of the sprite. Also, Ice has been saying, "What up, gangsta?" to you, Toon. Oh, yeah, what does he say? Humph. Team Rocket said that if I helped them, they'd let me study Pokemon. Well, did you get what you asked for? Did you get to study them? Oh, that's funny. The Hyper Potion's actually going to be just a tad short of a full heal. Or did I read that wrong? Either way. Where's my... Nice.
Hello, Toon. Hello, Baby Yoda.
Hey, Baby Yoda, how you doing?
For those that are wondering what that is, the in the Alola region, people greet each other by saying Alola, which is the word for hello. But the weirdos from Ultra Space do this. Yeah, there he is.
Oh boy. I'm glad Toon's on my side and is actually not the rival character. Now, it'd be funny if I could have picked a rival a rival name. I don't think I could bring myself to do that. Who do I want in the front of the lineup?
Doesn't he usually lead with the Pidgeotto? Pidgeot?
Maybe.
Usually.
So yeah, we'll go for Sylveon first, just in case. I know the main. What kept you, Altio? You thought I thought you'd turn if I waited here. I guess Team Rocket slowed you down. Not that I care.
I saw you in Saffron, so I decided to see if you got better.
So you knew these people were in trouble and you didn't help them. You just hid in this office building to ambush us. What a jerk.
Yeah. He did lead with Pidgeot. And at the level advantage too, but that won't matter. Get bolted.
Ah,
Coughing. Growlithe. We will definitely be changing. Kyle, stab him.
Rise and surf!
and he did. He used same type attack bonus.
Kyle has stabbed the Growlithe.
Yes. Now it's Josme's time to shine. Although the Ember's pretty weak.
Well, still. Ember might be kind of weak, but it's fine.
Wait till Josme learns some real fire moves. Leech Seed. Get wrecked, Scrum.
Bye-bye, execute. I wonder if it just should be like a mirror battle. But I actually think Toon might have this.
Toon has this.
Make him crunch. Had to crit though.
Greetings, traveler, and to your hat as well.
I love that Toon's making a full recovery off that. I wanted to press down and flute, but I missed my timing on it.
That's okay.
And I only ended up getting the A button part in there instead of the down.
It happens to us all. See, nowadays, when you wake up, you can attack the turn you wake up. It used to be waking up took a turn.
Yeah.
There's so many little quality of life things that you really...
Probably has a strong water attack now, so I guess I wouldn't want to send Josme out for the rematch.
I'll just have Sylveon roasted.
Yep. Oops.
Or Toon's got it.
Toon himself would definitely still also have it. Still using Bubble?
That's not gonna do much with Amnesia. Alright, let's wreck him with +4 sight.
I can use it once more, right?
Once more, you can go up to +6.
Because it's a double stack.
Yep, that's gonna do hardly anything.
Oh boy.
This is gonna tickle.
Kapow! Ooh, that hurt.
I'm surprised.
And that was even a crit.
I'm surprised it didn't kill it.
Oh no! So you're ready for Boss Rocket!
He has a name, Gary.
Well, Altio, I'm moving on up ahead. By checking my Pokedex, I'm starting to see what's strong and how they evolve. I'm going to the Pokemon League to boot out the Elite Four. I'll become the world's most powerful trainer. Altio, well, good luck to you. Don't sweat it. Smell ya! Oh, hi. You're not a rocket. You came to save us? Why, thank you. I want you to have this Pokemon for saving us.
Oh, sweet, Lapras. Do you want to give a nickname to Lapras? Anyone out there want to give a nickname to Lapras?
Deserves
I mean, yeah, there's plenty. I would like to rename Duck to like one of our viewers, but I kind of can't. Because then I think our team's pretty much assembled. You want to be the Lapras Baby Yoda? I'm fine with that. Huh.
Baby Yoda's gonna be the Lapras.
Let's see, I got a here.
He
Okay.
says, I'm a Lapras.
Here. Dude. Oops, I forgot the space.
See, if Baby Yoda had been a fire type, then we would have done all the Dhalsim jokes. Like, Yoda fire!
Oh,
Yoda
yeah.
flame!
Yeah, that would have been funny. Heck yeah, I'd be swimming in the ocean.
Or even the
It's Lapras. It's very intelligent. We kept it in our lab, but it will be much better off with you. I think you will be a good trainer for Lapras. It's a good swimmer. It'll give you a lift. But we'll just teach Lapras Surf too. But Lapras also is also ice, right?
yeah, it's ice.
So that's actually really helpful for certain typings. Which is... I forget what. I always forget what ice is actually strong against.
Ice is strong against a lot of things. The main benefit to having an ice type is ice murders dragons. And
Oh, yeah.
And since most dragons are part flying, or in
And
the case
Lance.
of, or Garchomp is ground, well, we won't be dealing with Garchomp, but it's just like, oh, hi, Lance. And now
Ice
it's-
beats ground and dragon, for the most part.
Yep. In this game, that would be the main things that they'd be good for. So it's just like, oh, hi, Lance. Sylveon and Yoda are gonna wreck your face.
And we'll have lots of chances to level up Lapras and get some other stuff in here. Since Kyle and Yoda are friends, we might be able to swap in Yoda in for Kyle for a little bit, all depending on leveling and doing that kind of stuff. So I like this. I like this a lot. I wanted to put, honestly, I don't know if Nightcore's still here, but I wanted to put Nightcore as our Haunter, just to match his love for, of course, the emo style of aesthetics that he likes. But I knew that Haunter wasn't probably going to be sticking around, and I didn't want to name him something that wouldn't be sticking. Though to include him, I think still would have been something worth doing, so it's probably my failure there.
You might want to get him out of there.
Yeah, depending what kind of moves it has.
Yeah, that was a good call. You got a free switch and you avoided super effective damage.
Bone Club's actually a ground attack?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Bone Club and Bone Meringue both count as ground.
I forgot that.
Marowak didn't get a lot of use until it became a Lowland Marowak, which is a Ghost Fire type. And even then, the main draw of it, it's still very niche. It's really good on Trick Room teams because it's really slow. It can have the ability Rockhead, which completely negates all recoil, but it has a unique held item it can have. And if a Marowak holds an item called a Thick Club, its attack is doubled, and it has a really high attack to begin with. So, like, the way to use an Alolan Marowak is just to set up Trick Room, and then have it hold Thick Club and just spam Flare Blitz, because you're going to get stabbed Flare Blitz on doubled attack with no recoil. It's cheap, but effective.
Yeah.
Marowak. I've never heard of someone using an actual, regular, non-Alolan Marowak.
Not nowadays.
Nope.
I would have used Marowak. So you want to see my boss?
Yes, we do.
Mm-hmm.
We have an appointment.
At precisely now o'clock. Altio. So we meet again. The President and I are discussing a vital business proposition. Keep your nose out of grown-up matters, or experience a world of pain. Giovanni wants to fight. Giovanni sent out Midorino. Giovanni, why are you narrating yourself? Because I can and I'm awesome! And hit him. Great! Did a good job, Sylveon. Always knew you could. And it critted. Nice. Oh, you're level 36 now. Fantastic. Kangaskhan. Yeah, actually, I want to change it. Why do we keep thinking that like that's going to be like lower on the chart and it is not? We'll give a Kyle a few more levels before the change out. Now, Zypress also part water or like full ice?
Part water.
I thought it was water ice. At least I had that right. Kangaskhan take that. I think Kangaskhan's one of those slightly beefier ones. Nope, still was not enough. Nice! Kyle leveled. No need to change.
Mega Kangaskhan had one of the stupidest, strongest abilities ever, because when it Mega Evolved, the baby would come out of the pouch, and whatever move it used, the baby would also use, so it would hit you twice.
Oh, that's...
The baby had a damage reduction multiplier, but it hit you twice, and the baby did decent damage. So I mean,
yeah, like there's just... Huh.
Quake it.
My exact thought. So I'm like, haha, you're part poison. Give her the punch, Jawsme. Show her the real queen is. Pow. And done. Arr! I lost again!
Nice arg, pirate. Nice arg.
Blast it all! You ruined our plans for Sylph! But Team Rocket will never fall. Altio, never forget that all Pokemon exist for Team Rocket. I must go, but I shall return.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Thank you for saving Sylph. I will never forget you saved us in our moment of peril. I have to thank you in some way. Because I'm rich, I can give you anything. Here, maybe this will do. You got the Master Ball. Haha, Mewtwo. Your days are done. Thank you for rescuing all of us. We admire your courage.
I think you can use that PC if you want to.
Yep. They probably put that there on purpose. Deposit a couple of these things, which, clogging things up just a little bit. Like that. And, of course, this thing. The accuracy.
You already opened all the doors and are leaving this location, so the card key can go.
Sweet. And I did not touch the bicycle. Let's see, who just leveled up? It was Kyle, right? So, we'll give him the candy. Thank you for rescuing all of us. We admire your courage. Sweet. Thank you! Ding dong. The song will never change though, huh? That you, even though you beat Giovanni.
Nope.
Weird. But understandable too. We can visit houses and actually take down Sabrina now. The main thing you've been here for. Actually, oh yeah, and it was. Well, that's. I'm gonna hit withdraw first. I actually have to deposit. Okay, fine. Kyle, get in there for a bit. Gonna swap out with Yoda. Oh, Yoda's only 15 right now. Okay, that makes things rough. Let's see what attacks we've got there.
Well, you can give it surf right away with the hidden machine.
Mm-hmm. Which I don't have on me for the moment. It's gonna be way down there. Alright, is that? No. I think. So 5 is Flash.
Is 4... I think you want HMO3. I think 4 is Strength.
Yeah, I kind of forget which one's which. I don't want to always walk away from the, Just expecting me to give the tune just is hilarious. Okay, and I can deposit these again. And... It's like, man, just the level 15, though, you think they'd at least give you, like, level 25 or something, kind of keep it marginally close to where you're currently at in the game? Unless they wanted you to do all that grind training. Which makes sense, because that would be the case due to the fact of the time frame this game was created during. Lots of grind-heavy RPG stuff. This is the mid-90s we're talking about here. I did it! No! I was thinking, okay, I can do this. I can escape. I can escape with the bicycle intact. And I did not. Ugh! I was getting so excited to not deposit the bike, and then I deposited the bike. Okay. It's good. Have to do shenanigans, I guess. I might just need it to stop being the top of the list then, and just keep it as close to the top as possible. Deposit the bike. I did. I sure did. At least I'm consistent on something. Might not be able to do some swap out stuff in the middle of the gym, or Or that kind of be not recommended.
Saffron Gym will be difficult because they're going to hit you really hard.
It always was.
Are you going to fight the trainers, or do you want to go straight to Sabrina?
Do kind of want to fight the trainers. Keep up with that as I have been going. Which means I might need to restock on items because I want to try to like not use the and there's enough full heals, but and not use the
Pokemon Center.
Pokemon Center as much as possible. My daughter is so self-centered. She only has a few friends. Aw, at least she has some friends.
She gives you Mimic.
Chancy. My daughter likes to mimic people. Her mimicry has earned her the nickname Copycat around here.
She is adept at mimesis.
This is a rare Pokemon, huh? It's only a doll. Hi, do you like Pokemon? No, I just asked you. Huh? You're strange. Quit mimicking. But that's my favorite hobby. Okay, the conversation actually confused me. Hammer on the wall. Who's the fairest one of them all? That makes sense. A game with Mario wearing a bucket on his head. Wait. Wouldn't that be, I forget which game that's supposed to be. My secrets. Skill, mimicry. Hobby, collecting dolls. Favorite Pokemon? Clefairy.
Oh, that's right. You have to go buy a Poke Doll to give it to her, and then she gives you the TM. So if you want the TM for Mimic, which is not a good move, but if you want the TM for Mimic, I don't know why you would, but
If you're like a completionist.
Jim, see, it's twice as good.
Okay, that's pretty clever.
Okay, the warp tiles in here.
Or something interesting. Yo! Champ in the making! Sabrina's Pokemon use psychic power instead of force. Well, psychic is still a force. Fighting Pokemon are weak against psychic Pokemon. They get creamed before they can even aim a punch.
That's true. So with these teleporters, always take the one that is directly above or below where you started. That's the path to Sabrina. Never go to the left or right. Always above or below.
Okay. But we're fighting the trainers.
Sure.
And you're like, why? Professor is in pain right now. He's screaming on the inside. This is not what I would be doing. Sabrina is young, but she's also our leader. You won't reach her easily. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we all wear lab coats here.
Psychic wants to fight. Go, Baby Yoda. Now swap. Considering who you are. I'm slow. So in all honesty, that water gun still probably would have knocked out Lapras at that level disadvantage.
Lapras is pretty bulky, but I wouldn't want to test that.
Right. Now's not the time for testing. Now's the time for garnering up experience points for Baby Yoda. You will learn off of Sylveon.
See, I always came here before I fought Koga, and the level difference made Koga... Like, you'd come here and it'd be miserable, but then when you go to fight Koga, it'd be like, yeah.
Yeah. Like, psst, so what?
Plus, I'm using Psychic types, so it was just...
Oh, shoot.
Well, no harm.
Sylveon, enough, come back. Alright, go Sylveon!
It's actually kind of a disturbing Slowbro sprite. You can really see that Shelder's thinking the teeth and the tail.
Yeah.
Slowbro's like hugging it.
It's really interesting how like in Gen 1 they're the only Pokemon duo that like evolves together when they combine. In the most simplest of ways, when it just bites onto a tail-based fishing rod, they turn into like a brand new evolution. Like, huh? Okay.
The lore with the Galarian Slowking is really disturbing because the Shelder is just biting it on a regular Slowking again, and it's like the pain made him intelligent. With the Galarian Slowking, it actually comes down over his face, and it's the Shelder's eyes on the outside, and it possesses him. Like the Shelder actually possesses the Slowpoke on the Slowking from Galar. There used to be 2 Pokemon gyms in Saffron. The fighting dojo next door lost its gym status when we went and creamed them.
Dang.
Yes, I remember those days.
You know that Power alone isn't enough. That's not what I've been hearing. I've been hearing that one-shotting is actually kind of fun.
It's mine.
Mine. I'm gonna trust me to have this fight over Toon for right now. Toon can have the next Pokemon.
My screen just quaking. It's frail.
Oh, okay. Earthquake is just like one of the best moves in the game, okay?
Doesn't exist anymore.
What doesn't exist anymore?
Barrier. I got rid of it.
As a move?
Yeah, barrier. A lot of moves from the first generation were retired in Galar. Comet Punch is gone now.
Huh.
Barrier's gone now.
Wow.
Then they have a thing. If your Pokemon knows this move, delete it, because it won't do anything. And if you forget it, you will never relearn it. They have a big warning about that.
That's certainly something.
That was for the competitive gameplay rebalance, which then brought back Garchomp. I just can't get over it.
Yeah, you'll never get over it.
No, just...
This trainer is something else.
No, that's not going to do a ton.
Unless
Did it crit? Did it crit? It crit!
I was like, you know it critted. You know it crit. Once you saw it go past a certain number, you're like, that's a crit.
That's a crit. That's a crit.
What? Crunch him. That's alright, you won't survive a second punch. Josme's had enough of your shenanigans.
Josme is not amused.
I mean, just look at that face. Does that look like the face of Mercy to you?
That is not the face.
That is not
of
the face of Mercy. I don't believe this! Sabrina just wiped out the karate master next door. As in, like, literally just did that, like, yesterday? And then here we are on an adventure? Oh, my bad. Okay. I can't believe it critted after that special stack.
Crit happened.
Yeah, it certainly does. Oh, that's right. Start from that one. Pokemon take on the appearance of their trainers. Your Pokemon must be tough then. Oh, thanks for the compliment. That's so rare in this game. They're all usually trying to, like, beat you down. It's rare that there's a channeler in here.
There's a few.
Or, it just, not that it's rare, but it just seems odd. Like, flavor, fluff-wise.
Hey.
That's not the attack you're supposed to use. I must teach better techniques to my Pokemon. You might just need more Pokemon. Saffron Pokemon Gym is famous for its psychics. You want to see Sabrina, I can tell.
Yep.
This is a gym that's hardly psychic at all. That you're just stacking the odds. It's not psychic.
Slow bro.
Soon to be slow, no. Your defense doesn't matter on special. Okay. And I won't even use Body Slam, I'll just double up on electricity. Sylveon will defeat you no problem. Baby Yoda's getting stronger every day. I think Baby Yoda was always quick to catch up anyways. Arg! That's right, I used telepathy to read your mind. No, you didn't.
Chandler.
Sabrina's younger than I, but I respect her.
Don't we all? Ooh, ghastly scan.
Respect goes, like, respect goes two ways. Why do they keep using Nightshade, the one move they're not supposed to use on you?
Just recover. It's fine. We'll laugh it.
Yeah.
Recover. It is impossible to win.
But they say respect goes two ways. And I don't think that means as in, like, going back and forth between people. I think that means there's two ways that people view respect. They either don't give it to you and you have to earn it from them, or they automatically view you as you automatically have it, and you can only lose it from that person. That's what I think that, like, respect goes two ways kind of a thing. So it's just a matter of, does that person, do you have to earn it from that person? Do you have to receive it from that person to get it from that person? Or do they automatically give it to you and you only have, it's only yours to lose from that person? And I think unfortunately, I've always been of the mindset of, like, you have to earn it from me, and I've been trying to change my mindset. And I think I have changed that to where I just respect the person now, and they have to lose it from me, really. Because everyone has their points and strengths that often, go unnoticed, and nobody wants to be unnoticed about stuff like that. So, anyways, I digress. How about any of you out there? How do you view respect as a concept? And you see yourself as the person has to be earned from, or the person who they have to lose it from you? I think you're the person they have to earn it from. Absolutely 100% there. Maybe 120%, Professor.
But there's a difference between not granting respect and being in a default posture of disrespect.
Oh yeah.
best he can do with that is Dream Eater, which won't do much to us, so we're good. But we're gonna wake up anyway.
Oh, there's. I forgot that the flute's so far down. Put that above. I still gotta put the good rod away. Jeez. Good job, me. I missed some notes in there, but my bad.
We'll just heal again. That's fine. It is impossible to Recover now only has 10 power points. They learned about the shenanigans.
Oh, they changed that for the... Understandable. Yeah, I'm like, it having 20 is like... That's actually really strong.
If you give it PP up, it's even more ridiculous.
How many points does that rise?
You can get it pretty high. I don't know the exact numbers for Generation 1, but I think you can get it up to about, like, I want to say 28 or so maxed out.
I say, when you use the power points up, like, how many does it increase it by per use? Like 2?
It varies on the move.
Varies on the move.
So, like, a move that has 5 power points maxed out would be 8. No flute?
Nah. Because I was basing on the fact it'll wake up fast, and they won't use Nightshade too much. And RNG is like, nope, Nightshade twice in a row, and I'm like...
Well, Toon's immune to Nightshade, and he has Psychic, so he can wreck those things.
Well, he does have Psychic, but...
So you don't have to heal me before you leave the gym. You can just... Also, those are part poison, so Josmy can just quake them.
Oh, right. Bang!
Notice you just hit it with a fighting type move?
Yeah,
That's because Seismic Toss doesn't take weakness or resistance into account.
exactly. I remembered that, so I'm like, ha, I can actually do this. The battle of equals. The one with the stronger will win. If you wish to beat Sabrina, focus on winning. That's some advice. That it is. Where I started. For my guy. So. You and I, Pokemon to fight. I don't remember myself. Top left. Where the thing? Mine. It's anywhere but here. Nice. And it critted. Perfect. Yep, because Yoda's gonna keep coming out. So Lapras is one of those, like, slow leveling Pokemon, right?
Yep, Lapras is in the slowest growth rate group. It takes as much to level up a Lapras as it does a Dragon Pokemon.
Huh. Now I'll let Joe do the last one with Earthquake. To be confused, right? That's what I'm talking about. Haha. I lost after all. Well, of course you did. You knew that was going to take place, then, guess you're one of those, like, well, I guess I'm just resigned to my fate kind of people.
Fatalism.
Get healed. Does our unseen power scare you? No. We have seen the unseen, and the unseen has seen us. Something about the abyss staring back, right?
That's Nietzsche. When you gaze long into that abyss, the abyss gazes also into you. He has a lot of very quotable things. Who would fight the monsters must take care that he not become a monster himself.
I mean, it's accurate. No.
Sleep.
It's sleep time.
Sleepy time.
Thank goodness. Just in time. I was like, if he hurts himself with confusion while trying to sleep. I wanted to go down. Did the thing again. Might as well wait it out now. It's going to be the same difference. And 4. Nice. Mist is just an accuracy reducer, right? Is that like a...
Mist prevents abnormal status conditions, I think. Yeah, Mist prevents abnormal status conditions. Haze resets all stat modifications.
No. Hey, see if we can get some points now. Ow. Like, how would a Slowpoke even get a headbutt off anyways? Like, Slowpoke would be slowly getting up, the Jolteon, Sylveon will walk over and be like, yeah, what you gonna do about it? And just like, yeah, go ahead, give me the headbutt right here. This one's for free, just for you, buddy. Just pow. Oh, okay, actually that hurt. Never mind, I'm not doing that again. The Thunderbolt!
I wouldn't want to headbutt a Jolteon. It's really pointy.
I mean, it practically is one of the porcupines of the Pokemon world. Have they ever made a porcupine Pokemon yet?
No.
Okay, then that'll be coming up eventually.
Well, sort of. Togedemaru is not really a porcupine, but he's very close. He's an electric type Pokemon that's like... I guess he could be a porcupine. I don't think he's a porcupine. He looks more like a spiky mouse, but... Togedemaru would be the closest. Possible porcupine.
Come on, get the full 5. 3's still really good off of crit. Got the full 5. And it was enough. You got out-furied. Nice, and Toon's already amnesia'd up.
Amnesia goes away if you switch him out.
Oh, okay then.
Like any stat modification, it's only good while the Pokemon's on the field. If it leaves,
If it leaves, it has to do it all over again. Okay, that's actually fair. That's actually fair. I thought it stayed.
but you can use that to your advantage as well, because then if you have stat reductions, like deductions, like somebody's really wrecking your attack with Growl or Leer, or your defense with Leer or something, Screech.
Or accuracy stuff.
Yeah, you can just boop.
Swap. Body Slam, come on.
Body Slam's really good, especially on him.
Hard to figure out where to put it though.
Yeah, you'd want it in the slot that Strength is in now, so I don't know.
Having some coverage due to Psychic here was kind of interesting, but... Tough choice.
I'd leave Psychic on him, because that'll really come in handy when you fight Agatha in the Elite Four, because a lot of her Pokemon will be of very limited use with his normal typing.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm okay with getting rid of Amnesia, just keeping Psychic around for Agatha later. Just for the shenanigans. Kind of lose out on some of the special defense. And it's like, but I don't want to lose out on the healing at all, just because of how bulky he is. And again, Strength has been doing fine all on its own. And I think keeping this combination around of Amnesia and Rest or Amnesia and Psychic, I'll keep it as it is. I don't think it even needs the Body Slam.
Yeah, I'm sort of good with that too.
And I think we'll be able to complete the game without, doing that, like, quote, optimization. Psych Pokemon fear only ghosts and bugs.
Yep.
Wait. Oh, right. Hive Mind. No, bug type. Oh, back at the beginning. Actually, kind of forget which corner it came from. I think it was the bottom left. Did fight you. And fight you. Oh, I lost track. Oh, never mind. And we fought all of them. Cool. Well, here it is, good sir. In a vision of your arrival, I've had psychic powers since I was a child. I first learned to bend spoons with my mind. I dislike fighting, but if you wish, I will show you my powers.
So now, time for us to play.
Sabrina wants to fight. Sent out Dabra. But it failed. You are still really fast. It critted. Oof.
You might want to just focus on beating Sabrina and not worry about leveling Yoda.
Yeah. I'm glad you wasted it on the recover. Cool, still got a level out of it. Oh, sweet, it critted. Nice. Good job, Sylveon. Your luck's changing for the better.
Poison type.
Yep. I was like, nope, I want Mariah here for this one. So it actually got an attack on me that was super effective, and it was still not that bad.
Here we go.
Alright, so where do we put Psychic?
It's like a strictly better confusion, so you can,
Okay. Makes sense to me. Depending on the level, you might have the speed advantage.
Oh, he's gonna be faster. No mistake about that.
Oh, right.
I'd Quake the thing.
You would have actually used Quake? Oh. I think one more punch would get it done.
Psywave does random amounts of damage between 0.5 and 1.5 times your Pokemon's level.
Huh.
Psywave was a weird move, and they got rid of it, and I'm kind of glad that they did.
That'll probably do it. Didn't. Oh, no. No!
Let me finish it.
Yeah.
Use Psychic. Thunderwave. The special will just keep falling. Just spam.
Fair enough. Which technically just makes this move a little tad bit more stronger each time.
And makes his weaker.
Yep. It's just a double gap.
And he's wasting his heals.
Still has a lot of them.
Yeah, but he's also paralyzed. And then when we, get maximum special drops out of Psychic for whatever we can do, Psybeam will probably confuse him at some point. Then we'll get the double hits in. And even if Mirai can't finish him, we've made it easier for whatever comes in, because his special will be greatly reduced, so he's not gonna...
Which should probably just be Sylveon at that point.
I think Sylveon's job a lot easier, because he'll hit a lot harder, and they'll also...
Now that's efficiency.
See, but he's losing ground. We're making a slow incremental gain on him.
Yeah.
When you use Psychic types as long as I have, you start to learn all of their strengths, but also all of their limitations.
Especially the limitations of the AI.
Yep. If he starts to try to retaliate, you have Recover.
Yeah.
But you see how much that Psybeam did?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Now they have to recover just to stay alive. And that's a bad way to be, especially when you're paralyzed.
Yeah. RNG's favoring them a bit, but
This tune says you'll have that.
And if it doesn't look some crits, then it's over.
Yep, 2 paralysis. You're down.
That's that. Good job, team. Defeated Sabrina. I'm shocked. But a loss is a loss. And she's gracious in defeat. I admit I didn't work hard enough to win. You earned the Marsh Badge. You got money. The Marsh Badge makes Pokemon up to level 70 obey you. Stronger Pokemon will become wild, ignoring your orders in battle. Just don't raise your Pokemon too much. Wait, please take this TM with you.
Psywave.
A Psywave. It uses powerful psychic waves to inflict damage. Everyone has psychic power. People just don't realize it. Oh. Okay, wait a second. Oh no! I just made everything worse!
Just... There you go.
Yeah, made up for it, but... come on, YouTube. Wow. That's a long blip. Stream is excellent. Okay, there we go. That little blackout's over, but, wow, that took a while. Let me double check on something here, just in case YouTube's being shoddy towards us. Okay, that's good. Huh. Alrighty then. That's that for Sabrina. Well, depending, that blackout could have occurred during the entire reading of Sabrina's dialogue.
Oh, could have just been on our end.
Just on our end? That's good. You didn't get any blip? Thank goodness. I was worried that most everyone, if not everyone out there, got that. But heck, if we managed to get it, seeing here on the preview, that means some people out there might have gotten it. Why not? A few more. And then... need to... fly. everyone's healed again. Wonderful. Make the way to... Oh, we'll actually be able to get tentacles and tentacles now. My other favorites. Fly as ducks.
I think you can just bypass Seafoam Island if you fly to Pallet Town and just surf south.
Yeah, I think you can. But I'm gonna take the normal path thing. You have saved the game! Wait, you have a heart attack! But why? Swimmer wants to fight. Someone's gonna get a major amount of leveling going on here. And I don't even feel bad. Pretty soon maybe it'll be able to fight on his own. Swap out training for like the like, what was it, the 4th or 5th time in a row. Now it's past grind gaming. Nice. So when you do not need tail whip at this stage of the game. The transport, like, why does this guy keep throwing out a Lapras and calling it back? I just don't understand.
Just showing him the Lapras.
Yeah.
Here's my Lapras.
Here's my Lapras. Alright, now it's a Sylveon. Darn it! Oh, sweet Lapras. Oh, darn it! It's Jolteon. No! I thought I was using Lapras again. Why didn't you go train under Misty? Ooh, that's chilly. No, this is Curry. Watch out for Tentacool. Have to warm up before my swim. Shouldn't he be... well, never mind. Speaking thereof... Hey, you can also fight this one. More leveling is though. I must want like ducks to have at it a bit. Just poor ducks. And this amount of fury will get it done. Keyboard spam. You okay out there, Josmy? Withdraw all you want. job, Yoda. Now, level 22.
Uh-oh.
Slowly but steadily, catching up. I heard something fall inside the wall. Oh, jeez. Hopefully it's not the return of the mice. Thanks, kid. I'm ready for a swim. Oh, yeah. Hold up. They never left in the first place. Fair. That and there was some hammering going on the wall the other day too. So maybe something on the maybe something loose on the inside broke. If anything, hopefully that fall killed the mouse. It's just a probably hit its back against the edge of some piece of wood and just spine bustered. Fixing a door frame. Well, yeah. Then hopefully the mouse fell to its death. Goodbye, mouse. Please go away, yes. Thank you. Yeah, if only. Mice, please go away. We've destroyed enough Ratatas and Raticates in here, but I guess it hasn't truly made up for it. See, we're at the point where I like to be in this game, which is a nice amount of levels over the AI. Over the NPCs. Ooh, traumatic. And you just start one-shotting everything. I might get to C to forget. Forget your loss? Okay. Want, I guess. I tried diving for Pokemon, but it was a no-go. Yeah, they don't do that until Gen 3?
Yep, I went.
Hardly any foreshadowing, but kind of funny.
You get to catch a Relican. Like underwater. I like Relican.
Kid bolted. Yep, let's keep this going. Heck yeah, Sea King! That old meme. That one was always one of my favorites, I have to admit.
There's so many Sea King memes.
Yeah. No, I'm not confused. I remember reaching Cinnabar Island early and beating the gym because I couldn't find where I was supposed to go. Ha!
Well, that's a way to do it.
That is one way to do it, but that's just awesome. That's actually really awesome. Like, great job.
fish for sea Pokemon. Oh, okay. I love swimming. What about you? Oh, actually, yeah, I do. I like swimming. I ain't no, like, you know, Olympian swimmer, but I'm pretty decent at it.
No!
That's right, I'll keep playing the flute.
This is a rap battle at this point.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you do those 1 point of damage. Slow but steady. You know, it's funny to think about like certain trainers and they have like the full lineage, which means they had to capture the same starter like 3 times and then level them up. And in case of like, you know, Poliwhirl, you know, trade them so they evolve. Nice critical hit. Belly flop. Ouch. I can beat Pokemon at swimming. That's pretty impressive. A little well, a bit skeptical, but what's beyond the horizon? More ocean, depending on the direction you're going. More horizon. You'll never see beyond the horizon, technically. That'll have to be for later. You get this one, Professor. Yes, I thank you. Yeah, you're gonna have a voicemail too. I understand that. Thank you. Saran wraps. Glub. Can I just fly to the center from here? Wow, already writing? Yay! Gonna go sleep in the bed. Just because. Well, Theo, you should take a quick rest. Oh, good. You and your Pokemon are looking great. Take care now. Let's see what the big sis says. It's actually walking around now. Pokemon are living things. If they get tired, give them a rest. Fair enough. Well, that's easy enough. Yo, take us for a swim again. Wow, 4 trainers here. These waters are treacherous. Only because you're here. This had to be constructed. Actually, I'm just thinking of rat. Beam! Oh, this is so tedious. Is what it is, though. You gotta do what you gotta do to prepare for the Elite Four. These Pokemon work together!
We're still not really in the kind of shape you'd want to be in to go after the legendary birds.
Yeah, that's kind of true, huh?
They're at level 50.
Yeah. Well, they'll be coming up eventually. That's the important part.
Oh no, I mean, there's still a ways to go, though. You got 2 more gyms.
Oh yeah, we have the upcoming caves, the gyms, the Victory Road itself, plus the Elite Four. So it's not exactly the most walk in the park. Yoda's almost at the point to start fighting on his own. Yeah, nice recovery you have there.
like, come on, 4. Wow, I forgot this one was so angry looking. This Tentacruel just... Tenta... Tenta... I'm so over this shit. Ooh, dangerous. I got a cramp, glub glub. Well, get out of the water before you drown. Swimming's great, sunburns aren't. How true, how true. Beauty wants to fight. Nope, you can't fight that one yet, Yoda. Yeah, I know that attack all too well. Ducks got out of there just in time. No! Used it again anyways. Are you kidding me? I'll just cut you. No. Oh. That's my smart attack, not Fury. Oh, and it critted. No! Attacked once. Darn it, Ducks. Who's the next one down? 2 needs some leveling. Sweet. Which move? Probably the Growl, because we have Sing. Shocker! My boyfriend wanted to swim to Seafoam Islands. Well, did you get there? I guess not. Y'all been just waiting around all day for battles. How you doing, Professor?
I'm doing well.
Good, good. Enjoying the reminiscence? I swam here, but I'm tired.
I don't think I've ever fought these trainers. I would always just kind of...
Just go past them, just forget them. Speed through the game. Nothing wrong with that. It's your preferred way of playing. Ooh. do... I critted! Good job, Yoda. All the points are yours now.
Body Slam is so good in Generation 1.
Yeah, it is. Now Yoda's gonna level up a lot faster. Being able to pick up some of these Pokemon on his own. Oh gosh. It's so good. It's not very effective, and it just does a lot of damage anyways. I'm exhausted. Oh, okay. Lapras is so big, it must keep you dry on water. Oh, I just love your ride. Can I have it if I win? No. Ouch. Why couldn't have been not a crit? Nice. I guess you could say this is going swimmingly. Does a decent amount of damage despite the typing. I guess that's why this move was always one of my favorites. That's illegal. Ha, get slammed. Oop. I'll just do the swap tactic again. Then bye-bye. I think I can get Yoda to have all the health from this one. Or I get all the experience points. No. Oh, sweet. It's not a crit. Alright, fine. Healing it is. Let's say the computer's been getting a lot of like 4 or 5 hits off a double slap. Should just use surf earlier. Oh, I lost. Yeah, your dynamite's a long way to go. Gonna need another Pokemon Center trip. Okay, where's the mart around here? Is there even one?
It's,
Up to the left. Ah, get on my way, old man. That's right. Balls, potions. 5s are kind of what I want. There we go. Stores bike while you're riding it. So that'd just be me riding in like midair, just cha-ching. What? I have I have a Kadabra. It's fine. This makes sense. And poof.
just disappears and you go sprawling because the momentum isn't.
Yeah, just poof, ah, poof. Oh, that'd be bad. That'd be so bad. When you're running a Pokemon, can't you swim? I don't know, can't you bugger off? That was even a crit. Yikes. Nope. Oh. These smoke screens are really getting to me. One of these is gonna hit. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, actually we'll change. Just to get rid of the debuffs. Ooh, that's an interesting sprite. And there's one of the really good ones you're talking about. See, dang, how long before oh, nice paralysis. Before the next learned move for Baby Yoda here. And it being ice related. I just want that Ice Beam. Which it may not get in naturally. That might be a TM.
Ice Beam is TM13, Blizzard is TM14. I know TM14 is in the Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island. TM22 is in there as well. That's Solar Beam.
Blizzard, one of my favorites. I loved giving Blizzard to Blastoise and being like, nice Venusaur you got there, Gary. It'd be ashamed if it snowed. And that move is great in Pokemon Stadium, where you just see Blastoise just roar, and you get that effect. Just the lifted arms and causing a blizzard. Good animation.
They had it native on Mewtwo when you get him from the Dynamax Adventures. And so Blizzard hits both sides of the field in a double battle, so I'm using Mewtwo in the Galarian Star Tournament, and he's just going like this, and then just like the wind comes, and it's just so cool looking.
That is pretty cool.
Because Mewtwo's just standing there, and he's just, and then it.
That actually is pretty fitting.
Because up in New York, the wind and the snow is just
The level
like,
of disadvantage might be too much.
it's just unreal. So just to see that, it's like Mewtwo can summon that, like this.
And it could be the same over in Chicago. It is called the Windy City for a reason.
There would be times in our department office, the front door was glass, and you'd be looking outside, and it'd be like a nice sunny day, and then it would just white, gone. Like the world outside just disappeared. It's just white. Shell Smash Cloyster is a thing now. Like old Cloyster wasn't. Yeah. Cloyster has very good physical defense, but its special defense is very, very low.
Yeah. Has a great sprite though.
They nailed it with the name on that.
Mm-hmm. Darn. Aurora Beam.
I know Lapras natively learns Aurora Beam. I think it'll learn it relatively soon.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's helpful then. As long as it gets something, you know? I'm not gonna take any risks on this one.
Nice try, Cloyster.
Yeah. There you go. That's what you get. Splash! Sploosh! I wish I could ride my Pokemon. Well, just train harder, I guess. Seafoam is a quiet getaway. Oh, okay. We'll probably just make it to the entrance to Seafoam and call it a day there. Might be fightable. Get paralyzed. Call that a water gun? Here's a water gun! Maybe you need double defense. I don't know, just saying. Nope. I think one more defeat here onto Pokemon should be enough to level you out of again. Considering the spots on Lapras, it almost looks like a giraffe.
Giraffless.
When I play Gold, eventually I'm going to have to go out of my way to get a giraffe rig, if that's at all possible.
Giraffe rig. I like Giraffe rig. It's a shame it's not better.
Yeah. Same.
I would have liked to have seen it have an evolution where the tail head became like a full-sized head, so the evolved Giraffe rig is like two heads that go in different directions.
That would actually be pretty
And
cool.
it's completely. And then they could have had a Pokedex entry about how they argue on which way the thing is supposed to go.
Yeah, that would be good. Oh, but there's the level. No, I'll probably do a swap out.
Giraffe rig is a palindrome.
Haha, nice bubble. Quit it! There's a huge cavern underneath this island. So in the southern part, huh? To enter from the top and then south is from the left.
Mm-hmm.
So alright, right on time then.
Well, you have to go through the whole cave system.
Yeah. Oh, there's one other trainer to fight or whatnot, so I guess we'll try and get that done. I love floating with the fishes. That's good. I love floating with them. We'll try sleeping with the fishes. It's a pretty powerful Sea King. Gonna have to admit that.
Send out Sylveon, fried fish.
Well, it is that time of year again.
It is that time of year again.
There's even a crit.
Sea King, Sea King. No.
Oh no, Sea King! Youch! Wanna float with me? Nah. Let's look around the cave a bit. Kinda forgot how bad this cave can be, isn't it?
Strength puzzle. You're gonna have to start throwing boulders down holes.
Right. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's say if Moltres is inside the factory, right?
Moltres is on
The Cinnabar inside the.
Moltres is on Victory Road.
Moltres is on Victory Road.
In red.
In red.
Moltres is on Victory Road. Zapdos is in the power plant.
I know Zapdos
Articuno is in Seafoam.
See, I'll say Articuno here is the main thing I wanted to get at. And do I have to drop all the rocks through all the holes? Probably. Cross paths or some stuff.
There are certain boulders you only need to do certain boulders to get through the dungeon. If you want to catch Articuno, you're going to have to drop them in other places because you have to divert a water flow. Otherwise, the current is too fast to get to Articuno. You have to...
Right. Catch the seal. Seal? Seal? Still have plenty of Great and Ultra Balls, but I should stock up on more. Perfect. Need a nickname for Seal. Seal? Seal, a sea lion. The protruding horn on its head is very hard. It is used for bashing through thick ice. Do we give a nickname to Seal? Yes. I think it'd be a little bit too on the nose to call it, like, you know, Grave Rose or something. What?
I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, okay. that's actually kind of fun. That's kind of good then there.
90s people, all the younger crowd are like, "What are you talking about?"
No, you know, some people out there get that. Okay, I got one, but it's a pretty bad one. You want to call it Walrus? That's fair enough. I mean, that's basically what it is. I was thinking, like, if you do Seal's name backwards, it's Lease, but spelled differently. We'll let Vince get this one.
You could do Batman, and then the number 4, and then Ever. That's where the song comes from.
Right. Let me just activate Strength, push this down the hole, and we'll save. Just for the heck of it. Strength. Toon uses Strength. Toon can move boulders.
It's like Animal Crossing. It's just doing like island maintenance.
Ha! It's fair enough. Oops. Seal or no seal? I'll just save over here because I'm neurotic about making certain the character's going to be facing the screen or something. Here we go. Save. And there it is. So, alright, with that, we'll be calling it a day here on the Double G streams. Thank you so much, Professor, for showing up on Pokemon Day and delighting us with your surprise visit. Totally, yeah, just thank you, man.
My pleasure.
So we'll be seeing you on Thursday with us when, well, more like hearing from you, because we'll be doing online play for the Super Mar 3D World. And then Toon and I are doing Donkey Kong Country on Wednesday evening, Eastern Standard Time. It might happen a little bit before 5 p.m., you know, provided everything works out well for Toon there. So, and then also stay tuned because Toon will actually be playing with Aiden. They'll be doing some League streams. They're going to do Salmon Run on Friday and be doing some League on Saturday. So if you're a fan of SM Aiden, go check them out, and Toon will be guest visiting there. Any parting words for the viewers there, Professor?
Just happy Pokemon Day, everyone, and for those of you who have been a part of the Pokemon journey for these last 25 years, train on. For those of you who haven't, you might want to consider joining in.
Very much so. It's great fun. So, all right, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. And I hope to see you all again real soon.